able to take him down so easily.
Well, Eileen dies. There's a good start for Norway. China uses the sound barrier. Envision has Shy bottled up in spawn right now. Aiko does go down, though, so Envision needs to get back to the team. And again, it's like you said, who is going to kill this Reaper? Well, I think it's Reaper the one who's going to be doing the killing. Gets the kill onto DCOD once again. Norway does come out a little bit ahead. If Onigod can have a big tac visor here, it could be big. Eileen goes down, but has Norway lost too much?
Yao Yao's bubbles have been so good, Noah, throughout this entire engagement, protecting Undead. The combination of that defensive matrix and the Winston bubble has been making sure Undead does a huge amount of damage.
Our support ultimates being used by Norway. They want to keep this push going. Envision still has a little bit of that sound barrier left, and they are getting the kills. Eileen answering back, though. Oh, taken down by IPN. That sick headshot doing work for Zenyatta. And Norway going to get more control percent building. Is this it? Have they taken it? They have. Norway coming out with a successful attack round and 2:15 on the clock. That is a solid attack for Norway.
Definitely much better from Norway in this round, although I do think China had a very weird positioning for the defense with their composition on point A.
Yeah.
Point B, they held for a good long time, over 4 minutes actually. So they did what they could, but eventually going to be taking that map and getting a pretty healthy time bank out of it as well.
All right, well, Norway for that Widowmaker. They used it yesterday. Is he going to bring it back again here against Norway?
Yeah, sometimes we do, of course, see the Widowmaker in conjunction with dive compositions, because the idea is the aggression of the rest of the highly mobile heroes makes it so that the Widowmaker has a lot of room to work with, creating a big zone on the map.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the counter dive from the other team if they're too busy handling everybody kind of jumping into their faces.
Now, Norway is going to be using the similar composition to what we saw them yesterday, so no Lucio. It's about a spread defense on the high ground with Ana and Zenyatta.
Yeah.
With that long-range Soldier 76. So I don't really think MG is going to get much of an opportunity to snipe here. He should just be pushed out by the long-range fire. So, and they'll be ready. They'll be definitely ready for this Widowmaker as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were watching the matches yesterday just like we were. They know what the possibilities are. Looks like there's mail on that computer there. Somebody should check that. Could be important.
I don't think so. I think this station has been abandoned.
Could be a prince in a far-off country who has some money for them, you know? You don't want to miss that opportunity, Monte Cristo. You'd regret it for the rest of your life. Well, here we go. Norway on the defense this time. China trying to match the attack, but it's a strong one. MG sticking with that Widowmaker. Let's see if he can get some shots.
Yeah, they are at least going to start with it. So looking for the angle right now. Nobody showing in line of sight. So Onigod needs to be very careful with this. Does take a body shot, but
it's super risky. Onigod checking things out. MG looking for another shot through that window. Gets the kill onto Onigod. That was the target he wanted to take down. That was the long-range threat he would have had to maybe deal with. And now that Widowmaker's wide open. Nice shot onto IPN. Here comes a Winston. You got to back off now. Oh, gets taken out with the mid-air punch, but
he got a few shots too. So
yeah.
Not in as bad a shape as they could be, but Envision low. Envision taken down by Undead, and they were not fast enough to deal with the Widowmaker. Instead, sort of milling around on that high ground within line of sight. They should have definitely anticipated the Widowmaker as a possibility here, and that's going to be a very quick first cap from China.
It just didn't feel to me that they were taking the Widowmaker as seriously as they had to. I mean, where they retreated to was another open line of fire for that hero. So if you see the Widowmaker, you got to back up. You got to use those corners, of which there are many on Lunar Colony, and they didn't really do that.
Now, the problem is too, they really didn't want to group up on that high ground and make themselves vulnerable to a lot of AoE attack.
Envision. Okay. MG is on fire right now. IPN playing with it.
They have to walk onto the point too, and they have to walk into the line of sight.
I almost said a swear. That was so good. MG with a clean shot now. Oh, got to worry about the Winston yet again. I'll see if DCOD can take him down, gets back on the point as China looks to set a much better time than Norway was able to achieve. Still 6:20 left on the clock as Norway scrambles to hold it. China getting the kills, but they've got to deal with those respawns, and they come fast. Undead finally falling to Onigod, and Norway with this tac visor should be able to push back. Yeah, that's the end of it for China.
They are. So even though the Widowmaker died, and that was not particularly consequential because the initial picks had already occurred, China only 5 members on the point at that given time, and the D.Va rushing back, not able to be there quite quickly enough. That tac visor from Onigod. So Norway stabilizes just a little bit, but many minutes left to sit here and burn, and China actually coming up on a pretty healthy ultimate advantage right now.
Yep. Norway with a bit to work with on the ultimate side, but not as much as they'd hoped for right now. Shy looking for those sweet right-click picks.
Yeah, China as a team plays angles really well. We saw that with Shy right here. We saw it with MG on that Widowmaker, and they're just going to go in.
I think that's smart. He saw the Genji on the threat from the Winston, wanted to keep Eileen up. He used that. Now Norway comes in with their own Transcendence in answer. The support ultimate's traded. Yao Yao does go down. Norway with an early start on this defensive hold. MG popped on the D.Va suit, and it looks like Norway's going to be able to handle this one.
I think that was a bit presumptuous from China. The poke damage had gone down. You don't need to use the Transcendence right there, especially they should know Trans up on that other side. So Norway pretty simply able to take that fight, and Envision still putting on a little bit of forward pressure.
You know, I think the trick there was that Eileen was really close to his Dragon Blade, and so because of that, Shy really wanted to prioritize keeping him up because they saw that as their answer to sort of taking more time on the point. So, yeah, was it a mistake? Possibly, but I think that was the theory behind it at least.
Yeah. Now, Eileen's still sitting on that Dragon Blade, but has to wait for 5 King, a few more % until he gets the necessary protection. Now, watch and see, when will Traub use this sound barrier? Are they going to wait for it? They have to be disciplined.
Here we go. D-God pops that Primal Rage. Well, they're using the support ult right away. They need a lot out of this push zone. Shy going down early does not help. There's the self-destruct and a takedown Yao Yao. And Norway, again, repelling the push with ease. China, for the first time I think we've seen in this tournament, looking a little bit frantic.
Yeah, they are, and from what we've seen from their previous discipline, yes, the staggering occurs brutally for MG. As we've seen their previous support ultimates be very well coordinated, this time they're engaging just a little bit early, which is allowing Norway to peel backwards and then re-engage. Traub, great, but we talked about the discipline, very good there. So he's the one who has he's not as itchy with his trigger finger and actually holds on to his ultimate throughout that entire fight. Same thing with Eileen though, not committing that Dragon Blade just yet.
That's right. Here we go again. Shy pops that Transcendence arguably very early once more. And China not really getting a lot of kills or pressure out of that. Answering sound barrier from Norway as they come in. Ooh, they do layer their support ultimates though. Not an ideal situation. China gonna hold the point for the moment with that. Use it to try to push China back. Eileen gonna hold the Dragon Blade again. He doesn't need to use it right now. And Onigod not finding a whole lot. Here we go. China finally getting the fight they were looking for, and that is the cue for Eileen to grab that Dragon Blade. Nice reflect kill onto IPM, and that's gonna be a take. 2:07 on the clock. They get it. Slightly less than the time bank, but still a very good push for China.
You know, China made some mistakes that round. They made more mistakes in that map than we've seen them on any other map so far here at the Overwatch World Cup. But that said, they finally capitalized. They understood that that was going to be their best time to push. Good patience from Eileen with transfer Norway. Had there been a sound barrier in that fight, they wouldn't have been able to get the effectiveness out of the Dragon Blade. So very good precision timing from China, and really taking advantage of Norway's error.
Yeah, it's all connected. If you have that support ultimate, you can save the tactical visor on the Soldier 76 a little bit longer maybe too.
Yeah, Onigod, you're right. Had to pop that very early, and it didn't get really any kills. It was a very good response by Yao Yao. Kept his leap and his bubble available just to cut him off and make sure he wasn't going to have that line of sight. So China looks like they're going to be going back to the attack Widowmaker.
Okay.
Norway, they are going to vary their composition just a little bit. Aiko will be on the defense on the Genji instead of the Diva this time.
Yeah, going for that defensive 3 DPS. And they will be ready, I think, very ready to jump on that Widowmaker if they see it again. And Aiko, of course, with that option to just reflect it right back at her.
I think you're right, Joe. I think that's the logic. They wanted another hero that could quickly 1v1, and there we go.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think they were ready for that Widowmaker. Yeah,
much better.
Saw that one coming, didn't they?
Good adaptation. They played further forward this time, just cutting off the Widowmaker while the rest of the team tried to sneak around. So that will be a good delay here for Norway. And
will MG swap though?
He just doesn't look like it. I think he probably should. I think you don't want to do this, but he's still looking for that attack this time. The rest of China is forming sort of a defensive ball around him, but you can't do that. You actually do have to take this point, obviously. So
yeah, you can't move forward if you're sitting back defending the Widowmaker, and kind of Assault is a bit about moving forward, isn't it?
It definitely is. Yeah. And so Eileen finally going to get into the point, and
the reflect should be back up for Aiko. There it is. Yeah, that actually got reflected right there. That was a close call. Envision, meanwhile, trying to get in the back lines, trying to put pressure onto China. Again, you know, hasn't been able to move too far forward. Yao Yao did get the kill on the Aiko. Now Onigod goes down. So China just slowly grinding away at the members of Team Norway. And this should be a point they take.
This should be after those 2 members going down, but they haven't been able to focus anyone else yet. It is a 5v6, and the spawns are going to be just a little bit closer here for Norway.
Well, but nice stick on the Trob, or at least he got him anyway. And that's a very, very low health IPN. Yeah, he will go. go down too, so China, not the easiest time taking point A, but they should be able to grab it. Aiko holding though, he takes down Eileen and actually only got back on the point. Are you kidding me? They will actually hold for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that kill onto Eileen was crucial.
Yeah.
Eileen has the Dragon Blade, but no real opportunity to use it. Gonna try and backcap here, but Norway will contest with all 6 members.
And Norway storms onto the point. Just 20 seconds left for China to make something
Here we
happen
go.
here. Nano Blade coming up. Aiko gets a kill on 5 King right away. Looking for one onto Eileen. Maybe Aiko has to back away. That pick on the Lucio, quite good. IPN with the Transcendence. Eileen goes down, courtesy of Onigod once more. That Zenyatta ultimate keeping Norway safe. Primal Rage comes out for Yao Yao, but they're going to need more than the Angry Monkey to take this one, I think. He does get the kill onto Traub, but Norway with the edge right now. OT ticking away. And Eileen back in there again. No, that was 5 King. He will go down. And as overtime ticks away, Norway will hold on point A. So if they can just get that percentage far enough, they have a really good shot of winning Lunar Colony.
Absolutely they do. Have to go up above 83.2%.
Right.
If they are going to actually take this map. But China foiled there in the end. And one of the strengths we've seen from Norway after taking a look at that first map is that when they're about to lose one of these control points, we saw it on King's Row when they played against Hong Kong, they're actually very good at stalling points. And you wouldn't think they would try to go back in, but DCOT in particular has made some of the big plays on the Winston, and they're patient enough to know their limits. That time they let it nearly complete, but managed to get all 6 members back on.
Well, every one of these guys seems very able to make those clutch plays when they need to in those kind of last-second situations. So now Norway on the attack. You can see the little yellow arrow on the control meter, and that's where Norway needs to get to win this map. China, meanwhile, looks like they're going to pull out the Reaper defense once again.
Hopefully it won't be as awkward as it was last time. But you know what?
It was odd, yeah.
You know what I would really like, Doa?
What's
for
that?
Onigod to play that Widowmaker. Because if they're going to try the point defense, and it's all about the mind games right now. So China probably is not, well, I say that, but they're all stacked up on the forward high ground right now.
Okay. I don't think they're expecting Norway to pull out this Widowmaker.
I think it would be more effective if they were pushed further backwards, but they're actually not going to do that. Okay, quick check with the Sonic Arrow right now before swapping off.
Probably, yep. There's Winston's switch from DCOT.
It will be the Widowmaker once again. So where are the picks here? They're not going to really be in line of sight.
Oh, that was a close reflect there. Oh, man. Gotta dodge your own bullets if you're Onigod right now. That's tough. Looking for the air shot.
Winston bubble.
A little bit of damage. Yeah, Winston bubble able to mitigate most of that there. Meanwhile, Eileen does go down courtesy of IPN.
I would not have
Zenyatta out there.
I would not have dove into the Reaper if I was Norway right there. In fact, I would have just done what they did before, which is have Envision backcap the point and then force them back to give Widowmaker the opportunity to actually get some of those shots.
Well, that's the thing. We saw them just bypass the defense of China last time, and with that Widowmaker, they're feeling tempted to approach it a little bit more cautiously.
There you go. That's the angle you want.
Yeah.
As you force them onto the point.
A lot of damage onto Shy, but not enough. Meanwhile, Undead taking some.
Oh, that's a lot of missed shots there. Could have been cleaner.
Yeah. Not the greatest Widowmaker shots we've seen from Onigod just yet. Nearly has that ultimate, but you know, they kind of know where China is, so it's not going to be maybe the most useful thing.
Yeah, they just have to keep threatening the point right now. That has to be the central goal. Unfortunately, Shy already with that nano boost, so a lot of damage been healed up on the side of China, giving some good ultimates over. Norway not really having that opportunity. You know, Onigod is very actually close to the point right now.
The Pulse Bomb not working out for Envision as well. Eileen trying to get that Dragon Blade. He's got it now. He's got the Nano Boost, but there's a Transcendence. Doesn't help Traub as he goes out for the dash. There's a kill onto Aiko as well. And Eileen coming up big on the defense. If I'm Norway, I think I'm going to swap Onigod off of that Widowmaker and just go for the dive. You've only got 25 seconds. You need to make something happen.
You absolutely need to make something happen. But if you're Norway, you know you still have another attack. You know there's no Nano Boost. You know there's no Dragon Blade. And you know that there's no Sound Barrier.
Yeah.
So switch over to a Soldier or a Reaper. In this case, it will be a Soldier. And then just go for it. Traub, make sure he gets that Sound Barrier and use Aiko there. Of course, with that Dragon Blade to clean up the point.
Here's where you got to be the sneaky Reaper if you're undead. Here's where you're looking for that big Death Blossom. Eileen does fall early, but Norway has to really watch out for that Reaper.
Oh, no!
And that is why! That is exactly why! Undead has the Death Blossom. You gotta watch out for the sneaky Reaper. The Sound Barrier was late for Norway, and they are not going to win this one. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, China's going to be able to hold here on point A. And that's a rough one, man. I mean, you think about every factor and then you forget the Reaper.
I mean, China has been very good at playing with the Reaper on Horizon.
Yep.
You have to give them credit. I'm not sure if I would call that a sneaky Reaper, considering it was just like yelling, die, 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 and spinning around in the middle of the point.
The sneakiness comes before the pressing of Q, Monte Cristo.
There wasn't, they knew they had to get onto the point, and all the D.Va did was right-click over the head of the Reaper to protect the damage.
Exactly,
but, you know, there's another opportunity there, honestly, for Onigon to switch to D.Va and at least shut down the Death Blossom.
Sure.
So, you know, maybe that was not the right switch over to the Soldier.
So it is a 3-map advantage now for China. Lunar Colony certainly close. Norway giving them a run for their money, but in the end, China still gets that win, and now Norway really looking at the possibility of a 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely. At least they're going to get the chance to pick this last map.
Yep.
I don't think they're going to pick Route 66, but at the same time, it is a tough call because China did full hold Romania on Dorado yesterday. And honestly, even though Norway did get 3 points on Route 66, it was a bit dicey towards the end. Yeah. In particular on their defense, and then once the time bank started, they lost on that first point. So might be a little bit rough.
Well, it's tough. I mean, yeah, Route 66, we'll see if it's a choice. It's looking like it might be. And that, of course, is the map that Norway lost against Hong Kong. So if they can do that, they'd be 1-1 on the map for the tournament. But it's an uphill battle either way. China's shown, again, that yesterday was not a fluke. This team is really, really good.
Yeah, they are good, although they did have a few more cracks in their armor in this particular map compared to others. And just because I don't really understand a lot of their thought processes with some of those defenses. Second time around, it worked a lot better, but there was definitely some awkward positioning and compositions from both sides in that last match. So a little bit, perhaps a little bit more vulnerable, but still pulling through.
True enough. Well, see what Norway's got for that. I mean, the one thing I've liked from Norway is that we've seen a lot of flexibility from these guys today, and we've seen a lot of willingness to change those compositions on the fly if they need to. And while that hasn't always worked out, you know, it is kind of cool to see. It looks like it will indeed be Route 66 for our final game here in our first match on day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup.
And we did see them sort of get wrecked by Sombra on this map yesterday.
A bit.
Especially in that warehouse phase on the final points when they tried to switch over to a Reinhardt Zarya composition, and the hacks really brought them down quite a bit. So.
I mean, speaking of Sombra too, we know what a good Sombra Eileen is. I was going to say what a good Eileen Sombra is, but who knows which way it works now, man. They seem synonymous, but he played so well on Hollywood, and expect to see a bit more of that here on Route 66.
I think you're in a tough spot because you saw yesterday how impressive China was in their aggressive dive defense on Dorado, and you get worried about that, so you say, okay, well, at least we know we can make it through all 3 points on Route 66. Maybe we can do a little bit better holding in that final point this game. But like you say, this is a very good map for Sombra, especially on defense, and that makes it a bit tricky.
Sure does. Well, nobody finished that game of pool, I guess. Oh well, they totally finished whatever was in that glass.
Looks like a beer, though.
It could have been root beer. No, it's beer. It's beer.
There's like full bars in this game. I think the implication is pretty clear.
Dude, you know why? I go with Lee's Spark Clubs, or Spark Plug. I'm not good at advertising for Lee. So I've been, this just in, I've just received a note. I've been fired by Lee's Spark Plugs. I'm not.
World Cup.
If they can 4-0 Alphax, you're going to get it so Alphax, you're going to get it so fast.
This is why she's so good here. Like, there's so many reasons why you like Sombra on point A of the defense here. You have those two health, you have an ability to get onto high ground from multiple angles without necessarily using your trend.
Oh, here we go.
And they're going to come in from behind for that EMP. There it is.
Looking for the kill on the IPN. He finds it. That's what you do, man. You EMP and you kill the Zenyatta. It breaks my heart as a Zen main, but you can't deny it's pretty effective.
Well, as an Omnic hater, Doa, I love seeing it. good team in Overwatch will do. They know which ultimates you have available. They're making the right shot calls, and they basically just forced Norway into a position where they were never able to use their support ultimates effectively because of Eileen's positioning, repeatedly using the EMP to pick off the Zenyatta in the back line.
Yeah.
And Norway just had to be a little bit more aggressive, honestly. Like, sometimes you don't want to pop that trance early. Like, it doesn't feel great to just sort of run up to the cart with the Transcendence, but the other option is, as you're walking up to the cart without using the Transcendence, you just get EMP'd and die.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, yeah, we've all seen the clips on Reddit where, like, the Zenyatta hears the Sombra come out of stealth and hits the Transcendence just in time, but that is really hard to do, even at the top level. And I believe we even did see IPN do that exact thing yesterday, but it can't hit those every time, and it is a
McCree in a triple DPS look here for China.
cool. All right. Well, I mean, this is obviously something that could be good. Need to worry about it. That's it. And China will take the 4-0. Night charges now. It's so quick, so
yes.
It's not even about zoning. It's about just simply catching people at certain points, and that's what you can do.
Well, China, doesn't matter if they play McCree or not, really, at the end of the day, but fun to see him for like 30 seconds.
Yep.
And that's it. Very convincing. Really, Horizon was the only map in which China had any trouble at all handling Norway.
I would say so. And, you know, Norway obviously looking very strong in their match yesterday against Hong Kong, but now the pressure is really on these guys to perform.
Welcome back to the post game here for China and Norway. What a matchup, especially for the home team, as they looked super dominant throughout that entire series, start to finish. We were hoping to see something change, and we did. In all honesty, Horizon was a good start. Guys, want to bring you in here and start talking about this, because I am sad for Norway. They came into this match with so much confidence.
They did, and I still... I mean, yeah, they lost, and yeah, those were convincing games from China, but still, I do like the variety which Norway is showing us throughout those games. And they did have different plans and different strats, so we don't just see like the dive combs coming in. And I just also felt that Horizon is just... It's one of their really good maps. The dominance they already had yesterday on it, and how quick they managed to finish stuff was absolutely fantastic. I was a bit upset to see them not really respecting the Widowmaker there at the very beginning. Like, they stayed on the high ground, didn't really like try to get away from it. So they did get picked off a lot. And then of course there was the unfortunate Reaper incident. Yeah, when you don't have a diva to negate the damage, and he just kind of picked through the whole of their team. So that was a bit sad to see, but I still really enjoyed their performance and the way they approach this map.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, Rachel, about this China team, I mean,
yeah, what about them?
They have...
I had them yesterday,
They have a lot of tools.
Sorry, they're mine today.
They have a lot of tools at their disposal. Really, just some fantastic players across the board. Not even just Eileen and Undead, who we've been talking about nonstop.
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of focus on the DPS because there are standout players. A lot of the big plays rest on their shoulders. But we've seen a lot from Shy. Maybe slightly early on his Zen ultimates, but he really hasn't been punished for it. And then, of course, Yao on the Winston doing incredible work. You know, with that bubble, just making sure his DPS is protected. And then MG in the back line with the Diva, keeping everybody safe, and you know, maybe showboating a little bit there at the end with the Widow.
I do think that Norway got a little ahead of themselves, though, in this match. I don't know if it was as I mean, it looked one-sided on paper, it looked one-sided in game, but I think a lot of it came back to Norway just not really playing up to the level that they probably were capable of.
Humanity is always being tested. Conflict and war is the crucible through which we evolve. Every battle makes us stronger. Those who fall will be forgotten. Those who rise up, their names will be remembered forever.
2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the pregame for Hong Kong versus Romania as we get ready for this one. Two teams that certainly have a lot to prove and a lot on the line as well. All right, did talk about this. They've underperformed yesterday, but Hong Kong did have a glimmer of hope in their matchup against Norway. Even the Norwegian folks said, hey, you know, they kind of caught us off guard. Some things went their way that we definitely didn't expect.
Yeah, I think the Norwegian team mainly blamed themselves for it. I don't really think when we talked to them, they gave credit to Hong Kong per se for like being the better players. It's just like, well, we made a lot of mistakes and they capitalized on it. But in turn, that really does make the Hong Kong team good, right? Because that's what you're supposed to do. They did show signs of life in that very last game and took that off of Norway on Route 66. And I believe it was an overtime still, but anyway, they did win that one, and they were really happy leaving the stage at the end of the day as well. And they did show good individual performance as well. So I'm excited to see them perform against Romania, because I think those are a bit more equal matched teams. So I think we're going to see more of both of them.
I think a lot of it came down to them not really knowing what they were going to do yesterday in their first match against Norway. They spent, I think, the first 3 maps like switching their compositions all day. Every map, every point, they just did not know what they were going to pick. Yeah. And they finally found solace on that one Sombra pick, and I think that they're probably going to run into it here. Just keep running it. It worked for you yesterday. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, and this is definitely something that was an issue for them yesterday. Not really gelling and not finding their feet as far as what their roles were. They switched everything up. Everything changed.
They did,
for that
but
team.
they didn't really get to practice much coming into this, because some of them are students, some of them are still working. They didn't really find the time to get together. So they had everything on paper, but they just didn't get the time to actually practice it with each other.
Yeah, but on the other side, though, they're going to be facing off against the Romanian roster, and Seltzer, this team has also a lot to prove and a lot on the line. A strong performance would be great for them here.
Yeah, this is, you know, I have high hopes for Romania in this matchup, just because knowing Hong Kong, not everyone on that roster, as you said, so he is a professional player. However, in Romania, every player has LAN experience just about. So we have ML7 Meza leading the charge here. ML7 hopefully feeling a little bit better than he did yesterday, because he's their in-game leader and he was feeling a bit sore in the throat. So his teammates had to step up, but hopefully today, a little different.
Yeah, I think that he was a little stubborn. I think yesterday he stayed on Ana a little bit too long. It seemed like they were trying to go for this Nano Blade Genji with rank kind of composition, and it didn't really work out for them. That said, it was against China. China seems to be the team to beat right now, so who knows how good they'll do today against Hong Kong.
This is a big opportunity for players on both sides of the stage here as they sit down and get ready to go. We'll see what Hong Kong picks as their first map. They are the higher seed. Everyone keep in mind, Romania is the 32nd seeded team in the Overwatch World Cup.
They will never have the first map pick.
They will never have the first map pick, so it's definitely not a good look for them. But I think also too, right, like it helps. They kind of can just like see, they saw the Hong Kong game yesterday, so they can expect certain things from them, I would imagine, Rachel.
That's a good point, Alex. Both these teams were losing yesterday. That did mean that they got to pick every subsequent map, and they made very different choices now. So who wins which round is going to be a big factor in this matchup too.
Except Horizon.
Except Horizon. Everyone chose Horizon.
100% pick rate.
Who would have thought
win rate.
going into this tournament?
Even though it's not win rate, you know.
Oh well.
Yeah, well.
It's winning the pick.
Yeah.
Beating Volskaya 100 to 0.
Yeah, it's 100% win rate, 100% pick rate. There you go.
Well, Romania likes Volskaya.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. All right. Well, guys, it's going to be Hong Kong versus Romania. Who's going to come out on top here? It is a redemption storyline on both sides of the stage, and we're going to go ahead and send it over to your casters, Wolf and Achilleos.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Achilleos here alongside Wolf, yet again ready to dive into the second match for today. Hong Kong going up against Romania. And the guys at the desk, you know, they did touch on this quite a bit, but there's a lot of pressure for both of these teams to perform. Romania currently not having any points. Hong Kong, just the one that they were able to take away from Norway yesterday.
I think the difference in momentum for these two teams is massive as well. Obviously, Romania being the lowest seed in World Cup, and Hong Kong being able to take that last map and getting the momentum back at the end of that series against Norway gives them an edge. They walked off stage happy and in smiles yesterday. And Romania, you know, unfortunately for them, they faced the strongest team in this tournament thus far, the 8-0 China. So for our first map here, we are going to head to Kings Row for hybrid. And Hong Kong, I think, comes into this one a little bit the favorites for sure in terms of seeding and their win against Norway yesterday. But Romania, you can't really count them out because they went against such a strong opponent in China yesterday that tested against a weaker team here in Hong Kong. Perhaps they look a lot stronger, and it's not really fair to judge them based on those 4 maps alone.
Yeah, this is very true. Still, you know, being the bottom seed at the moment is going to be a bit damning for them, but they want to turn that around. They want to have that stronger performance, and a team such as Hong Kong is certainly where you can start that restructuring of your squad. Hong Kong as well, going to have to try to bounce back. You remember this Kings Row map just yesterday being full held on attack on point A by Norway was fantastic defense by them. They were able to push all the way to point C as well. So Hong Kong need to have a better performance here on Kings Row. They will go back to this pick. They're feeling confident about it, but can they deliver is going to be the question.
Yeah, and yesterday the issue was really just very good delay tactics out of Norway. Decod especially on the Winston, bought a lot of time, and it was just a struggle for them to grab that first point. But we saw them evolve their composition with their 6-man towards the end. As Flame mentioned earlier, they switched between several different types of play. We had Hyper on the Soldier, then switching later on, eventually settling on the Winston, even though he's the captain and the DPS player. Winston seemed to be his best hero, and Mua on the Sombra specifically looked very strong. So I'm hoping we see a little bit more of that going into this series.
Yeah, I think the Sombra is definitely going to be making a return here for the set of Mue, especially, I mean, MVP performance from him, getting, you know, play of the game and whatnot, so really stellar stuff from him. Can expect that pick as we move further into the series, perhaps when they flip over to the defensive side. For now, it will be Romania starting things off here on the defense, Hong Kong on the attack on Kings Row as we get things underway.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to be seeing that Sonic arrow come out. We'll be moving to the Genji on attack here with their 2-2-2 composition. Romania going to be having the solid defense here, the standard defense with MK on the Soldier.
Well, already Meza finding a first pick here as Mango goes down, but Mue able to answer that one as MK will be cut down by this Genji. See, right now, Hong Kong just wrapping around that right side, but getting kind of caught up in that choke point. Will lose a couple members, and that could put a bit of a halt here onto this push to jump down onto the point. We're going to go ahead and see Rank knocked out of that D.Va mech, but has not died yet. For now, just a bit of exchanging coming back and forth. Romania kiting back around through the archway to get themselves gathered up. But for now, the first tick has gone over to the side of Hong Kong. Hyper going down, however, could be a big threat as we see that the re-engage is going to come through. Winston leaping forward. MK coming up with the kill as Mix goes down. Jazzy falling as well. They will pop Rank out of that mech, but we'll keep this in contention for the moment. 2 ticks picked up for Hong Kong on that first little poke forward. MK way out in no man's land will get taken down, but Hong Kong already in less than about 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Just need that extra 33% to get this completed, and it's still going up. No one from Romania staying on the point at the moment. Mango trying to spin away, trying to get inside, can't do so. Meza stuck to him on his tail, zaps him to death. Now Mue dropping back in as it's just all hell breaking loose here on the point. Transcendence is used from the side of ML7. Romania just trying to stay into this one now. Jazzy just getting his popped up, will push forward. Dragon Blade drawn out by Mue, looking for a prime target, dashes in, trying to get the supports, but everybody is just scattering away from this Genji. Will cut down Seema at the end with the Dragon Blade, but the rest of his team is falling down around him as Hyper and Jazzy will both fall. Mango having to hightail it out of here. Everybody pursuing forward, trying to kill this Soldier. They'll be able to kite back around the corner, and that self-destruct is thrown out by Rank. Just trying to zone everybody off the point. The near cap there for Hong Kong, but they cannot complete it.
Yeah, I have to give real credit to Romania for being so patient there, willing to give up the 2 ticks, but saving their ultimates, not diving in until everyone had regrouped, and that's how they're able to buy so much time. And was one of our longest fights here on Kings Row's first point.
A couple openings here as we see Hyper going down. Kukabao able to get that with a grenade coming through, locks him down, and Panderin's also going to fall, so some key picks coming through for Romania. They're trying to maintain this push. Self-destruct thrown out, trying to zone them back. They do wrap around the corner, and Rank not able to get back into that mech. Will go down in the Baby D.Va form as Hong Kong tries to push back in, but Romania has that sound barrier to answer to try to stave them off. Bubble coming through. They're going to go ahead and throw the Transcendence in straight away afterwards. Mue has that Dragon Blade drawn out. Can't cut through anybody. The healing just too much from that Zenyatta. Won't gain anything for it, and Hong Kong, for now, are still being saved off. Just 0.2% away from getting that cap, and they will will be held back.
They just pushed back again, and Romania with such good staggering of the ultimates for the defense here, and survivability is the name of the game for them. Now they've got this tac visor, and they're just trying to burn this time down.
And it's working rather well as Jazzy's going to be the first one to fall. Almost had that Transcendence available as well for Hong Kong, which is going to be so crucial for them to try to get back in onto the point. So beautiful tac visor coming through there from MK. Just identifying when he could use that, when he could maximize, and getting Jazzy, albeit just the one kill, is still a very valuable one. We'll be respawning, we'll be coming back in, but this is still cutting down that time bank from the side of Hong Kong. 50 seconds remaining as they do push in onto the point. Kukubao and ML7 have both fallen. Now MK answering in onto Jazzy, so a bit of a trade back, but it's just spilling over into favor of Hong Kong. They will get the near team kill. MK the only one really limping away from the fight. They finally get that cap, but with significantly less time than you might have expected from that first push.
Yeah, especially considering they almost got it. They were at 99.8%, but Romania, when they were losing fights, especially in the first point where Hong Kong got double ticks, they were willing to back off and risk potentially losing that first point early to actually have these support ultimates to come in and delay. So they were basically just saying, okay, we're going to back off for a second, regroup, instead of risking losing members and losing this for sure. And as a result, they bought a really large amount of time there. And Hong Kong always on the cusp, but now only 2.5 minutes left on this streets phase.
You have to make it all the way through, but already still so far things are going better for Hong Kong than they did against Norway, able to get that first cap through, but now need to push it all the way over to B to get that extra bit of time in the bank. Mue going forward, has the pulse pump ready to go, but sees a primal rage coming through, so doesn't want to toss it out quite yet. Will just be holding on to that, perhaps for a future fight. MK with attack visor is able to get rid of that pesky tracer, but now has to make it back over to that health pack, throws on the battlefield to keep himself alive. In the meantime, on the backside of the fight, Mango dueling out with Meza will come up with a kill in that exchange with the help of Jazzy.
And Mango just had the much better tac visor there than we saw coming out from MK. Unfortunately, he was just completely shut down. And again, Hong Kong very ult efficient with how they're doing this, so they maintain an ultimate lead. They're going to have that self-destruct in just a moment here. Romania may look to contest this checkpoint, but it's a risky one if they're going to go for it, and they will, in fact. Transcendence not used on top of the sound barrier, though, so staggering those support ultimates. Here comes that self-destruct.
Yeah, waiting for that one at the moment. Self-destruct comes through, not going to be finding anything yet, but both Transcendences will be used simultaneously as Mango just desperately tries to fire away. Now has ML7 all by himself. Will take him down with the help of Pandarin, and the payload is just in front of point B, a couple more meters to go, and they will have that cap. The picks are still coming through for the side of Hong Kong. Kukubao will go down, leap up into the air here for the Winston, onto the high ground as Meza tries to stay alive, wants to avoid getting shot, has that Discord orb on him. Will be able to evade for the time being, but the rest of his squad, without the protection here from the Big Ape, will fall, and he's going to go down as well as he tries to leap back in. That's just going to be the cap.
And Pandarin is getting so many kills himself. He's clearly showing his accuracy, building up the sound barriers so quickly, and really talk about Lucio as being the one who's being the main killer, and it really isn't him, but he's adding so much extra DPS to this, and Meza, unfortunately, is just never really able to shut down Mango, so he's getting these extra kills, tac visor or no. When he does drop down the tac visors, which he has more often than MK, they're just being more impactful because there just isn't that block. There's Rank No Moja not getting close enough, and Meza's just not willing to dive in. Well, the discords are coming out from Jazzy. They've just been really good, burning him down, so he doesn't want to go in to actually contest.
Hear that attack visor being popped here from the side of Mango. Everybody is kiting back behind Rank, who has that defense matrix up to try to block, but MK still going to pulse. Mue goes in the back line. Now the sound barrier out here from the side of Hong Kong, trying to stay into the fight. The pulse bomb comes through, but Kukubao is just going to die in the end. The recall positioning, not the best. He gets blown up, goes down, as does Meza. Discord Orb doing so much work to cut down that Winston, even through the primal rage.
And he used that now. He doesn't have it anymore. They're going to have the support ultimates here, but with what? Rank No Moja is going to have that self-destruct eventually if they can use his portal modes to buy time, but that's it. Yeah, that's all they've got.
Not a whole lot to couple this one with. The Transcendence will come through from Jazzy, trying to stay in onto this payload. A couple more meters to go to get this completion. Mue trying to duke it out here with MK, takes some low, but gets forced out on the recall, so has to back off the fight. In the meantime, that's going to be some of these supports being traded out. Penderin and ML7 both going down. The sound barriers there. Kasima stayed alive. Self-destruct thrown in. Will find Mix in the Baby D form. Couldn't make it back in time. His self-destruct won't find anything, and it seems like Hong Kong have finally been saved off. They have to kite back and regroup.
That was really well done, and now Meza is actually going to have that Primal Rage available again. But I feel like the protection for Meza and MK, the synergy just isn't there right now, and that's something they could definitely improve to hold down this next push. A minute left on the clock, and Mango, can they shut him down? He's been doing so much with these tac visors. He's going to be the big damage dealer in this because Mix did use that self-destruct earlier. Not going to be an engagement tool. He is going to go ahead and dive up here with Hyper to look for the engage, and that's when Mango's going to find that damage. So protecting the DPS of MK here is going to be absolutely critical. They haven't been able to do it consistently so far. They need to focus here.
And Mue's been doing a very good job of getting into the back line, disrupting MK, preventing him from damaging the rest of the team. Attack Visor coming out here from the side of Mango, pushing forward, looking for a couple targets as this D.Va straight up into his face. They will get that pop on the mech. Helix Rockets not going to connect, but he has a biotic field as MK tries to kite back, but he will just get cut down. Mango coming up for the kills, and they're just spilling over in favor of Hong Kong. Time and time again, the double kill coming through with the Helix Rockets takes them down. Sound barrier for good measure as they try to ride this one all the way home. Pulse Bomb takes out ML7, and that is going to be it. Hong Kong are able to get that finish on point C with 0.9 seconds remaining.
And you just have to feel like when you compare Mango to MK, the impact has been higher on the Soldier. He has the protection of his tanks, protecting him with the D.Va, the defense matrix, the Winston bubbles, and the target selection has been better here for Hong Kong overall. In some ways we're seeing the dive-ins coming from Meza. When he's all alone, he gets picked. The Discord orb usage here from Jazzy has been really good. So you can understand why Meza sometimes isn't going in with the Winston, because he's being focused down. It just feels like the communication for Romania is on a weaker level right now than Hong Kong. And yesterday we had ML7 saying, you know, he had throat problems. He couldn't make the shot calling as well as he would have liked to. Perhaps we're seeing a little bit of continuation of that today. But either way, we are seeing Hong Kong really step it up and carry that momentum from yesterday.
A great start here for Hong Kong as they do complete that assault, but now it's time for Romania to give it their best shot. Try to go all the way to point C with some time in the bank, because Hong Kong barely were able to clock any for themselves.
And that's a lot due to Romania's passive nature there on defending the first point. We go back to how that worked out. They gave up 2 ticks early, but everybody survived. They built up enough charge healing everybody. It was really the Zenyatta play coming out that allowed them to heal everybody with those Harmony Orbs to get the Transcendence, which started that very long team fight that lasted, what, 2.5 minutes there that they eventually did lose, but burned so much time. And Hong Kong could have had such a larger time bank if they had taken that first cap like they planned to. They were very close.
It's a very good hold, but we'll see how Hong Kong fares. Again, we're the recipients of a full hold at the hands of Norway just yesterday, so maybe they picked up a few tips and tricks to try to pull that off here for themselves. For now, we'll just be operating with that double DPS yet again. Mango on the Soldier and Mue starting things off on the Genji. Not going to be seeing him over onto that Tracer.
Yeah, Rangno Mojo bringing the Genji out again. Had a few highlight clips of him getting shut down yesterday by the Chinese team, but might be a different story here against Hong Kong. And I like this pick actually over the Soldiers so far when you compare how much Mango's been able to do with the protection that's allowed him to find that DPS on those tack visors.
For now, just going to push forward as Rank jumps up onto the high ground, trying to get in onto the Oppa Panda and almost kills him with a deflect, but Hyper is there to go ahead and pick up that kill, stopping the Genji from building up closer.
And there was a biotic grenade in there too, so that was really well coordinated. You could see what they were trying to do, blocking the heals out there, coming in with a deflection in that choke point, just barely shut down. So good idea, but unsuccessful in execution.
It just stops them for the moment. Still plenty of time on the clock. Just want to be able to get that cap coming through a bit faster than Hong Kong did. So alleviates the pressure of that streets phase a bit more. But for now, you can see Romania looking to play this one safely and very measuredly as they poke around, looking for these openings, trying to identify one here as a squad and then go in together. So far has been eluding them as Mesa has to throw down that bubble and leap his way out of there. The heal deny coming through from the biotic grenade, just a bit too much of a threat, so he gets himself to safety. In the meantime, off screen, Mue does come up with a kill onto Rank, and NL7 will also die. So Mue, with this Genji, something that wasn't really working out for them yesterday, is really kind of culminating for him. So, you know, doesn't go over to the Sombra on defense, instead goes back to the Genji, and so far it's a star-studded performance from him. Will help take down Kukubao as well.
You could tell that Romania is definitely trying to target down the supports, especially trying to get rid of Jazzy, and unfortunately it's been unsuccessful. Jazzy's actually built his nano, and this means there's no pressure on Mango. Once again, he's able to find the extra damage. We keep seeing shots of him where he's helping finish off these kills, where no one is touching him, no one's harassing him. Meza can't get in there because they've decided to dive onto the Ana. The Zenyatta's up there helping protect him, and now a support ultimate lead for Hong Kong as well.
Hear that nano boost coming through. Mue does have the Dragon Blade ready to go. Cuts down ML7 to start things off. Almost has Meza. The bubble there to deny a bit. Like, not going to get too much as far as the zapping is going to go, but he still has the shurikens to go ahead and take down the Winston.
And very efficient with this. Really only using the Dragon Blade and the nano. And now they have so much left to work with. Romania is not completely dry here. They're going to have Semas finally with the sound barrier eventually, but Hong Kong's being so efficient with how they're doing this, shutting them down hard.
And I almost wonder if MK should switch off the Soldier, but to what? That's the big question. Rank has switched back to the Diva.
It's going to be the wrap around here through the hotel. Self-destruct coming through the bubbles here to go ahead and eat up the majority of that damage, so no one will die to this. Final Rage thrown out. MK going to go ahead and pop that Tac Visor.
No value.
But he has to wrap around. Will find Mango, so does get something right at the end, and now the sound barrier does come down, trying to use this man advantage with the extra shielding to get in onto the point, and getting Hyper is going to be a nice follow-up to that Soldier. So seems like Romania might have finally found this opening to get this cap coming through. Second pick will be obtained. It seems like this should just be the full cap.
Yeah, he was able to get the pick there onto Mango. I said no value, but then Mango stepped out there. They got the curse. Yeah, caster curse, right? And then gets the pick onto Mango. That's removes the majority of the DPS away from Hong Kong. Mua didn't have that Dragon Blade. He has it now. And a really similar time bank, actually, realistically, when you look at what Romania was able to do on the defense. So still a reasonable push for them. ML7 getting a ton of damage done there with that right click. But they do have the ult lead now. They held onto that Transcendence. They're going to have the self-destruct. These are tools they can use once they get to the hard part of this Streets phase as they approach the checkpoint with a long run back. So I want to hold on to those, build up the sound barrier, and MK could look to have a heroic play on the Tac Visor again. But here comes
Norway here. The Nano Blade coming through. Transcendence immediately thrown out here by ML7 and the self-destruct as well. They're going to zone him back. Norway not going to go down, but Hyper will get caught up in the blast, so a nice pickoff coming through here for Romania, following up now onto Pandaren off screen. But this, go ahead and snatch that up.
This is actually a pretty good trade for them because they got 2 ults for 1, basically. Mua's been able to build that so consistently today, and this is going to allow a stronger push for Romania, but they used so many resources in order to get just a little bit of distance.
Well, payload's still moving unhindered at the moment with 2 minutes 30 remaining, so it seems like Romania is going to be in a nice spot, and Kukubao shooting very far forward, perhaps threatening with that pulse bomb. If you could find the likes of Jazzy, so would be a very prime target, but we see the swap over onto the Sombra.
Yeah, Mua switches to the Sombra because he used the Genji ultimate there to bait out the self-destruct, to bait out the Transcendence, so not going to be available perhaps when he has eventually that EMP.
See the fight coming through here. Yeah, Tac Visor used by Mango doesn't really get anything. The defense matrix straight up into his face to deny all that damage coming through. And in the meantime, there's no one able to push forward from the side of Hong Kong. So that point B cap just come through for Romania. Now 3.5 minutes to make it to C.
Romania has a lot of ultimates with this too, so it's actually a really nice opportunity to them. They didn't have to use a lot to get that checkpoint. The swap for Mua here, not finding value yet, no big hack plays, and not even halfway to the EMP.
Yeah, should be able to still build that one up rather quickly. In the meantime, we do see that sound barrier coming through from the side of Romania, but it's not before 2 members have gone down. Kukubao and Meza both falling in the self-destruct, knocking Rank out of the mech. He's just going to jump off to try to reset here with the rest of the squad. So Romania identifying, okay, you know what, we didn't win that fight, but we still have plenty to work with, but investing both of those ultimates is going to be a bit painful.
The scary part is, of course, Transcendence isn't going to be there anymore for the EMP, but the EMP is naturally going to build faster. They still have 3 minutes support, push a very short distance.
They at least have the time.
And they saved the Tac Visor, the Primal Rage, so I think the idea here is to bait out the EMP. Here's the bait.
Oh, throws it down, but doesn't quite find the kill onto ML7. There's no one else there to really follow up onto this one. In the meantime, the rest of the squad is having a bit of trouble as Sima will go down. Rank yet again knocked out of that mech. Meza falling, so the tank line completely dismantled, and Romania is just going to get stomped out. But everybody here is still just holding onto their ultimates, still just keeping those built up so they can have that massive big 6 push.
Exactly. That's the essentially the idea here for Romania, is to bait out that EMP, use this as kind of like an eco push, that dry push to get the ultimates. Very conservative, holding on to those. The self-destruct is going to be so huge for securing that to actually push it to completion. You're going to want to hold on to that one as long as they can.
Right now is a big disconnect here in the squad. MK just being completely cut off, will get taken out here by Mango, who has that Tac Visor ticking through. Now under threat from the Winston, will go down as the Primal Rage gets popped out here from Meza, so it seems like they still want to commit in for this, despite the fact that they have several members dead, including ML7. So maybe a bit of an overcommitment here from the side of Romania. Meza still going very far forward, trying to get out of there with his life, but won't be able to do so. Muay does take him down, and now he's going to have another EMP ready to go. So Romania bit disjointed here on this attack.
Definitely. They didn't use everything, but still, especially the Primal Rage is a bit egregious because now they're not going to have that, which is so important to secure the point. They still have 80 seconds left here. Transcendence is going to be ready, and the self-destruct, but had they held on to those, would have been a better opportunity for them. Now Mua does have that EMP, and they could get shut down in their final push. He's going to want to hold on to that one, not get baited like Romania's been trying to do this entire time. Hold on to it because he might not be able to build it again. Here comes the self-destruct to engage.
Yeah, they're going to throw that one out. Transcendence immediately comes down with the EMP is still going to be available. In the meantime, MK finding a kill with the tag visor there on a Panda, and Hyper jumping forward, just trying to burn him down, will be able to do so as he builds up for that Primal Rage. Gets ML7 as well, rank going down, and it seems like Romania going all in onto that one, except for the sound barrier. They threw everything out, and they just get stomped into the ground by Hong Kong, who will hold firm. 40 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah, it's not over yet by any means, but now they just don't have the tools they would have liked to have. They don't have that important self-destruct, which is usually the deal sealer on the completion pushes. And, you know, Hong Kong used a lot too, but Bua is going to have the EMP gone. That's one thing they gained. But Hyper, again, these tactics used to delay the Primal Rage, the self-destruct, these are so important. They don't have them.
All right, well, there's a sound barrier coming through here. Seema still holding that one, onto that one, and Panarin does get taken out. Kukubao comes up with a near 2K. Nox makes out of that neck, but will be taken down by Mue. At the same time, Tag visor available now for Mango. Will pop this one, but the defense matrix is still there. He's looking for a target, but with the leap forward there from Meza, is able to take out that soldier. Now Hong Kong backs up against the walls. They try desperately to maintain this hold, but it seems so unlikely unless they can get these respawns coming through very swiftly. Mango coming back over, swaps over onto that Tracer to try to buy some time. Transcendence out here from ML7 just sitting in on top of the payload, just trying to push this. We're into overtime. Barely any more space needs to be gained, but the EMP does get dropped in here by Mue, but there's no follow-up coming through from the side of Hong Kong. Instead, it's Romania, the ones that are picking up the kills. Mix Mue, both going down. Pandarin as well, and that will be the final completion. They get it in overtime. Both of these teams will have a minute.
And this is basically as close as it gets, Achilleos here for capture. So the 0.9 second advantage, pretty insignificant there on the side, of course, of Hong Kong. But it was amazing what Romania was able to do with that final push, despite not having all those engage tools. And they won, actually, with that final push after building the self-destruct after the Primal Rage. Didn't even need the self-destruct to close it out. So pretty impressive run there. And we knew that Romania was going to show us more than what they showed against China, because it was obviously the team that's now 8-0 in this group stage. Romania got stomped there, but they look very competitive now against this Hong Kong team. And we're basically resetting here with tiny time banks. And I feel like the only thing to really criticize on the side of Romania is just protecting MK better. But otherwise, I feel like they really stepped up their ult usage. Their defense play against Hong Kong, I feel like, was where they showed their biggest strength there on point A. And that's going to be very important now, as this is basically going to be a point A contest with such small time banks, 1 minute apiece.
Yeah, it's going to be a game of who can get the most ticks, if not get that initial cap. And then from there, overtime on a payload. We've seen, you know, over in Apex, we've seen some teams do some crazy stuff with that payload, taking it all the way to point B, if not further than. So maybe that'll happen here today. For now, Romania will be going on the attack. 1 minute ticking down.
It
seems like we have an issue, so we're likely going to have a pause. Going to have to reset this.
It looks like a disconnect here. One of the players did, it looks like, get DC'd. ML7, in fact, seems to be perhaps the guy. But this is obviously a moment where we're going to, as the Achilleos Wolf pause curse continues, have to take a step back to make sure that all settings are correct. And because this is the highest tension, right? This is the moment. This is the end of this first round. It's going to give them momentum. And every point in this group stage in these 4 match sets is so important, because it's not a best of 5, it's not a best of 4 even. Every single map counts. So for both these teams, especially because they're on the lower end, this map is so important.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming in here, 0 points for the side of Romania. Again, 1 point for Hong Kong. So every map that they could pick up just helps them climb closer to Norway, who's currently sitting in that second place spot for this group. So backs against the wall, and having a pause like this at such a crucial moment can be very upsetting. Very, I won't say the T word, but you know, it can set off your mental a little bit, maybe get you unfocused. But these players, they need to be operating as a unit, keeping everybody's spirits high to make sure that they can, you know, focus in for this final remaining 2 minutes of play that should be on the clock.
Yeah. So just to confirm, it's Kukubao actually who was knocked out of the game. Yeah. Looks to be a connection problem, but we're getting him back in. In fact, looks like we might already have him back into the lobby. We'll see if the game is completely remade or not. The attack had just started, so really not even much even actually occurring in the beginning stage of this. So if we can get him back in at the exact moment, that would be preferred. But if we have to have a reset, that is fine. But it comes down to this. The attack is on, and building as much meter as you can for this is going to be the critical part. And for the attack here, it was Romania on the attack, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's right. So they're looking to just get as much percentage as they can because they were so much better on the defense than we saw from Hong Kong. So looks like the game is ready as we get them back into the game. We're going to go right back to exactly where we were. Remember, Romania on the attack. Kugaba was on that tracer, and he's back inside.
All right, yeah, seems like we got everything taken care of, so nice little switch fix. Yes, they will be pushing forward. Rank yet again, trying to jump up over onto this high ground, but has that big heal deny coming through, and the deflect will not save him from Hyper. Zaps him to death. Gets rid of that Genji, will be delaying. You know, something like a Dragon Blade that can really turn a major fight around in such a short amount of time. Mango now will be left on, will be cut down, but it's still Hong Kong very much coming out on top of the exchanges. Meza and ML7 have both fallen, and now it's just 12 seconds remaining on the clock for Romania. Did not get that first tick. Desperately are going to have it if they want to hold out and take this map away from Hong Kong.
They failed to get those support kills they wanted. MK's here in the Pilot Diva form. Hong Kong playing back here. They want to catch the dodgeball, so to speak, here of Romania as they attack in. Trying to find the angler. Jazzy nearly with a nano boost. He's so close.
Yeah, almost has this one ready to go as they try to get that first tick coming through, ticking up very close, and they will be able to get it. You can see
nice huge pick here on the Jazzy.
Not going to be there, but yes, Sima does find that kill. The Transcendence now coming through here from the side of Pandora as they try to posture forward in onto the point, but Kugaba has gotten rid of Mix. Hyper going in, gets rid of Rank. Meza cut down, Hyper going down, as well as the tanks are just being shattered across the board. Tacfights out here from Mango, firing away. Almost does kill Emka right at the end, and they will stop that one out.
So important they are able to take this, considering their cap was overtime there on the attack. So that's actually so huge. They're able to get some ticks here. Well, nearly the second tick. They're 64.8, very close to that second tick. You can consider it that basically here. So we're going to jump into Hong Kong's attack now, and it looked like the attack for Romania totally backfired when once again they dove for the supports there using the biotic grenade, but they turned it around, able to get the pick on the Jazzy. Jazzy was the only member on Hong Kong that actually had the massive ult advantage. He could have used a nano boost there to delay so much more time, so getting that pick, very well done by Sima.
Nicely done, and a great tag advisory yet again here for Mango has been the linchpin for the most part. You'd have to say he and Mue today have been absolutely destroying for the side of Hong Kong in this first map. But now the second tick gonna have to be gained by these guys. 1 minute on the clock. We'll see what they're gonna be running with. Mue just gonna be using that Hanzo for the Sonic Arrow, try to spot out where Romania's posturing around on their defense. We'll see if he wants to swap over to the Soldier himself, or perhaps we will see the Tracer. See, Mango will be moving off the Genji, so maybe Mue says, you know what, I've been doing the Genji really well so far, let me have it.
Yeah, I think that's likely what we'll be seeing from him. I don't think we'll see the Sombra either, but this is still going to be just 1 minute to get essentially 2 ticks here for Hong Kong, so picks are going to be important. ML7 in the same position as Jazzy up here on the high ground, and it will be Mue on the Tracer, so not going to be running the Genji at all, just going to look for the back picks with the Tracer harass.
Moving over up onto this right side high ground here is Mango, trying to poke out where he can, but all of Romania kiting back inside and around the buildings to keep themselves safe. Mue, Kubao going with a bit of a bout here around the hotel, will be forced out on that recall to get himself top back up. Gonna build up for these pulse bombs and just shatter the ranks of Romania for now. Ticking up here onto the point will be that first tick just about coming through. They're now going to be exceeding that one, and Rank gets knocked out of the back.
That's huge.
Big opening here so far for Hong Kong, and Kugaba dashing around doing his damage to try to trade this one back, but so far hasn't really been able to find a whole lot of anything, and he's still not catching up with the pulse bomb as quickly as Mue. Finds Sears, throws it out, but doesn't have a target, doesn't get a stick, so no kills coming through onto this
Rank
one.
gets his mech back.
He does make it back in, now diving in onto the point. Nano boost here for Meza, leaping in, looking for a couple kills, just zapping away Panda in a mix, both going down. Meza going huge now, Primal Rage thrown out, they nearly have it. It's just 0.3 remaining for the side of Hong Kong as the overtime starts ticking down. Mue doing his best to try to delay it, will not be able to do so. Can they tag in onto the point? The answer is no, and just such a minute difference comes through.
0.3% difference, and I think a big factor here, and I was watching it the whole time, as one of the big wins for Hong Kong with that attack was knocking Rank out of the Diva mech. He survived in pilot mode and was able to remech, something that we could not see on the side, of course, of Hong Kong with their defense. So he got the Diva mech back, helped shut down Mango's ult. I mean, this will be Mez's play of the game for sure.
This has to be that final play right here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Nano boost coming through. I mean, they're just contained into a corner for him, so you can just constantly zap them. There's no chance of escape. And Primal Rage for good measure as well, just to keep everybody off that point. 0.3, the only difference coming through. I mean, we were talking about how close this series could be. These guys coming in nearly tied on points.
Mango
1-0 basically, but now it's going to be 1-1 because Romania, they pick up their first map of the tournament.
And Mango does get shut down with that tack visor there at the end too. Finally, they've struggled to do that really all game long for Kings Row. So did essentially shut him down there because Winston got all those picks, but the Diva was back to stop him from actually shutting that Winston down when he did go Primal Rage. And this was, of course, an Ana play coming up from Jazzy, not the Zenyatta that was stopping the aggressive Mezzo Winston dive-ins throughout the beginning part of Kings Row. So a very tense first matchup here between these two teams. We were wondering how they were going to stack up against each other. Hong Kong took the last map. They had the momentum lead, if you will, but Romania just barely edging out here in the end.
I mean, so very close, down to the wire here for both of these teams. Hong Kong probably going to be, beating themselves up a little bit that they weren't able to get that final 0.3% to get that hold, to get that win, give themselves a second point. But for now, Romania, first map win of the tournament so far, going to be picking up that 1 point, tying up Hong Kong now. And it could just be like this for the rest of this series, back and forth between these two squads, because they seem like they are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, and it's going to be crazy to see how Control ends up going because of how long these aggressive fights are going. We might have a lot of flips going into this one. It's hard to give the edge to either team, I think, specifically right now, but you could definitely point out some of the strengths and weaknesses, and it comes for me back to the strength of Jazzy Zenyatta shutting down Meza repeatedly, which meant that whenever Mango had his tack visors, he was able to do so much more. He was able to get kills even without the tack visors there. But the composition for Romania, it seemed like they knew exactly what they wanted to run every time. We saw a lot more swaps out of the side of Hong Kong. Let's see where we're headed for Control. We'll be Li Zhang again.
Wow, look
surprise,
at this, Wolf.
Surprise.
All right, so Kings Row, Li Zhang yet again. What's going to be next? Horizon, perhaps?
Feels
and maybe
likely.
A Route 66 to finish out the set?
If I had to guess, if I were a betting man.
Well, that would be 3 matches in a row for you and I with all of the same maps. But for now, we'll be moving back over to Lijiang Tower. Seems to be one of the favorites here so far in the Shanghai Qualifier. A lot of teams favoring this one.
So we talked about the strength of Jazzy shutting down Meza, but one thing that I feel like we saw that was really good out of Romania defensively there was keeping the support ultimates and also being willing to play back, step off the point, and then you kind of delay there using the support ultimates. We saw, again, the remeching coming out, which was so important there to get the Diva mech back online. And when you have Control, delaying, staggering down those times, continuing to keep the percentage up is going to be very important. So if they get the first cap, they just play back, play defensively again, hold on to those ultimates, play conservatively. Both teams in that Kings Row on attack had really conservative ult usage, and that's what, again, for the most part, helped them secure that third point, that completion.
Yeah, really well measured play for the most part from both of these squads going up against each other, but still is very tight-knit. And Control a whole other beast of an animal as far as the approach is going to go. And we can see Luwei probably going to be starting things off here with the Sombra. Yeah, is going to be charging forward for the side of Hong Kong over on the blue. And then Jazzy there with that Lucio and the Zenyatta.
Okay, so sticking with the Zenyatta, he was so successful on Mue on the Sombra that has really shut down a lot of these plays, especially against Norway.
And that's going to be the big difference here, because Kukabao's still going to be rocking that Tracer, so Mue, the only kind of differentiating factor here for the side of Hong Kong as far as the compositions are concerned. Going forward, jumps away at the translocator, just building up for that EMP as swiftly as possible, up to be at about 65%, so he's doing a pretty good job so far.
Notice he's playing mostly defensively, just rolling with the Discord orbs again, coming out from Jazzy, just building up as much percentage as possible. He gets basically a double here, knocks rank out of the mech, and he's just going to hold on to this EMP. He's waiting for the dive-in for Romania because they had the better positioning there. And just like we saw Eileen from China earlier today, you play the defensive Sombra, you wait for the dive-in, you look for the hacks, and you just add extra damage with those Discord orbs, and that's what we saw there.
Yep. And because of this kind of tight choke area that we have, that Romania has to push through the EMP, going to be that much more valuable. Tries to get the kill here on the ML7. Hyper there to pick it up off the backside, and everybody from Romania is just trying to hightail it out of there, but most of them are not going to be so lucky. 4 members dead, just Rank and Sima, the only ones that were able to limp their way out of there with their lives. So for now, Hong Kong will hold.
They have the big 6 available here in just a moment. That's going to be the scary part, right? They're definitely building up towards that, but Hong Kong didn't really use anything there, just the EMP. So they're also going to have, you know, similar ultimates available. Looks like we're going to see the Sound Barrier 4 engage.
Yeah, Romania trying to push into this one. The Transcendence will be available if they want to chain straight into that one as the attack visor. Let's get dropped out here by Mango. Hong Kong going to answer with their own Sound Barrier now as they start pushing forward, looking for these picks, and Emka's going to be the first one that goes down. It's Mix finds that kill and go back in onto the point. You can see Romania just having to cut back towards the spawn into that corridor. They're not able to push in onto the point, and that's really costing them. They're not gaining anything.
Yeah, even though Mango's tack visor was bad, it was because there was no one near him because they couldn't get into position. Now they're trying to kite back and retreat, and he's just basically shooting fish in a barrel over here. Never pressured, never under attack, because the defensive setups here for Hong Kong better. They have the first point, so that gives them that advantage, and now they're going to have another EMP here. Romania used almost all they had in their war chest for that last push, so gonna take a pretty big push here, some perhaps even blind luck for Romania to take this one.
Well, Rank going very far forward, but has to respect that Winston, so we'll be cutting back, and Meza is just gonna get cut down very swiftly as Mix finds that kill. Hyper trying to jump his way over to get that health pack. Doesn't quite make it though, but will still be getting healed up very steadily here from the side of Pandora. Moves away back over to that high ground, and now we're into overtime as Romania desperately tries to get in here to actually get a flip over on the control center. Has been eluding them so far, and Sima and ML7 have both fallen, so it seems like it might not happen at all for them. Kukobao now going down the leap in here from Meza, just trying to delay as best as he can. Will be finished off, and that should be it as the overtime meter starts plummeting. And Hong Kong will go ahead 100% to 0 on Control Center.
Feels like yesterday, Mua back onto the Sombra, the defensive setups here. And even though Mua had some amazing EMPs, including that 5 or 6 man right out of the spawn, they didn't need ultimates to win the fights. But I have to give my MVP to Jazzy. Never dying, always positioned correctly. No one was able to threaten him, and he had so many transcendences, but more than a transcendence, it was always a Discord Orb on Meza when he dove in. And when you watch these team fights, you just see the Discord Orb is flying one target to the next because he never gets picked up, he's never pressured, and he's just got a clear line to Discord whoever's up in the front. So this defensive setup, take the point first, use the Sombra, working very well for Hong Kong. However, Mui looks to be switching onto the Tracer this time. So taking a different approach now.
Yeah, neither of these teams really going to be looking for that pharmacy style of play, so we'll be sticking to the ground combat right there in the nitty-gritty. Both of them just going to go ahead and clash here outside of the point. Have to wait for that one to unlock in 15 seconds, but for now in the back, ML7 in a spot of bother, but a nice defense matrix comes through to delay a little bit longer. Mue doesn't find the kill, but Mango with those Helix rockets does take him down in the end. So a nice effort from the side of Rank in particular to try to keep him safe. But it does not work out, and now he's going to be popped out of the map, just leaps off the map once that reset. But we will have that initial cap coming through for Hong Kong.
The Discord Orbs again, really well placed, and Romania kind of went all in there despite getting picked early, but that's what you have to do when you get into that bridge fight. You don't really have much choice. You can't just back off and give the point away. You want to at least try to turn it, but we do see Rank is going to be switching over to the Genji now. Mango's already got that attack visor available. Transcendence on its way.
Bold move here, trying to swap over for that triple DPS with just Meza on the tank. And I mean, he's been going down pretty consistently. He's going to go in now. That's going to be the attack visor coming through. Just find the kill in onto ML7. But it will be answered as Emka just takes down that enemy soldier. But the rest of his squad just dying around him. Kukobao going to be the only one left alive at the end of the day.
A bold move to try to contest that bridge without a diva against what you knew the soldier has the attack visor. They just walked into yet again another choke point with no pressure onto Mango. He just pops attack visor, shoots her, but he died sure to Emka because he got the headshots, but the damage was already done.
I mean, that and everybody was just focused in onto that soldier, so the rest of the squad was able to go forward, just dismantle Romania. Mue going in, doesn't quite have the stick there for the pulse bomb, so won't be coming up with a kill for himself, but Emka and ML7 have both gone down. So yet again, Romania just desperately trying to cross this bridge, are unable to do so.
Just watch the Discord orbs flying around here too. Whoever Mua is shooting at gets a Discord orb attached right away. And he was good on the Sombra, not as flashy on the Tracer perhaps, but on this map they just have Romania contained. They're going to have a lot of ults to try to burst through. Didn't work out for them last time. They're going to use the sound barrier to engage. Here comes Mua from behind.
Yeah, Emka using that attack visor as well, firing away, but the Transcendence is there to go ahead and chew up the majority of that damage, so he has to kite back. And he finds Mue, dashes straight into the Helix rockets, he goes down. Meanwhile, Kukobao jumping off the map perhaps does fall as the rest of Romania is trying to pour forward. They do not want to get 100 to 0 yet again. They will finally find themselves in onto the point, trying to stay alive, but several members going low, and the primal rage there from Hyper is able to just take out both of those support members. And Romania, they finally made it this far. They touched the point for pretty much the first time, but they still all die, and that should just be the end of it.
That's going to be the map, so we are tied up now, 1-1. I mean, we saw basically trying to force things there was the strat on the side of Romania, going down the bridge there into the choke point where Mango had that tack visor. Hyper is going to be the Winston who takes play of the game this time.
Like I said, I smack off there onto ML7, getting rid of that Zenyatta. So nicely done by him, and then from here, throws down a bubble and just zaps everybody to death.
So essentially there too, I think you really have to give credit to the synergy on the side of Hong Kong, and that was a dominant performance. They looked very good when they could control single choke points, and that's where the Sombra came in, and that's where the tack visors came in, and the lack of Diva, I think, was one of the big weaknesses for Romania there. The Dragon Blade being used without any support ultimate. Sound Barrier was used to get into position to try to fight, but it wasn't there to protect the Dragon Blade. It wasn't ready. Transcendence wasn't paired there, so a little bit of disjointedness on the side of Romania, but they were desperate. They tried to force it to happen, but Hong Kong now taking full momentum control.
All right, well, nicely done here from the side of Hong Kong, working as a cohesive unit here. So showing some signs of life as they tie up the series 1-1. We're going to be going to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the halftime show with the desk.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the halftime show here for Romania versus Hong Kong. We're all knotted up in this series 1-1 as Hong Kong looked dominant on Lijiang Tower, a map that they are very, very confident in. They told us that earlier, and it's no surprise here they looked phenomenal.
They really did. I mean, 100% to 0 both rounds, and they just stepped up their game so much. But also on the first map we saw, Kings Row, yeah, they have lost it, but still there were so many individual performances which really impressed me. Like the amount of damage, for example, we saw from the Lucio Pandaren. He really like added a lot of damage to the team. Also, the amount of space the whole of Hong Kong provided from Mango to really like get that damage output on his soldier, which is absolutely impressive to me.
Yeah, I think the space was actually a little bit confusing for Romania, because one of the problems that they had on Kings Row, despite being so successful in the end, is they seemed to kind of fall back wanting to peel, but they separated in so many different directions that Hong Kong had a great opportunity to pull a lot of them apart.
I think Hong Kong is still having this, or not Hong Kong, Romania's having this thing where they're not really sure what they want to run, and they keep switching rank. It seems like Rank is doing everything in his power to not play D.Va, despite all of their success in this match in particular coming when he was on the D.Va. So I'm not sure if that's like a ego thing. I think that they really need to enable Kukubao a little bit more. He had a really stellar performance yesterday, even in their loss. So I do think that he's the player that needs to shine, and I think Rank needs to take a step back, enable the Tracer, and see if they can win that way.
Yeah, it's definitely troublesome too, right? Because even in the previous series, the Norway matchup against China, we saw how effective D.Va is. And when you don't have the D.Va, sometimes things don't work out in your favor, right? I mean, yeah, sure, you can say no D.Va, no problem, but the truth is D.Va is super effective right now in any composition you could possibly think of. So I'm concerned for Romania, not thinking about that. But shifting gears over to Lijiang Tower, though, this was all Hong Kong. I mean, we saw really a reinvigorated squad here, and they looked dominant, Zoe.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, I was also very impressed with Mui. Yeah, that was my favorite play. That awesome. EMP right from the get-go, they just scrambled and all died. Like, there was absolutely nothing they could have done against it. And they set it up so nicely as well on the second round, where we didn't see the Sombra being played, but Mui just being so confident. Also on the first map with his Genji, like, I felt like yesterday his Genji didn't really play out, but today, he was on it. He was really on it, and I enjoyed those. Yeah,
Mango was having a great game. Mue also having a great game. His Tracer definitely shining today, I think more so than it did yesterday. I think that everyone on this Hong Kong squad feels invigorated. They're ready. You know, they had their ups and downs yesterday against Norway, and now today they're like, okay, we figure out what we want to do. They probably could have won Kings Row in an alternate universe. You know, that came down to 0.3%, something that very rarely actually happens.
Yeah, in the darkest timeline, they could have won. No, I mean, 0.3% is insane, though. Like, it was right there, and the crowd was like, oh, because it was like, you see it. It's like 0.3. That's just absurd.
I was like, is the UI broken? Why is it not moving? Is it really that close? And
it's like, it was like just on top of it, which is absolutely insane. Yeah, I was really excited for Mui in particular. He was a superstar in that game.
But generally, the team, like how efficient they use their ults, for example, mostly on Kings Row, that was just... It all came together. It felt like today they're really a unit, they are a team, and that really worked for them.
Well, and that can be intimidating for Romania. We saw with Mui's success on Sombra, it was almost that they were giving him too much respect. We saw in Lijiang Tower, they're making so much space waiting for that Sombra ult, trying to make sure they were being efficient, and I think they stalled a bit too long for that.
Yeah, Sombra definitely something that Romania is having a hard time playing against, but we'll see what happens, though, as we get ready for the second half of play. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, the conclusion of Romania versus Hong Kong.
Even if we are pressured by our team captain's voice that is a bit low and put us in trouble, I think we are confident and we can get 3 points. Not really easy against Hong Kong, but we can fight for the 3 points.
Now, throughout the series, we were trying to figure out which position each player should be playing. And as you saw in the last map on Route 66, where we were able to get that one very important point, we figured out our positions, and hopefully against the Romanian team, we'll have a better showing and represent Hong Kong much better.
All right, well, there you hear from the man himself, Hyper, about that Route 66 game and how that kind of panned out for them, that netting them a really critical point in their group. But now we shift our focus. It's going to be Romania's turn to pick here. And, you know, Seltzer, I'm going to put this question over to you. Are we going to see Horizon yet again? It's been a comfort pick, surprisingly, for a lot of people.
Everyone has picked Horizon. That's because the loser of the matchup has tended to by the rules, chooses the map, and most of these teams, when they're in this situation, especially with these the matchups from yesterday, they're looking for any advantage they can get. They're looking for something that these more powerful teams are going to be unfamiliar on. Now, this is an even matchup here with Hong Kong and Romania, and when we spoke to Romania, one of the things they told us is that we're actually pretty comfortable on Volskaya. So I think with Romania feeling like they can go head-to-head with this Hong Kong team, they're going to go for a map that they're a little more comfortable on.
Somewhere in the world, ZP is screaming and yelling because of his hatred for Volskaya. Do you think we're going to see that, or are we going to see Horizon again, Flame?
I mean, I think I agree with the analysis that we'll get Volskaya just because it is one of their more comfort zones. I think that they're just having, I don't know what the word is. I think that if they are comfortable on Volskaya, they have a plan. You know, I don't think that they're playing as if they have a plan right now. On a lot of these maps, they keep switching their heroes. Rank has been swapping between D.Va, Genji, the entire series. Also ML7. We saw them on 76 on their offense at one point. They actually forced, I want to say, someone onto the D.Va. No, they swapped someone to the D.Va so that Rank could play Genji, and then they made ML7 play the 76. So they're really scattered, I think, in their strategies, and I think that if they do have confidence on Volskaya, they should just take it there and play what they know and do the best that they can.
Yeah, Rank, of course, does have a lot of history with ML7. ML7's the in-game leader there, so maybe, you know, pushing that relationship a little bit and seeing, you know, how much Rank can run away with the decision-making. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see how it all pans out, though. And also, we want to thank our partners here for the Overwatch World Cup, HP's Omen, or Omen by HP, and T-Mobile. Once again, big thank you for supporting the Overwatch World Cup this year for 2017. Now, Zoe, you have Hong Kong. They're in a position of...
Oh, they're so comfortable right now.
Yeah,
I don't actually think it really matters to them what map we're playing on. They just came together as a team. The individual performance was just spot on. Jazzy on the Zen, like the orbs, the positioning, just everything felt right for that team. And I do think they're going to ride this high and continue in that fashion.
Well, we also just had halftime. This is a chance for the teams to get together and talk a little bit. We have seen some teams come stronger out of halftime here. I think Romania can do it.
Yeah, I think Romania has a ton of talent. Look for Mezzo to make some plays. He made some big plays in that Kings Row matchup to net them that victory, 0.3%. Dare I say, is the most absurd thing. Actually, 0.1 was the more crazy one from yesterday.
That was insane.
Yeah, that was pretty nuts. So, Flame, how do you see this one panning out? Do you think Romania is going to be able to take this if they go Volskaya?
I think I agree with the statement that Hong Kong's riding the high right now. I think that that was a pretty convincing Li Zhang game, to say the least. Volskaya, again, it's one of those maps that's been around forever. It came out with the game. Everyone knows it. It's a comfort pick for, I think, everybody here in some regard. At least they know how to play it. They've played it a million times. And I think that if Romania doesn't stick to their guns and stick to what they're good at and keep swapping heroes, they're going to put themselves in a really bad position.
It's going to be really scary to see how this pans out for Romania. But, of course, this matchup really only just began. We're only tied 1-1. We're going to find out who comes out on top. We'll be 2-2. We'll be 3-1. Only one way to find out. Send it over to our commentators, Kilios and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Desk. We are back for the last two maps here in our second set of the day. Currently tying up 1-1 Hong Kong. Very dominant performance, as they said there on Lijiang Tower, getting that 2-0, 100% to 0 on both rounds.
Yeah, and I really agree with what Flame is saying about Romania swapping rank onto several different heroes, mainly the D.Va and the Genji swapping back and forth, forcing ML7 onto the Soldier earlier, pushing him into a less comfortable role. This is something I think they need to tighten up. So if Volskaya is going to be the comfort pick that allows them to play the heroes they're more used to, then maybe that's the go-to here. But we haven't really seen it yet, so I'm leaning towards we might end up going towards Horizon. But I feel like the key for Romania really is just not knowing what heroes to run against what's strong on the side of Hong Kong, especially not running the D.Va against Mango, who is really basically the major damage dealer for Hong Kong, especially on Li Zhang that last point. They dove in onto the bridge. He was there. No defense matrix. We are going to Horizon. The thing about Horizon is that Volskaya, there's a lot of different comps that have evolved throughout that map. So Sombra became popular, right? Then attack Sombra became popular. Then the counters to Sombra running up to the right side, going on the high ground. A lot of complex strategies there. When you're playing against a team you don't have that much experience against, it might get a little bit weird, but everyone's trying to learn Horizon right now. No one's a master of it, so perhaps on this map, because it's so basic and there's not a whole lot of extra next level strategies being played just yet, we're seeing the evolution of the attack Widow, sure, Reaper coming out on this map, but maybe you want to bring it back to something that's very basic on some sort of level. Maybe that's why so many of the losing teams are picking this map. Plus also the surprise factor, but that's where we're headed here. Yet again, Achilles, you and I are gonna be Horizon Masters after this group stage.
Yeah, no kidding. We're just going for the same maps every single time you and I cast. So here we go yet again. But yeah, I mean, to touch on what you were saying before with Romania kind of swapping things around, I mean, it's reminiscent of Hong Kong from yesterday, where they lacked a clear identity up until that fourth and final game. Weren't sure, who needed to play what. That's what they need to establish. Hong Kong kind of has that going for them, especially after those rounds on Lijiang Tower. And, well, Mix is just trying to blow up the Earth on the other screen, just sending some rockets out into space to blow them up. But for now, we're just looking at these nice plants.
Yeah, I guess it helps keep the oxygen flowing inside this space center here.
I suppose. I'm still curious as to how people survive when they leave the airlock and they go fight outside in the near zero G.
With games and esports, sometimes you don't ask the real questions. Sometimes there aren't any answers.
I suppose there's stranger things going on in this game than being able to breathe in space without a suit. But for now, we will have the attack coming through from Hong Kong. Going to be starting things off here on the assault, wrapping their way around the right side on the low ground.
So no shock, we're going to have Mue on the Sombra here, a staple for this map. And it's going to be Mango on the Reaper. And luckily for Romania, I think this is the right choice to put rank back onto the D.Va and try to shut Mango down. Not going to be necessarily as effective against the Reaper, but we'll give a lot more space to work with for Kukubao, specifically, when he wants to dive in.
I mean, he can chew up a lot of that damage with the defense matrix when that Death Blossom does come through inevitably. So, still has a nice function here for the squad. You can see rank poking forward, just trying to deny as the rest of Romania starts dropping in, but already that first tick about to be obtained here from Hong Kong. Do have it coming through, get that credit. MK wrapping around the backside, looking for an angle. Can't quite find much here. Now firing away straight down the line, but there's a D.Va blocking him out. He's gonna get booped, runs in onto the point, but he's just surrounded by all the members of Hong Kong, so he'll go down. That's the team kill here, and a very swift cap will be coming through, much like we saw from Norway in their set earlier versus China.
Jazzy with the Discord orbs again. Mango does so much damage, and every single soldier first-person view seen from MK and Mango, the difference is massive. MK shuts down immediately because the tanks were blown up by the Reaper there in that narrow choke point because of the Discord orbs, and then suddenly there's no protection for MK because his frontliners, his tanks are already gone.
Well, EMP gets dropped in, and Mango wraps around the backside trying to build up for that Death Blossom. Almost has it, but at the same time, doesn't really need it at the moment. They go ahead and contain all of Romania back towards that spawn. Attack Visor will be coming through here from MK, but Mix goes forward, has that defense matrix ready to go. He's not really going to be getting anything forward. A couple kills have come out, but not really by the way of MK. Does find Jazzy right at the end there. So Hong Kong stopped off, but not really by use of that attack visor. So maybe didn't have to invest that one, but either way, a nice hold coming through here for the side of Romania.
It was really the only one they used, so they still have an ult lead right now, but Hong Kong has a massive push, and they have 6 minutes, so I think they're going to dump basically everything into this. Mue did switch over to the Genji, but they could try to make something happen with this Death Blossom, with the self-destruct. That could be one way to get in and find that angle. But they don't have anything but the Sound Barrier to protect the Reaper. They're not going to have Transcendence, so we'll see if they want to commit all 6. They have time if they want to do that.
Oh, well, Pulse Bomb coming through from Kukubao does force out that primal range from Hyper as he tries desperately to stay alive, but still getting chipped away at, will fall off screen. Then go forward, has that Sound Barrier thrown down on top of him, but still has not gone through with the Death Blossom. Will throw it out now, but the defense matrix is there, and he's going to be targeted out. Makes it into the Wraith form, but has to just kite back with the rest of his team as they do get chunked out. They lose several members, and Hong Kong you know, we were praising them before for their ultimate usage, especially on the side of King's Row, spacing things out, not dumping them all in at the same time. They do the polar opposite here on point B.
And you would have thought maybe they might have switched after dumping a lot into this last push, but this allowed, I guess you could kind of call it an eco push. They didn't use everything because this allows Jazzy now to have the Transcendence for perhaps Wue to pair with the Dragon Blade. He was nowhere near the Dragon Blade for the last push, and they want to bait a lot of ultimates out with this next one here to see if they can be efficient. Already the Mua is down before he can even pop that Dragon Blade.
Yeah, nice little pick off there coming through from Kukobao, just wrapping his way in there, and Jazzy's going to go down as well. So Hong Kong yet again going to get stomped out. But I mean, these are the eco pushes coming through from them. They need Hyper to build up for yet another Primal Rage. They need Mango to get that Death Blossom available. Pandaren naturally will be having that sound barrier coming through.
My biggest concern is that they are not running the Zenyatta, so the Dragon Blade can do a lot here when the sound barrier is not available. If Hong Kong is able to identify there's no sound barrier for SEMA, the Dragon Blade is going to be so effective in those cases. Sure, the self-destruct can be useful, but Genji has so much mobility to avoid that, come back in and slash, even perhaps kill Pilot Diva, so that's a huge opportunity here. They're going to have both support ultimates from Uwe this time, and that's the scary factor for this push. 4 minutes on the clock. And all eyes on the Dragon Blade.
Yeah, still don't want to wait for that Death Blossom to come through. So yeah, Mango does go over to that Tracer, and he's just going to go down right off the bat. Kukobao coming up with yet another kill. Now has that Pulse Bomb ready to go. Tries to throw it out, tries to get the stick in onto Mix. Doesn't find a kill, but the rest of the side of Hong Kong are still suffering losses. Self-destruct will find Pandaren. Mue has fallen, and it seems like Hong Kong yet again going to be staved off. Can't get that first tick here on point B, and the clock is just draining very steadily. Already 3 minutes have been burned.
Surprising, Mango switches to the Tracer instead of the Sombra, but obviously they are on attack, so don't get as much value from the health packs. It takes longer to build up the EMP, but I feel like Romania is doing a great job of targeting down Mue every time. We haven't seen that Dragon Blade come out. Here it is now, though, with the sound barrier. Transcendence is available.
Yeah, it's there to mitigate, and Meza now going to be the recipient of this Nano Boost, just zapping away, but the Primal Rage is there from the side of Hyper, just trying to keep him contained into the corner. Will leap his way up, but the Transcendence comes down from Jazzy as they try to posture in. Self-destruct will be thrown out by Mix, looking for a pick, but the barrier is there to go ahead and eat up all of that damage coming through. And for now, it's just going to be an all-out brawl here onto the point, but still going to be trading back on both sides. Discord Orb in onto the SEMA, but he manages to stay alive. Mango can't quite come up with a kill, but there we go. Mue able to pick up the pieces, and that's 2 ticks coming down now for Hong Kong. Looking for the final cap. Meza pushing his way back through. Has to contest this. Leaps and dies immediately. They almost have it. Just 2% about ready to go. Emka using the attack visor will get left on, immediately goes down. And it seems like Hong Kong in this war of attrition should be coming out on top. Pulse Bomb finds the stick. ML7 will go down, and that will be it. The dash off the point, the last second from Kukobao can't stay in there, and they will suffer that loss.
So the big difference there is the supports. So you have Ana, and when you talk about what the double support ultimates were able to grant there for the Dragon Blade, it feels like it was way more effective than what we saw when the Nano Boost came out for the Winston. Didn't buy as much time, and when there's a sound barrier down, gives the more protection there for Jazzy to actually consistently drop down the Discord Orb. So when the Primal Rage Nano Boost was there, Winston was still able to be focused down. The Dragon Blade picked off immediately Emka, so no big DPS coming out, and it was longer sustain coming out from the ultimates from having the Transcendence over the Nano Boost that allowed them to win out the longer fight there. And they were patient. They waited finally for the synergy with those double support ultimates. Mue with the switch onto the Genji, and he made it happen. Or sorry, not Mue there, but Mango made it happen. And I feel like Romania, I feel like there wasn't much mistakes made there, and it wasn't like Hong Kong got a big bait, but the choice of supports and how they made sure not to stack the Transcendence on top of the sound barrier they kind of desynced them there to make sure they had the longest support ultimate possible, was how they won the longer sustained fight there. Romania just ran out of steam. The Nano Boost wasn't enough.
Well, 2:30 remaining there for Hong Kong at the end of that point B cap, so still having a nice little time bank there for themselves. Not quite as crazy as the ones we saw from our first set of the day, but still pretty darn good, you'd have to say. Romania now going to be moving over onto that attack. Need to have a very swift first pick on A if they want to go ahead and try to match that, if not exceed the time bank that Hong Kong has established for themselves, because it's a pretty darn good one.
So will be no Sombra, at least it looks like, for Hong Kong.
Please
for
do the
this one.
Junkrat.
Please, maybe. I doubt it. I hope so.
Nope. Okay. Well, ML7 will be moving over onto the Reaper. So this is going to be the triple DPS yet again coming through. Double tank, Meza, and Rank on the Winston and the Diva, but it's going to be solo heals for SEMA.
And Jazzy is going to be on the Ana, so more sustain coming out, but not the Transcendences, not the Discord orbs that we've been seeing him with so much success on and defending these points.
Well, they're going to go ahead and push forward. Mango here to greet them. Just firing away into the tanking ranks of Romania, trying to chunk them out as best as possible. They're going to be going out through the airlock into space as they try to exit safely, but Sima will get caught up in the crossfire and just go down. Exchange of the Lucios so far. And now Meza in a bad spot as well will go ahead and get cut down as Muwei goes forward with the dash. Bit of an exchange going back and forth here. A bit of a back cap happening, but the first tick still not really gained here for Romania. So that push will be halted and they're going to have to reset.
Yeah. Looks like still want to run this triple DPS. Unfortunately, just not finding much success there, especially in the choke point. Mango having the lead in ultimate as they kind of got pushed out into space. They had to contest it there. Unfortunately, there's just no way to fight out in space.
I mean, I feel like this might be fine if Sima was playing a different healer, such as Zenyatta and Diana, so you have a bit of range. Instead, he has to stick with the squad. And, you know, so many of these people want to dive. They want to go into the back line, and they're unable to do so if they want heals. For now, flank coming through here from Mango around this side. Does take out Meza. A bit of a Reaper battle. Will make it into the Wraith form. Has a Lucio there to heal him up as well as that health pack. So will stay alive. But Muwei gets rid of MK. So still, this Romania struggling to get in onto the point. Already 2 minutes 35 left on the clock. Still suffering losses. And ML7. It's just, as soon as that Wraith forms up, has to go ahead and pop it and get out the safety.
And they almost were able to get in there with the self-destruct and the Death Blossom, which is a huge opportunity to find a bunch of kills. But their time bank is so weak now. You normally see point A captured so early. And once again, we're going to have the double support ultimates here for Hong Kong. They have the support lead. They're about to have Big 6 with the Dragon Blade, which is how they took point B in the first place last time. Going to have this defensively. ML7 looking for the sneak attack here. Very risky.
Here, that's going to be the Nano Blade coming through here onto Muwei, dropping down, looking for the Soldier. Helps cut him out, finds ML7 as well. Couldn't use a Death Blossom, couldn't use Attack Visor. Muwei coming up big here for his squad. And Hong Kong will yet again just stomp out Romania. Meza desperately trying to make it back to safety.
Okay, they baited a lot out with this, though.
He does get the kill at the end, but that's about as good as it gets.
They baited a lot out with this. That's one important factor here. Really, the both support ults, the Dragon Blade is gone, but Romania has so much more to work with now. They still have that Death Blossom, so this is absolutely a follow-up push that could work. But if this one fails, they're in deep trouble because they only have 80 seconds left. And that's exactly why we see Mangolai here, or Mangolongzai, ready for the Death Blossom. Coming in all together as 6, going to the choke point again. A dangerous proposition, but they have the ult economy lead.
Could be just a battle of the Death Blossoms perhaps here on point A as they do pile in, looking for the kill in onto Hyper. Does not have that ultimate ready to go. There we go, throws it down. 2 kills going over to ML7, just the one for Mango. Self-destruct thrown out, however, so ML7 has to hightail it off the point, and Muwei is right on top of him, does kill him with the dash through. And Romania have still not gotten a single tick. Meza leaping around with the Primal Rage. Kukubao here to back him up as they desperately try to keep this one in contention, but they're still not building up much of a percentage. And it's 40 seconds remaining, so even if they do get the cap, the time bank would be so severely limited at this point in Hong Kong. It looks like they might just be able to full hold this.
Oh, and MK using this attack visor so far away. What a nice helix there. But luck on the side of Romania. But
I mean, that's like the consolation prize that you get for not getting anything else on the points.
But
so
they
that's
only have
the best takeaway.
They only have 22 seconds left, and they have no ults to work with. Dragon Blade available, Nano Blade even, with Jazzy nearly having that. If they buy enough time for Hyper to get that Primal Rage, they just have all sorts of advantages here on the defense. Romania gonna have to make one desperate last push happen, and they don't have very many tools for it.
I mean, ML7 now over onto that Zenyatta, but it's gonna be a bit too late to try to get that Transcendence into the back line. Comes Mango, finds him with a Shotgun Blast, and Muwei has the Dragon Blade drawn out, cuts down Emka, looking for a little bit more, gets rank in that Baby Diva form, and now just needs to finish off Meza. The overtime already ticking through. They got the first tick, can't quite get the second, but that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the map. Going over to Hong Kong. Romania said that they were looking for a 3-1 here, perhaps, but now the best that they could look for is a 2-2, as there's only one map remaining.
And the big keys there was they went for the solo support. It was Lucio, which gave them more mobility. You could tell they were trying to use the Lucio to go for these big attacks, right? They had the amp it up for the speed boost, what they were using to go into those chokes. But unfortunately, when they went into the chokes, when Muwei had the Dragon Blade, that was massive. It's going to be Jazzy, who, yet again, as Zenyatta will take play of the game here. Well, before I break this down any further, let's just watch Jazzy's Zenyatta. Gets the kill on Kukubao here, and rank.
And just firing away. Very nicely done here from Jazzy. I know Doa watching in the back room is going to be very happy with that aggressive play.
Providing a lot of heals too, but
62% kill participation there for Jazzy.
That's pretty insane, and it's because of the discords a lot of the time too. He's just constantly discarding these forward targets, especially Meza. but more supports, more long-term healing, and Amp It Up was used for the engages for Romania, so they didn't even have Amp It Up for the healing. They're using Amp It Up for speed boost to go in, which means that even less healing when the Dragon Blade comes out with nano boost, and it was Jazzy again, this time on the Ana, who consistently had those nano boosts available to pair with the Dragon Blade with that longer sustained healing. It felt like every push that we saw with the triple DPS out of Romania was all in, and they just got shut down on those choke points. They took the same route every time. Hong Kong was just there waiting for them, and the map choice, perhaps the wrong one on the side of the European team now, because they just got shut down hard. We very rarely see full hold so far on Horizon.
Yeah, I mean, very strongly played there, so perhaps they should have gone for Volskaya. You'd have to think here for the side of Romania. Might be regretting that one, but now it all comes down to this. So far, just have the 1 point for themselves. Hong Kong kind of on the precipice of going ahead, picking themselves up 4 if they can close this set out 3-1 for themselves. So it's looking rather good for these guys. They have finally found that identity, a bit, scrappy on King's Row, but everything since then has just been domination.
You would think that for map selection now, you'd want to avoid the Route 66. This is where, of course, we saw the...
Is that your bias coming through? Because we've cast nothing but Route 66 so far.
A little bit. I'm a little bit tired of it. I'd like to see something different. But we have 100% Route 66, at least for the two of us. But I would like to see them avoid the map that we saw domination from on the defense with the Sombra coming out for Hong Kong. Yeah. Also, there are some asterisks to this. Norway did try to run the attack bastion, and it didn't work out so well. They burned through their time trying to make that happen, didn't quite get the checkpoint. But I would like to see something different, knowing that this is the map that Hong Kong found most success on back in that series against Norway yesterday. But it's still pretty likely that we'll go to Route 66 because, at least on our side of the casting, that's where we've been going.
That's just how everything has worked out. But
Dorado!
What do you know? It's going to be a bit different, so we will go ahead and break the streak. Dorado will come through, the first different map that we have cast since day 1. But, I mean, Sombra, it's not as common for us, at least coming from Apex, not one of the big ones that we do see here on Dorado, but it certainly can be played.
Yeah, definitely so. It's one of the two maps in the pool here, so definitely can be played. And in fact, I didn't know where to take that sentence, but it's a smart choice again, because I think that how we saw flexibility from Hong Kong dealing with such a unique push coming out from Norway with the attack bastion is it's kind of terrifying to see that flexibility. And when you just look at stats alone, if you're talking to your committee here as Romania, you're probably like, yeah, let's avoid that one. Let's avoid the one map they took against Norway. And I think it might just get to be that basic here. So for Hong Kong, they get to play a different map here now. It's obviously both of these maps have been around for a long time, and all these teams are very familiar with them. So this is not like a crazy pick like we were talking about for Horizon. So if you're newer fans, like, aha, they're going to try to trick them here or something like that. This is just a standard map, and they want to throw a curveball and not play on the map that Hong Kong looks most familiar with.
Well, for now, it seems like it's going to be Hong Kong starting things off on the assault as we take a look at the other monitors. So defense here for the Romanian side, and they need to have a very strong one to start things off. Something like a full hold, albeit a very rare, especially on Dorado, is something that is possible given the right composition. But seems like they're going to be running a whole lot of the same coming into this one.
Looks like it. We can already see the compositions. We'll tell you in just a moment as we jump into this one, but I will be able to tell you that it is going to be ranked again on the Diva. Widow to start things off on attack here, however, for Hong Kong. Yeah, going to be Mango.
Kind of screwed up his grapple there onto the top of the building, did clip the side, so still operating on the low ground, which could make him that much more vulnerable, perhaps, to the likes of the Winston, but for now, sniping out, looking for a target. This is a shot in onto Emka. And already just hugging back around that corner, so just showing respect over to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Will be in onto the Sombra, but he's going to get jumped on. Only builds up about 34% there for the EMP before he gets taken down.
Really good respect from Romania. Not necessarily what we saw earlier out of Norway in that match against China, but the Widowmaker not finding much value so far. He's still sticking with it, though.
Kukubao trying to disrupt here into the backside, build up for that pulse bomb. Gets decently close, but has to peel back as he goes dangerously. Now, still being jumped on here by Hyper, chasing forward with that Winston.
Dodging the Widowmaker shots behind the payload there is Kukubao as well, but the push continues. The respect shown to the Widow gives him a lot of space for Hong Kong, so even though they don't get massive kills. It forces Romania back, makes them play defensively. They lose control of the high ground, and this allows them to push almost all the way up to this checkpoint. They got under the archway.
Yeah, right up to the fountain here so far for Hong Kong. So making some decent time despite the pretty slow start here. Mue still looking for that EMP. Taking him quite a long time comparatively here today. Go ahead and get this one. We'll now finally have it coming through. He's going to throw down immediately as the Transcendence does come down from Jazzy. See that nano boost in onto Meza. Has the Primal Rage available. Can't use it yet. Now can if he, as he leaps in, but still is losing several teammates. Will pop it in the end after 3 members have gone down and try to buy some time here for his squad. And is relatively untouched, so just keeping that payload in contention so they can't inch it further over towards point A. But now all on his lonesome Primal Rage expired will fall down. And
yeah,
that might just be the final push.
A little bit careless, actually, to use the Primal Rage there. You can understand they wanted to buy time to build something there, but they didn't have any other ults. They were going to come back with the Transcendence. Wasn't ready. Just gives Hong Kong the checkpoint. And also, during that entire time, Mue was basically just sitting there, shooting the Winston, building up 50% of an EMP. So gave him free EMP charge, gave Mix free self-destruct charge. So just a small mistake here from Meza. Got a bit trigger happy, hoping that Simo would have that Transcendence to follow up to try to stop the checkpoint. But now Hong Kong works with a very nice time bank here.
Yeah, heard me say that it was taking him a while to get those EMPs, so he says, all right, how about this? Backs it back up, 83% so far, ready to go for him, and Ultimate's very much going to be in the hands of Hong Kong as they get ready to push through. Pandering with a very aggressive position up over onto this ledge.
Gets away with it, though.
Yeah, they throw out that self-destruct, however, and Mix is going to be the first one to fall. Now Transcendence coming through here, trying to save Meza's life, but he doesn't get to the low ground in time, so Sima now just going to go ahead and have to kite back off of this one, so invests that massive ultimate here for his team and doesn't really come up with much. And will go down at the end as Mue just chases forward, finds that kill.
And a lot of this comes back to the self-destruct, really disrupting Romania's positioning there, and then suddenly Mango's on a high ground position no one expected because he took that weird little scaffolding across. And Zima was trying to be patient, didn't want to get baited there, but unfortunately because he used his Transcendence so late, couldn't save his teammate as you mentioned. And again, another ult used with very little value. This is a nice biotic grenade here.
Yeah, gonna get a lot of value out of this one. And just go ahead and build up for that nano boost yet again for ML7. But whether or not it's gonna make the difference is gonna be the big question here. But Jazzy goes down. Nice little snipe there from MK with the Helix rockets. So go ahead and finish off that Zenyatta, who had the Transcendence available. And this should put a stop here to the side of Hong Kong's push, especially as Mix gets knocked out of that back.
Yeah, nice hold here because now they have a large ult lead. And this is the hardest point for Hong Kong to push so close to the checkpoint.
Well, it's gonna be the big, brutal shutdown here on that stagger on the Mix. Get that sleep dart in, so the Baby Diva's just in a bad spot. Mango in the meantime pushing around the side, and Sima doesn't kite back into the bank, actually drops down to the low ground. It's just going to get taken out there by that tac visor. So Mango, I mean, there's not going to be that much follow-up by the look of it. His team just now joining as he desperately tries to make it over to that health pack. They'll be able to do so, but in the meantime, MK, he's got the nano visor dropping in, looking for Hyper, kiting around the bubble, but it will be dropped down, and he will fall. So nicely done there for the side of Romania, coming up with several picks. So even though they lose Sima, they're able to go ahead and trade up.
It was very haphazard for Mango to use that there. He thought he had an amazing position. It's very clear that Mango's very familiar with Dorado for Soldier. Saw the supports there, but unfortunately they were so close to the tunnel they were able to hide there. He used it early, and finally, because Jazzy wasn't anywhere nearby, Meza was able to shut Mango down hard. And again, this is the longest run back for Hong Kong, but they still have a few ultimates available.
I mean, somebody's just pushing the payload right now, and Hyper's just inching this one through, and no one is playing up onto this. EMP does come down rank, desperately wanting that self-destruct. Does not have it here, so now, yeah, Mue just very nicely timed, has the hack coming through as well. Dashes back over up onto the high ground as they try to get this completion coming through. Nice biotic grenade, will keep ML7 alive, but barely so. Self-destruct thrown out, clips rank in that Baby Diva form as he goes down, in Hong Kong still trying to win out on this board. Just 0.82 meters left to go to get that completion, and they will be able to do so as Meza leaps away. And he'll just go ahead and die. Hyper coming up with the 3K at the end of that one. So point B gained here for Hong Kong. Just shy of 3 minutes remaining on that clock to try to finish Dorado.
And you can respect Romania for committing so much to stopping them there because they knew the run back was going to be so severe. But they didn't account for the EMP and the large ults Hong Kong would have for the next push. And it was so critical they stopped rank from actually having the self-destruct. That might have bought them enough time to build more ultimates that they have now. They wouldn't have had earlier, or you know, they didn't have earlier because of that really good EMP.
Oh, mana boost thrown out here on Meza as he goes forward, has the Primal Rage ready to go. Almost gets the kill on the Pandering, but can't quite finish him off. Doesn't chase around the corner. Now will be doing so, going forward onto this tac visor to Mango to try to get the kill. He takes a lot of damage and has to get out of there, and Mango stays alive in the end. So not going to be getting anything really for that double ultimate investment, but now it's going to be the self-destruct thrown out here by Rank. Not going to find anything. Gets back into the suit to keep himself alive and in the fight, at least for the moment. But now the hack is thrown down. Transcend is out here from the side of Jazzy as they go forward. And Hong Kong is just looking to dismantle Romania. The kills starting to spill through. Rank falling as well. 3 members dead. Payload still moving at a very fast pace. Getting ready to round that final corner. Minute 40 remaining here for Hong Kong. Looks like they might be able to finish Dorado.
Unfortunately for Meza, that commitment to chasing Mango didn't find him anything. It wasn't there for the peel for his teammates that got decimated. The EMP comes down, the hack's coming in, and Rank just can't use these self-destructs when he wants to. And Hong Kong is doing a great job of shutting down the D.Va play, which empowers Mango himself to do that soldier damage.
Hyper died before using the Primal Rage, however, so now has to get back here with the squad. You can see Hong Kong just gonna go ahead, peel back. Don't want to stay in contention without him. Do find a nice little answering kill right at the end on the Cuckoo Bow. But given the Tracer will be able to rejoin the team rather swiftly. Self-destruct down out here by Mix. Over the top of the point, will not be able to find any kills, but to zone them back. It buys a little bit of time. Sound barriers out from both sides, and Seema's gonna be the boostio coming through. Just firing away with his left clicks as best as he can in the boops, but will not find any kills. So a big botch coming down, and now Mango with attack visor finds one right off the bat as he knocks Rank out of the back and takes him down, offering up so much damage here for the rest of these kills coming in as Emka does fall, but Meza able to answer one, gets Pandora, leaps in, finds Mango, and is just single-handedly trying to hold onto this payload for his team.
That's definitely supposed to be for Meza there. What we saw onto Seema did what he could, did a lot of damage, but miraculously still, it's Meza the one who's able to carry this fight, do that big damage there with the Primal Rage, without the Nano, and mistake for Romania, but they still hold fast here. And now Hong Kong's gonna have one more opportunity. They don't have the support ultimate yet, but Jazzy can buy time to get that EMP up. Perhaps the self-destruct, the fight goes long enough. Hyper's Primal Rage, he's gonna want to hold on to that one as long as possible as well. Try to complete this.
It's a very crucial one here. It's already popped out as he leaps down onto that payload to try to keep this one, try to start this one moving forward. Rank's gonna be knocked out of that mech as they drop down onto the low ground, but Mue has been taken out, not gonna be able to build up for that EMP to go ahead, lock everybody out of their ultimates that they might be getting. You can see almost a nano visor available for the side of Romania, and that could really turn the fight, but with so many members going down, ML7 almost being taken out, has a bionic grenade to keep himself alive, but nobody can tag the payload right now. There's nobody tanking enough. They're gonna try to zip forward here with the D.Va, but they just can't make it. And that will be the full push completed here, barely in time by Hong Kong.
So a complete push. The map isn't over yet, but Hong Kong definitely showing dominance here in that last push. The scariest part about that is the things that needed to happen for Hong Kong really to get completion weren't even required. And Rank, we saw him switching so much on their first 3 maps, between the Genji, between the D.Va, and I feel like Hong Kong was, at least initially, struggled to deal with him at some points, right? They lost King's Row, but now that he's D.Va focused, they are focused on taking his mech out first, and they've been doing such a good job of it. The Sombra hacks to prevent him from using Defense Matrix, knocking him out of the mech, stopping those self-destructs so consistently. Rank, unfortunately, was holding on to it for so long because he just kept getting denied on those. That was really well done. Jazzy had the Transcendence, which wasn't even needed there in that last fight. Meza with the heroic hold there without the nano boost still just wasn't enough. And now we're going to see the defense here for Hong Kong. Mua not going to be running the Sombra, at least doesn't look like it here initially. Going to be going back to the Genji.
I mean, it's just one of those frustrating moments if you're Romania, because you have to wonder, like, would we have stopped that push if there wasn't a boostio? Would that have been the one thing that turned the tide of that fight for us, that won us the game? They weren't able to come out on top of that skirmish, but maybe they would have gotten so much more if it had landed, you know, onto the likes of Meza, who was putting in some serious work on that Wednesday.
Might have affected their mentality for sure, because even though they held there and they kind of used the same amount of ults they would have needed to do it anyways, it's kind of those frustrating things where you're in comms and you're like, oh my god, you know, Seema just barely got in the way of my line of sight there, and this wasn't supposed to happen. They made the best of it. Seema actually nearly got the kill on the Mango anyways. But the slate is clean now, and Hong Kong was able to complete this in overtime, so Romania absolutely has a decent chance for this. It's not over yet.
Okay, well, ML7 is just going to get taken out. Pandering with the right click, charge up, just goes ahead, snipes the enemy Zenyatta. Drops down off that high ground, comes through from Hyper, just trying to zap what he can, build up for a Primal Rage very steadily.
And interestingly, no Lucio whatsoever for Hong Kong. Looks like with the comp they're choosing, they want to actually hold this really hard.
I mean, this is going to really allow them to get those long-range kills coming through you know, onto the likes of Mue, on this Genji, onto the D.Va, onto the Winston, who want to be playing forward. But they have to be careful that they don't leave that back line exposed. They don't leave their supports alone. You can see Jazzy getting left on at the moment, barely staying alive as they go ahead and kite back. Mango throw down that biotic field will try to offer up some healing to keep them up. And he's just going to be able to take out Meza. Rank goes down as well. He swapped over to that Genji. He's been playing on that Genji at the start of this one. And they'll just get cut down and not be gaining too much on that payload yet.
Seema actually goes and gets the kill, and Mango finishes him off there after he's expelled all of his resources to survive. And the push does continue here, so Hong Kong looking to have maybe perhaps a little bit too far forward of a defense there.
And we'll have to try to get back in onto this one. Made it through that underpass so far. As they start trying to push in, Hyper going low. They'll be taken out. The leap forward there from Meza, picking up the kill on the enemy Winston. And you can see ML7 just flipping around, throwing out these Discord orbs very consistently, looking for the right clicks. Will just force out that Transcendence as soon as the Dragon Blade comes down from Mue, denying all of it. They will lose out on their own Genji as rank falls, but Mue not going to be getting a damn thing for that one, and he's just going to get taken out. Meza yet again going forward, finds the kill. Sacrificer out from Mango on the backside. There's a defense matrix and several members there to go ahead and take him out, so he won't be finding much.
So they finally found the way to have Genji and D.Va. It's to put rank onto the Genji, put MK onto the D.Va, shutting down Mango there with his perhaps a bit overzealous of a tac visor there.
And you know,
that's not going to be there for the defense. And this is, yeah, I don't mind this either. At least in practice so far, it looks to be doing really well. Rank could play the hero he wants, play that carry, and MK so far looks to be pretty good. They sacrificed the soldier DPS, but this is so far so good. And shutting down the DPS of Mango.
Well, it was the defense matrix there to go ahead and consume that pulse bomb. Self-destruct thrown out, not going to be finding much of anything, and MLC has been taken out off screen here by Hypers, just jumping around, smacking away with that primal rage, trying to keep this payload here contained at the moment. It seems like they will be successful. Romania just going to kite back to that doorway.
Okay, so much ult lead here for Romania though with this attack. They already got the checkpoint early. Mango has been shut down really hard by MK so far, only bringing up 50% of that next tac visor, so should have had it by now, but because he was shut down so hard, he's finding very little damage. Romania's playing the safe, only showing themselves when they're confident they can make a play, not allowing Mango to build up free charge. He's still now only at the 60, not doing anything here.
Well, MK using that self-destruct won't really be gaining much for it. Instead, just going to ride up onto that high ground, trying to disrupt and take the attention away from that low ground from Hong Kong. Seems to be working at the moment, but now Mango actually comes up with the kill there onto MK. Dragon Blade thrown out here by Rank, finds one as he takes out Hyper, but the Transcendence is there to answer from Pandarin, denying the rest of that damage from coming through, but now ML7 chasing forward, has the sound barrier as well, so stacking those support ultimates. They stay alive for the moment to get rid of the enemy Zenyatta, and they keep the payload moving, but now Mango with this attack visor, expires right at the end, doesn't quite have the damage. The shots to get those kills coming through will just fall. And this is going to be a very swift streets phase coming through for Romania.
Yeah, it's a massive, massive lead going into this final completion on Time Bank. Here comes the Dragon Blade from Mue, but will he be able to find much? Does get the kill here on ML7.
Gets the double kill. MK does go down. Nicely done by him, but needs a lot more than that to stop this push coming through. Goes dangerously low, and he is surrounded by the enemy. Will get taken out, and that will be point B.
It seems like Hong Kong is really struggling to deal with this specific setup. And MK has switched off of the D.Va now, but we're struggling there in that street space against it. Mango not able to find much, and now MK is going to be switching back to the soldier. They're keeping rank on this Genji. His Dragon Blades have been overall more successful, and Hong Kong is being very wasteful with their ultimates, using them to try to stop these checkpoints when there's nothing to pair with them. Jujutsu Parandaran switching back over to the Lucio since we're dealing with this very narrow area. Not going to be looking for the long-range heals anymore. Mula again also switching to the Tracer, so that's going to be part of the reason why.
Oh, well, Dragon Blade here up into the high ground. Everybody clumped up right here for Rank. Finds the first cut down here as he gets rid of Mango, but Hyper is there to go ahead and pick up the pieces. Answers onto that Genji, and Kukubao has been taken out by Jazzy. Might just be a halt, but as I say that, Meza goes in, has the Primal Rage, gets rid of Pandarin, and Jazzy has fallen as well. So there's going to be no supports available, but Meza still goes forward. He still gets taken out. So it seems like Romania, as you say, Hong Kong have been investing way too much in with their ultimates. It seems like Romania does a little bit of the same, and they will get punished for that, but respawns have been coming through. They're moving back over towards this payload. Rank coming back in over on that D.Va as they look to push in for this final.
Yeah, they don't have a Dragon Blade to pair with the double support ultimates they're about to have, unfortunately. Meza as well, not going to have a Primal Rage. The support ultimate's not too useful right now.
Attack visor coming through here from Mango, just has to run away because there's a Winston stuck to his tail. And they can see the Transcendence thrown down as well, just to make sure the soldier can't do anything with that ultimate. He's going to go down. Pandarin as well, waiting for those respawns. Hong Kong going to have to go ahead and try to contest this payload. They move back in. Big biotic grenade on to the members of Romania as they try to go ahead and take them out, but Mix is going to get popped out of the mech, even with the nano boost thrown onto him. And now it's just do or die time here for the remaining members of Hong Kong, with the backs are against the wall. They at least do have the sound barrier out from Pandarin to try to stay in the fight. Muay picking up a kill onto Emka. Siva has gone down as well, but is that going to be enough? 3.61 meters remaining as Kukubao goes ahead. Kites back here on the Tracer, desperately trying to get rid of that enemy Lucio. Just can't quite find it, but it's going to be Hong Kong who actually are persevering, who are coming in on top of this skirmish. Take out Rank, they take out Meza, and they will be holding right in front of point C, but it's still 2 minutes left on the clock.
Romania used both of their support ultimates to try to force this to happen. They got more than I expected they would with it because they were able to shut down Mango. It feels like finally Romania has figured out how to do that. MK on the Diva now having the really nice run-ins from Meza there with the support ultimates to shut him down, but they don't have as many tools anymore. The self-destruct can be used as an initiation here. We'll see if they wait for the support ultimates. They only have 2 minutes left, so if they commit everything here, including the self-destruct, could be a mistake. And Mix has also built up enough time to have that self-destruct now with this defense he didn't have earlier, so bought a lot of time. That tac visor for Mango also very much on the horizon here.
All right, well, MK getting picked off, a crucial one here for the side of Hong Kong. Mango also has the tac visor ready to go, finds ML7 off screen. And they have the high ground advantage at the moment, poking back, they're shoving Romania all the way back over towards that point B. Romania has to regroup, get themselves together, but it's just about to be a minute remaining on the clock, and there's rollback here for the payload, wrapping itself around that final corner. So that much more space that has to be made up for here by Romania. Need this completion.
Yeah, just
try to go into those overtime rounds.
Just Muay looking around here, trying to see if he can scout out the angle. Looks like they're going to approach left side here. Huge biotic grenade goes down. Of course, they're going to have to wait until that wears off before they can actually commit in. Could give some extra charge, though, to Sima.
Yeah, building up nearly, has that sound barrier ready to go. ML7 as well with the Transcendence. About to be in a good spot. Tac visor thrown out here by Mango. They're going to go ahead and throw in the nano boost as well. So he's just trying to fire away. Has a nice angle. Almost gets Emka, but he cuts back around the corner in time to keep himself alive. But in the meantime, Muay has come up with the kill onto ML7. They pop Rank out of that mech as well. Invested their own sound barrier, and they are just tearing apart Romania. Meza falls, and he has been, the big linchpin here so far for this squad on Dorado for their success. He's very far away from the primal range. Now just respawning, and it's 12 seconds remaining. Romania, can they tag in?
Rank is so far away from the point here. He's the one who has self-destruct. 7 seconds away. He could just dive it in. Kukubao is going to have to buy that time. Self-destruct can be used here to try to secure this. And MK gets pulse-bomb from behind. Nicely done.
Doesn't have the stick. He still picks up a kill onto Mango, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down. Now pushing forward. ML7 throwing out that Transcendence as they desperately try to stay on top of this one. Muay poking around from the sidelines, looking for a couple kills where he can find them. Rank going in. Still have the tanky members here on the side of Romania, and Hong Kong are the ones that are suffering losses. Pandarin has gone down. Jazzy taken out by Kukubao with the pulse bomb off screen, and the payload is moving in. They desperately need to get on top of this one. Hyper has that primal rage ready to go, gets pooped away, pushes back in, looking to go ahead and smack them away from this one so the overtime can tick down. Muay going in, goes low, 10 HP, gets it all back from the recall, just firing off, trying to get that pulse bomb for himself so he can have that explosive finish here for the side of Hong Kong, but it's just not looking likely. It's a war of attrition back and forth between these two squads, and it's going to be Mix who gets popped out of the mech first and foremost. Now Mango firing away from the sidelines, has the tac visor, doesn't come up with a kill, and that is just going to be the push in the end in overtime. Romania able to get the completion, and now it's a minute on the clock for both.
1 minute apiece. It was so important that Romania killed Hyper before he could use his primal rage. We saw actually how much he was able to do with that there when he did get it available, when he did respawn. He bought a ton of time, and it was Muay who got that pick with the stick there on the backsides, knocked MK out of the fight, but was so far away from the rest of the team. The primal rage being used a little bit late there for Hyper cost them big. They were so close after Romania blew a lot of ults, saw blood in the water, used their support ultimates there, thinking they could, even with the long runbacks on the respawns, finish that point. They failed to do so, and now we've got 1 minute apiece. Hong Kong, though, that kill onto Hyper is late. Primal Rage may have cost them. We're not done yet. May have cost them, though. Dorado here is, had he been able to pop it there, I think they would have been able to buy enough time there in overtime. We kind of reset. And on Escort, when it's 1 minute apiece, it gets real nitty gritty because every single meter counts. Can full hold, sure, but you can't full hold the exact meterage, so how far you push it, even if you don't get that first checkpoint, which is pretty unlikely even for either team, it can be so important, even getting one extra pick or getting that extra boop to get just a few more meters. So it'll be Hong Kong on the attack first. They're going to be putting Jazzy on the Zenyatta again, which I think is so good against how Romania's been playing, with Meza being so aggressive, trying to shut down Mango. And it is going to be Rank again on the Diva, MK on Soldier. Not going to be the Genji play from Romania.
Oh, already Kukubao going down. It's going to be a nice start to things here for the side of Hong Kong as Wu Wei finds that kill. Going to be looking to build up for those EMPs as swiftly as possible, and that's one of the big things about this Sombra pick. High impact ultimate that can be built up very rapidly with only a minute on the clock. For now, Payload going to be moving unhindered. All of Romania kiting back into the market area to try to defend this final push.
Yeah, hanging around the fountain here. MK just trying to shut down anyone he can, but this push has already gone pretty far for Hong Kong. Finally, they get their first pick. It's on to Mango.
Made it through that underpass. Mango does go down, as you say. Jazzy under fire off screen. Will get taken out as Meza just leaps right onto him for the final kill. Wait, able to find Rank, knocks him out of the mech, but still is a ways away from this EMP. Is going to be needing this desperately. Throws the translocator up towards the gate, trying to get rid of that baby Diva. Will be able to do so right at the end, for the rest of his squad has been suffering. Mix and Hyper both taken out. He's going to fall, and it looks like that might just be it. The sprint through coming in, but Kukubao will be able to stop Mango. And 66.93 meters, just a little bit shy of point A, is where Hong Kong end up.
A decent push, and you can see the idea there from Uwe to try to shut down the remeching. The remech happens, and all hell breaks loose because you deal with the second Diva, and they worked so hard to target her down, which is part of the reason why Romania was able to out-sustain there. So much DPS was put into that Diva tank. So as we switch sides here, not a massive push that Romania has to go through here. But my big question is, will they be putting MK on the Diva or on the Soldier? Do they want to try to make the Genji work? They don't have a lot of time to get the Dragon Blade, so I prefer their original setup here. It looks like they haven't quite decided yet. MK so far showing the Soldier. And will we be seeing that triple DPS is another question. That's one way they could try to approach this, to kind of try to stomp Hong Kong, get that wipe and shove it, because they know where they're at here. When you already have such a small meter, 66.93 here, you know you don't have to push that far. Perhaps if you get just one wipe at the right moment, you win it early with this small time pool. They were showing the triple DPS for a minute, but it looks like they're now deciding to go back with MK on the Diva. And Mue is showing the Zarya. It's going to be a rare pick for him. They might try to fold this with, and they definitely are, because we're about to start in 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to
be the Reinhardt.
Whoa, okay.
Orisa.
What is happening? They need to get over towards that spawn.
Yeah, need to get there because they are having some really delayed decisions here. Pandora will be on the Zenyatta, so Hyper sticking with the Reinhardt. This is going to be a surprise defense here. Romania is not going to be expecting this.
I mean, triple tank coming through here for the side of Hong Kong. Mue going to be poking around the corner. They now know that there is a Zarya as he goes ahead, fires off those right clicks. Obviously, we'll be able to cut through MK on that Diva, even with the defense matrix, but this is an intriguing strategy. We saw the flash over the Mei for a second. This would have been, more of a Season 1 strat coming through had they gone ahead and completed that one.
Not a whole lot of mobility. Yeah, not a whole lot of mobility for Hong Kong. So Rank is actually just coming behind, getting the harass off here, going for the dash, is trying to disrupt here. They're so close.
Get onto the payload. Somebody has to tag this one if they're going to keep
no one's there.
No one's going through it. Hong Kong, what are you doing?
The boop comes through. No one's there. They're so distracted. Genji in the backlines comes over. I don't even want to call this one a back cap. That was just no mobility on the side of Hong Kong. Nowhere near the payload, which is the crux of everything they were trying to do. Panicking perhaps even with their hero pool. Going into the triple tank at the last second. A composition we don't really see all too often anymore. They ran with it there, and this is just going to be the win going over to Romania as a result.
Okay, well, I am confused, but congratulations to Romania. They're able to go ahead, pick up the 2-2 versus Hong Kong. They put some points on the board for themselves.
This was not by any means a clean series.
No, it was not.
But I do have to give credit to Romania for seeing the weak point there, and the boop just comes in. Hong Kong wouldn't have been booped away. The boop wasn't the winning move if they were in position, but because they weren't, they panicked, tried to get in.
Yeah.
Late to even show up to the point with the triple tank. And I think it was just nerves suddenly coming in for Hong Kong.
I mean, the boop should have never been able to happen to get the Reinhardt away from the payload. Should have been with that, in front of it the entire time. But so much draw from the Genji wrapping around the backside. They just pay so much attention to Rank. They want to take him out. He goes over there. And then the payload just kind of goes straight into the station. They get the completion, they win the map. So congrats to Romania. Bit sloppy there from the side of Hong Kong. We still saw, while they were shaking hands, smiles on their faces. They know that they did something silly. They know that they lost the map in a bit of an odd way, but still very solid. But that's going to do it us here for the second match. So we're going to go ahead, throw over to a break. When we come back, I believe we will have the analyst desk there to break down the set.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post game for Romania versus Hong Kong, which can only really been summed up in one word: odd.
Odd. It was odd.
Odd. Odd was is the best word in my brain that I could possibly come up with here. Okay, so going into the half, we talked about Horizon. We said, I don't know if Romania wants to go with the pick for Horizon, and they ended up going with Horizon because reasons.
They didn't stick to the plan, Al. Like, they had a plan going into this. They said, we're good on Volskaya. And then they freaked out and they picked Lunar Colony, which is a toss-up between the two teams. They had a plan where Rank Namoja was going to play Genji. Every time he did, they were successful. Every time they put him on D.Va, they had trouble. They had a plan where Emco was going to play D.Va. When he was on D.Va, he was great. When he was on 76, they had trouble. So I think that the things they practiced, the things they planned for really served them well, and when they panicked and deviated, it all fell apart.
Yeah, they tried a little too hard. I think ML7 wound up playing Reaper or something on that offense, and they spent 4 minutes trying to attack with a Reaper and no second healer. I think that it was a strange decision. They had signs of life, though. I think Kukabao himself had a pretty good series. I think that Mix had a good series. They were all playing pretty, like, respected. You know, it's hard to put a lot of positivity there because there were some obvious mistakes, but there were signs of life, I think, from Romania, and they did wind up getting the 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the line, that's the silver lining, right? Like, hey, we ended up getting the 2-2. It wasn't a 3-1, so Romania is still very much in contention, at the very least, for second here, depending on how things go. As a matter of fact, yeah, I mean, well, they lost against China, but they could have an opportunity against Norway.
I think if they beat Norway, they might be second place. So
yeah.
That is doable. Like, you know, they did put themselves in a good position here, regardless of how that game maybe felt or looked.
Yeah, exactly. Looked good. Good choice of words there. And For Hong Kong, though, I mean, they look great on Horizon. They did everything that they needed to do right, and they got the W.
I really felt like on Horizon, it once more came down to absolute splendid support play. Jazzy just really was on top of things. And I also feel like on the attack round for Hong Kong, the lack of Zen at the very beginning, that really broke the back of Romania there, and they had an easy time. I'm still wondering a little bit about Reaper picks. It just feels like every team picks Reaper. It's just, other than the game with China, where Reaper actually got a Death Blossom out and we had the proper defense with Diva, it just feels like for the other teams, it doesn't seem to do as much.
I mean, especially when you're only running one support. I don't know. Only running Lucio with the Reaper is not super incredible. You know, you want that Transcendence. You want the Nano Boost. And just not running that just puts your whole team in this weird position where suddenly everyone has less heals. There's no Discord Orb, so there's a lot less damage. And then it just throws off the balance, I think, of your pushes, and your whole team just has to adjust on the fly, and I think it just makes it a lot harder for everybody.
It's just kind of proven at this point that, you know, in this particular meta, if you will, not running two supports just doesn't make a lot of sense. And every team you talk to, they say they have two supports, and then to not run two supports is just really, really, really odd. And just before, I have to mention this real fast. Dorado. I just, real quick, Flame, I just want to get your perspective on this. What happened at the end of that Dorado game?
I'm surprised Hong Kong didn't stick to the Sombra on defense. They ran it on offense. It was really good. They finished the map. I mean, both teams obviously struggling to finish the map. But I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that second half. It was probably one of the most anticlimactic endings we could have asked for. Everyone just kind of forgot about the cart. But
like, there's an objective in the game. Yeah, you know, it's there.
It tells you, you know.
Didn't they get booped away? Did they forget the guy? Is there anything?
I mean, well, you could tell it even that they were a little.
Genji came up from behind, so I think that threw them off a little bit.
Well, they were indecisive, right? They didn't even leave spawn. They were still trying to figure out what heroes they wanted to play because they knew that they could just hold the choke. I think one of their supports was on May, and they were trying to run around that, and then suddenly I think at the last second someone was like, oh no, we don't want to run this anymore, but the cart was already moving. So I think everyone was just really scatterbrained because of that indecision on their defense, which I think they could have probably just picked something more standard, or if they were going to go for a crazy strat, you know, you just have to go with it. So indecision really bit them at the end there, and I think that was more or less what happened.
I think it's weird because their first defense round, they were just so far forward in their defense, and in this one, they were so far in the back, so like they didn't find a middle ground.
It's a question of where you want to take the fight. You can take the fight right in front of their spawn. If you lose it, you probably lose. So it's, do I want to hold a choke or do I want to go on the all-in first fight with the Sombra? So you could tell that they really weren't sure of themselves, and I think you have to be sure of yourself if you want to win, if you want to go to the playoffs of this group.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and shift focus here for just a little bit because, you know, the road to BlizzCon is long and arduous. And keep in mind, last year we saw some great performances, right? We got to see, you know, Mickey's rise. We also saw players like Miro be awarded MVP as well. And, you know, just so you know, for our friends over at the States, for the broadcasters who are over in the States and everyone watching at home, you know, once again, T-Mobile, I just want to throw it out there, brings you the unlimited access to the Overwatch World Cup on America's best unlimited network. So what does that mean? Well, what this means here is that there are certain players who are going to do everything that they can to be the best. Just like T-Mobile, boom. See, Doa, that's how you make a plug happen. And
he is not going to be allowed to sell spark plugs.
No, Lee actually is not pleased with him by any means whatsoever. But the player in particular is going to be Eileen from the Chinese team. This guy is a savage, Flame.
He hasn't been stopped in this group, and every play that he makes feels like a play of the game. It's just a constant Dragon Blade that's just getting 1, 2, 3, 4 kills sometimes. But he does have the support around him to make it happen. I think that the whole China squad's playing incredibly, but obviously he's the flashier player. He's the one you want to see in the kill feed, and he's definitely made a name for himself for the people who maybe weren't aware of the Chinese scene.
Yeah. Do you think, Seltzer, that Eileen could be out there for MVP potentially if they make it to BlizzCon?
He came with his own theme song. I mean, I've never met a man more prepared to be the MVP of a tournament. I brought the skills, definitely a flashy player. And a bit of a personality, too. It's been nice getting to talk to these teams and getting their insight. And the Chinese team is actually pretty incredible in that they've been so communicative with us.
Yeah, very true. Very true. I was pleasantly surprised. Although they are very, very serious.
They are taking this so seriously.
Like, you want to go up there and you want to be like, hey, can we get some questions? No.
And like, they have one of the best squads, I think, in terms of that. Like, they have a coach, and it's a coach that's not a coach of either of their teams. You have the LGD and the IG Ice teams merging for this Chinese World Cup team, but then they have the IG Fire coach. It's like this match made in heaven where you have this mix of teams with also a mixed coach that's also probably not too biased, which I think just gives them this huge edge in this group because a lot of the groups do have committee members that wound up being players, not coaches.
Yeah.
So it's just like this great mix that I don't think everybody really appreciates.
I just want to say, like, the Chinese, when you say they're taking this so serious, yes, they do. In fact, the guys from LGD, they were actually having prior commitments. They were supposed to actually play in a different tournament, but then the organization LGD said, like, you know what, we're going to send our B team to that tournament, and we're going to send our best players to the World Cup because we just really want to be represented the best possible way. So they gave their players the opportunity to play here. Yeah, I think that's amazing.
Well, that's been a trend of the successful teams. They come from nations, from areas that support esports. And so, you know, the entirety of China is watching, and, you know, their fans know how to please them.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it's going to be a great matchup between France and Thailand. I know everyone at home is really excited to see how Mickey and the boys will stack up against this dominant France lineup. More and so much more. I don't even know what I was saying there, but I had a little bit of a, you know, moment. Anyway, we'll catch you on the other side.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
right, everyone, welcome back to the pre-show for this next matchup. It's going to be awesome. It will be France facing off against Thailand. And I tell you, this is going to be a great matchup because you have a French roster that is very confident coming into this event. So much so that beforehand they didn't even practice. But then you have an ambitious Thailand squad that really turned it around yesterday and gave us our first 2-2 scoreline. First, though, I got to start with France. And so, Zoe, this goes to you because you're Team France all the way.
I am. You know,
I never remember, I heard.
Yeah. I'm French now because Switzerland didn't make it, so I'm obviously siding with France now. I also live there, so, you know. And
There's a connection.
I gotta know the guys. I really like them actually a lot. Yeah, they're not feeling too hot right now. I mean, some people might have noticed yesterday already that soon he wasn't really on top of his game when they played against Argentina. He lost those Tracer duels against Klaus, and of course Klaus showed us an amazing performance on his Tracer. No one expected that, but also Soon was just kind of not there. And today, AlphaCast and the rest of the team actually said, well, Soon is kind of feeling ill. He's not feeling too well. The guys are not sleeping too well. They came in cold yesterday as well. They didn't play beforehand.
Excuses.
It's really good excuses, to be fair.
We just forgot to scrim for the past.
Yeah, you know, I hate if it happens. If you forget to scrim for 5 days, it's kind of stupid, I guess, but but still they won 4-0, so who cares, right?
At the end of the day, all that matters is the points.
At the end of the day, they have those 4 points, and here we see the lineup with AKM and Wins, the brothers, and Nox, Nico, Soon, and Unko, and I'm pretty sure, I mean, at the end of yesterday, at the end of their first series rather, they started to get back into the groove. They started to look like less rusty, I would say, than in the beginning. So I think we're seeing a stronger Team France today for sure.
And then on the other side, Seltzer, you got Thailand.
We got to watch Thailand kind of amp up yesterday, right? They also were in the process of finding their groove. Unfortunately, it took them 2 maps to do it. But fun fact, they were the only team to pick Lunar Colony and then win on Lunar Colony. So, you know, shout outs to them. They've definitely got their strengths down pat, and going into France, that's going to be something you really need to have your head around.
Yeah, I think yesterday we saw from Thailand that they were able to find some rhythm with the Opudo Sombra as well as Mickey back on his Diva. I think the first couple maps they struggled trying to figure out what people should be playing. Yeah. Team Mega Thunder actually doesn't run a Diva a lot, which I found out yesterday, and that's why Mickey's actually playing 76 so much, because he wants to fill in for what they normally run back when they're playing. So instead of that, I think they're trying new things now as a squad. And I actually talked to Mickey this morning at breakfast, and I was like, easy game? Because I keep trying to get teams to give me the trash talk. That's the first thing I asked, you know, is it going to be easy? And he said, no. He's like, I don't know how to beat Rogue. And I said, well, you know, you have Lunatic High. They've done it. You saw Kungdu Panthera do it, at least in Apex. So there's been a script a little bit written. Can they pull it off? Maybe. But I do think that just running the Sombra well is definitely something that Thailand can pull out here if they do want to take some maps off the road.
I think that's a credit to Mickey as well for not really trying to force his will onto this Mega Thunder roster and being a bit more like, hey, you guys are the unit. I'll just fill the gap wherever it is it's necessary. But we're talking about Mickey here, who is one of the better divas in professional Overwatch. So it doesn't make sense why you wouldn't run a diva, considering how great Diva is right now.
Take the chains off. Let him fly.
Let him be the peacock he wants to be.
LOL.
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 Lol. There you go. we're just memeing. So we'll see how that works out. But for the French team, though, they're confident about everything. They feel like every match.
I mean, I heard through the grapevine that they are so confident that they're already technically at BlizzCon at this point. That yeah, they're not worried at all. I know that makes everyone think they're cocky or like
confidence or cockiness.
Just a little bit.
Oh, come on.
They earned it.
That's something you need. You can't go into a match thinking you're going to lose it.
All right.
That can't be the attitude.
Well, let's see how this is going to pan out, folks. It's going to be France versus Thailand, and who other to drive us through the action than Doa and Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, Doa and Monte Cristo back for France versus Thailand. You and I were talking about this before. I think Soon's face in those player pictures
best.
It is one of my greatest joys in life. I just have to say, I'm enjoying it quite a bit.
I love it. It's probably my favorite part of the Overwatch World Cup so far.
It's pretty much the top play for me so far at Overwatch World Cup. So, well, now the match itself. Obviously, France coming into this with a sizable advantage. They looked a little bit on the sloppy side yesterday. They tightened it up a little bit towards the end. But speaking of kind of things getting better towards the end, Thailand really improved a lot from where we saw them in their first map yesterday to the last one.
Yeah, and we've heard the desk talk about this, but a lot of that, I think, is finding that comfort zone with the D.Va and the Sombra as opposed to running necessarily the Soldier 76 or trying to run triple DPS. So they did seem to get more into a groove there, but it's still an incredibly uphill battle for Thailand here.
Oh, yeah. I talked to Mickey this morning at breakfast, and I didn't ask him, oh, how do you think you're going to do in the match and all that? I was just like, how you feeling about today? And he was just like, he just sort of shrugged and, got himself a little bit more of the breakfast buffet. And I'm like, well, you just have fun then. We'll see how things go.
It was actually funny. I was talking to Rogue/France's coach, and he said that they had never even scrimmed on Horizon before yesterday, which I suspected, of course. But impressive that they were able to do so well on it all the same. And, well, they had no reason to practice that map because it was never in a map pool before this. But for literally their first time as a six-stack going on to Horizon and winning, that's an impressive feat.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. France is Rogue, I should say, is a great team. And now that they are France's team, officially, France also is a great team. So they know what they're doing. They've been playing the dive longer than nearly anyone else. They've perfected it. They've polished it to a fine sheen. And even if yesterday they looked a little bit rusty, today I think we can, almost certainly expect a French victory.
Yeah, got to agree with that. Thailand, at the very least, maybe they'll be able to pull out a map here. Will be France's selection of Hollywood.
Apparently Los Muertos are
They're
invading
everywhere.
Hollywood as well. I didn't see that before, actually. We got to call Soldier 76, man. He's got to beat someone with a piñata again.
The gangs are spreading, international gangs, Noah.
I know, scary stuff, right? Scarier than those weird cone alien things. Here we go, time to begin. France versus Thailand. We do have France on the attack in the red. This was their map choice, coming in as the higher seed. Soon on that Tracer, as always, and we'll see if they can just bull rush their way into the point. Mickey up front early on that D.Va. Not going for the Soldier 76 today. Apudo on the Sombra. Found some success with it yesterday, but they are backing up as France comes in.
They're going to de-suit Mickey nearly immediately, too. Apudo trying to fall back, and Titawat actually getting a kill onto Nox, but AKM bouncing back, and he's just going to fall back and fire into the point right now, see if he can get some of those longer sight lines.
Yeah, France pretty scattered at this point. Apudo just kind of hiding out in the room there. He's going to eventually be taken down. Panties falls as well, and it looks like France is going to get a pretty quick point A.
Yeah, they're going to come back around, too. You can see them actually waiting for Nico to come around the side to see if they can get him a little bit closer to that charge, considering he was almost getting his mech back.
Yeah.
So that's great communication from France and the kind of coordination we expect from this world caliber team.
Well, Soon just kind of being a one-man army on that Tracer, way up ahead of the rest of his team. But, if nobody can stop him, why not?
One thing we're going to have to watch today, though, was Thailand really struggled with keeping their supports alive yesterday. Kurlos and Panties frequently dove. Now, so far, that hasn't been the case, but need to make sure that they're not getting those flanks, and Titawat actually coming in with a nano boost.
Yeah, they're going to give him the nano boost, and we'll see what he can do. AKM does go down courtesy of Apudo, and it looks like Thailand maybe has stalled France out for the moment, but they're right on the cart again. They didn't actually get a lot out of that ultimate. Now, the Transcendence coming in from France. They've got a couple more ults to pair with this. Thailand, of course, falling back a little bit. There's a sound barrier.
That's a great
immediately. Oh, Apudo with the great timing on the Sombra. Clears the shields. Doesn't seem to really phase France too much, though.
Unfortunately, he actually didn't hit the Soldier, so AKM with attack visor still able to pop that. So a little bit sloppy there on the support ultimates from France, but ultimately it doesn't look like it's going to matter very much.
And normally you can't just kind of walk forward throwing out support ultimates willy-nilly like that, but hey, if it works, it works.
Well, we've seen Rogue lose matches, as Flame was alluding to over in Apex. A lot of it was that they you know, teams would simply disengage when they tried to engage with a defensive ultimate like we saw with the Transcendence, but not actually too effective there for Thailand. Couldn't quite pull it off.
NZNR can get the stick on the... Well, okay, let's just stick the soldier's head. Ooh, that may have been eaten, actually. Nico was right there. Mickey with the double kill on the self-destruct. Classic Mickey move right there, and with the sound barrier, maybe they can push France back a little bit more.
Really just need to clean this up. AKM getting chipped as he backs off, but Nox will be there with the bubble to save his life, and France still putting a lot of pressure forward here in spite of having very long walkbacks from spawn.
Yeah, Thailand sitting on the point right now. Trying to keep France from getting to the payload, and with no ultimates to work with on the France side right now. They've got a couple seconds until they've got those up, and they can push forward. And those couple seconds have elapsed. Here we go. Oh, they're gonna put the nano boost onto Titowat again. Looking for some kills, but that Transcendence is gonna deny, well, I was gonna say it was gonna deny a lot of damage until Zenyatta decided to move away, but it's not enough. That is a heartbreaker.
That's rough.
Man.
So close to picking that up, but instead France is going to get a huge win out of that as they really waste the nano boost coming in from Thailand.
Titowat is going to wake up in a cold sweat from that play tonight. He'd be like, oh, I almost got 2 kills. Yeah, that's terrifying.
That really could have swung back to Thailand. And you know, what's even worse there is that neither Wins nor AKM had to drop their own ults in response. So kind of a snowball forming here from France. And what we saw from them yesterday was once they got an ult advantage, they were very, very good at chaining that into a series of teamfight victories and having a lot of control.
Oh, absolutely. On board with Kurlas now as he gets ready for the Primal Rage to go in. Puts that biotic grenade on Titowat to just try to keep him a little bit safer, and it looks like Thailand has managed to stabilize for the moment, but France is going to come back into this with a pretty big ult advantage, and soon, ooh, that pulse bomb didn't get anybody, but it was close. Thailand had to scatter in a hurry there. NZNR goes down though, courtesy of Unko. Soon gets low, but he's going to be okay. France trying to get onto the point right now. There's the EMP. Apudo looking to capitalize. This time the sound barrier for France was held a bit longer, so they can come in back into this one a little bit stronger.
Yeah, Apudo's just not getting the hacks onto the targets he needs because the Lucio dropping the beat at the end, and he was trying to get the right-click hack onto him, but wasn't quite there before the animation finished, and that allows France to really stick into this fight.
Another pulse bomb up for Soon. Gets the kill onto Mickey's mech as well, and he's going to look for Kurlas here with that. Maybe gets it. Well, Kurlas walking away. That pulse bomb not really sticking. Did force the Ana maybe into a rough position. They're going to give NZNR the nano boost this time. That's not generally the nano boost target you want, and he's not able to get a lot with it. He gets a rifle butt to the face, courtesy of AKM instead, and France continuing to roll forward here.
Soon does get hacked, so he's unable to escape from the Lucio. Trying to continue pushing this, but they're still a little bit light in terms of the push power, especially, the catch back onto Apudo as the translocator was in the back. So Thailand has to regroup at the moment. They're going to have to do it against AKM's TAC visor.
You know, Apudo's EMPs, he had the one good one at the start, but since then they have not been getting a lot done, and now AKM wants to close this one out right here, right now, with the TAC visor, just unloading damage into Titowat. France has that sound barrier as well now to keep everybody up, and Thailand scrambling just to hold the payload where it is. They've got the respawns now, but they need a bit more. They need to win the fight, and right now, France is the team getting the kills.
Yeah, they are, and they're still flanking around the back soon, trying to hunt down Kurlas here on the backside, and that's going to do it. Mickey, bit of a desperation self-destruct. How much time is he going to be able to buy?
Oh, Soon hacked and very low right now. Oh, Apudo gets the kill. All right, so France sands Soon, but they've still got a lot of other people on the point. Mickey popped out of the mech. That is not what Thailand needs right now, and France seems to be handling the respawns. It seems like it's only a matter of time.
Well, that was a good biotic grenade onto Nox, so he actually is going to be forced to pop that Primal Rage at the end. It doesn't actually have his HP lowered, but because both of the DPS from France died right there, it bought Thailand a lot of time. They were really lacking the damage to continue getting the picks and staggering off Thailand, so Thailand is stabilized as a result of Apudo, really the big hero by killing AKM and Soon.
France really looked like they were going to be able to grind it out there, but right at the end, like you said, that biotic grenade setting up the better fight for Thailand, and now if you look at the ults up at the top of the screen, Thailand actually has a decent amount to work with.
Yeah, they do. Oputo hasn't been able to hit the right targets. France has been playing well with the line of sight to make sure they can still get some of their crucial abilities off after the EMP is used. So, tricky situation. Oputo's got to have a good one here. He's going to be coming in from behind. Can he get Unko?
Yeah, maybe.
Nope.
There's the Transcendence. He knew that Sombra was coming in, so no EMP just yet for Oputo. Is going to save that one. France does have to back up just a little bit. Coming in now, starting to run out of time. Thailand's held pretty well here.
Yeah, and because AKM died, they were not really willing to go ahead and use that EMP. In fact, they baited out the Transcendence, and now it's going to be really tough as Wins goes down.
Yeah, that looked like a self-destruct that was going to get a kill, and sure enough, Wins gets caught with that at the end, and France now in a position where they may not even finish their attack on King's Row. Oputo still has that EMP as well. Titowat does get tagged, gets stuck, but the heal is there. Pulse, or EMP rather, comes through in the nick of time. They kept Titowat up for the moment. France coming in, last-ditch effort to try to push this one all the way. The VIP parking spot is so close, but Thailand with a chance here to maybe hold France to just 2 points.
How is Win staying alive right now?
No idea. They just weren't shooting
down.
him. Things just weren't connecting, man. Overtime ticking away so fast now. France leaves the point for 1 second. That's going to be it. Nico does go down. Titowat with the primal rage pushes him back, and Thailand, despite getting pretty heavily rolled for the first 2 points, manages to stabilize and hold France to 2.
Well, Oputo really played well on that last point.
Oh, yeah.
His kills on Dasun and AKM just gave them the ult advantage and the man advantage that they needed with those closer respawns to hold out until the end. And today, we do see Pennies and Kurlos not having the same problems of dying first in a lot of these fights. So it looks like Thailand went back, rediscussed their strategies, and found a better way to protect their supports, because that was really the trouble for them in the first couple of maps yesterday.
Well, point A was a bit concerning in that category, because they did get in there, that France did kill the supports, but then when it got to streets, Thailand, you can see, kind of pulled back, played a little bit more defensively, and then on point C, I mean, yeah, that's a tough one to push through anyway, no matter who you're playing against, but Thailand really kind of stabilizing, and it's good to see these guys kind of starting off where they left off in their match yesterday, looking like they're kind of picking things up and continuing to prove each map.
Yeah, Titowat has actually been doing quite well also. His primal rage timings have been good, and he's been at least able to get into the backline of France more and more frequently.
Yeah. And it looks like we're missing somebody on Team Thailand for the moment.
Yeah, possibly Kurlos may have dropped from this game right now, so we'll see if he's going to get back in. It looks like we are going to be going to a short pause. And France, you know, they couldn't quite finish out this map, so Thailand definitely has an opportunity to come back and make this one work.
Doesn't look like Team Thailand is too fazed by any of this.
I don't think they were fazed by anything.
No. I mean, it's hard to be in a bad mood when Mickey's on your team, you know? Yeah. Good start for them, though. It's got to feel good because, again, you know, we heard the desk talk about it. You know, we talked about it a bit. You know, I talked to Mickey this morning. The confidence level for Team Thailand coming into this one is certainly not high. But you have a round like that where, you know, it looks a little bit rough and you come together as a team. You hold a team like France at the very end. And you got to be feeling good going into that attack round.
Yeah, I think
feels Goodman.
I think you do. Yeah. It's all right. The Chinese fans memeing for us here.
Oh, yeah.
But I believe if we are going to see France hold on to the composition that they're showing right now, it's a bit interesting to me because they like to run, obviously, AKM on that Soldier 76, particularly on points where there is a high ground opportunity to defend. But right now he's going to be on the Diva, so it looks like they're going to be playing Nico on the Genji instead, which I do find a little bit strange given that how Rogue typically plays on a map like Hollywood, especially for that first point defense. But we'll see what happens. Kurlos is back in the game now, and we are going to unpause, so that's a little bit of a delay.
That's not edible, Oputo, no. Napkins are not food.
Well, I am curious too, because usually when we see the Sombra on attack on the first point of Hollywood, you do see that longer flank around the left side, so you can hack that mega health pack.
Right, down the little room.
Yeah, before you dive in or try and get all the way around into the bottom of the cafe and try and hack the small health pack there as well. So France looking pretty darn mobile here. So they're going to be valuing that mobility over having the longer sight lines and damage on the Soldier, and we'll see how it works out for them.
Mickey swapping over to that Soldier 76 at the very end. We've been seeing him play a little bit. Obviously, his Diva's stronger, but, you know, again, this is a team that's used to kind of having that 76 around. See if Apudo can get to that health pack. So far, so good. He gets the hack off. First objective complete for Thailand's attack strategy.
Interesting. So they're actually doubling back right now and coming around the side instead. So Tracer going all the way back, actually losing the duel with Soon and Unko in the back lines.
And that's going to be the cue for France to dive in. They know they've got the man advantage. They know Sombra's a little bit out of position as well. Kurlas backing off, Nico throwing in, and Thailand kind of back to the drawing board for a moment.
They certainly have the range advantage, Thailand, here with that Soldier 76. So they can do a pretty standard approach, or they can either go up the staircase on the left-hand side and try and just shoot people into the cafe from the other point. But Nico posted up right now, and they're actually just going to go straight in and have Mickey fire across the point entirely.
Titawat really far forward. He does get the kill on Nico. Big pick. France trying to equalize, though. They're going to give Nox the nano boost, and he does get the kill onto Kurlos because of it. Back to the cafe. France a little bit scattered. Unko really low. He goes down. Titawat with another kill. Been playing so well this series already. Soon, though, does get the revenge. And Thailand will start building the control meter on point A.
Yeah, 10 HP for Nox right there. So he could not re-engage and try and take that point back.
Yeah, he might as well be dead. Pulse Bomb not accomplishing a whole lot. Mickey does pop AKM out of his Diva suit. And they do seem to be having a pretty solid thing on the point. Well, France coming back with the sound barrier. Maybe they've got a chance to turn this one around. AKM falling immediately. He was only the mini diva, though, so that's not a big surprise. Nico, though, dying again to Titawat, and there's the EMP from Apudo. So Thailand trying to capitalize on this, and France's last-ditch effort for a defense may come back to haunt them. Soon on the way out now, and if he dies, ooh, that's going to be rough. He gets hacked, goes down to NZNR, and Thailand with a chance to maybe gain a bit of momentum here going into streets.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, they had to invest a lot in order to get that point, but France also wins popping that sound barrier a bit late, trying to buy Nico time to get off the Dragon Blade. But again, Nico has died early on these attacks every point so far, and that is actually really hurting France because they find themselves at a crucial ultimate available to get these defenses rolling. And now Thailand is going to have an opportunity for basically to gain control over the forward high ground here and start really controlling the checkpoint or the choke points here on the doors.
The other thing is Nico's been dying to Titawat nearly every time. I mean, he's been doing a great job of controlling that Genji with the Winston. Up on the high ground now, gets the sound barrier. Good thing, too, because he was about to go down to that soldier. Mickey looking for a target, finds AKM. Titawat with another kill courtesy of that Primal Rage. And France trying to get in the back lines of Thailand, but they've lost their front line. And even though Soon gets that kill onto Mickey, that payload might keep moving pretty soon here. Yeah, it's going to go. NZNR with 2.
Yeah, too many of the members of France died early in that fight as they had a hard time even getting back to the payload for the attack based on Thailand's positioning, and that's a lot of free movement from the card as...
Stick? No, didn't quite get what he was looking for. NZNR going to have to wait to build another ultimate, but that payload is nearly to the end of the second point here on Hollywood. Pulse Bomb this time. Now the Dragon Blade comes out for Nico. NZNR trying to find a way to cut him down. Titawat dies. Nico with 2, and France going to get a little bit of defensive stability.
Finally, Nico has an opportunity to actually use the Dragon Blade, which he had been holding on to for quite some time.
Yep.
Thailand is going to be coming back, though, with a nice Sombra EMP available to them, and France trying to get up to the tactical visor right now, but I think that EMP, if they play it right and can get on top of that saloon where AKM and Nox are, maybe able to hit him out before that can actually happen. So,
AKM does go down early. Titawat, man, so aggressive here. Apudo, is he going to find a good EMP here? He's going to try. Gets a kill on the wins immediately, and I'd say that's a pretty good EMP. Nice hack there onto Nox as well. Mickey going to finish off that one soon in the back lines with not a lot of support, and that payload is moving. Looks like that's going to be point B, taken by Thailand. And, well, AKM, last-ditch effort. Nico jumped in there. Let's see if the DPS can hold this one a bit more. Apudo going for the attack visor. Actually, AKM going down. He went for the attack visor. Didn't work out, but that bought enough time for France to come back in. And they have stopped this payload just before the end of point 2.
The question is for how long. Mickey just going to go ahead and pop the tac visor right now. They're going to use absolutely everything in their ultimate bank. So it's actually good for France. They forced out more than they actually had to use for Thailand to take this particular point. And that's another ultimate down. That
was a very excessive stick. That Ana had like 5 health, man. But it feels good. I get it. It feels good, NZNR.
Yeah, but even so, France is actually going to come out with an advantage. They contested a point they probably weren't going to be able to hold, but Thailand had to use so much just to go ahead and push that point through that now France is going to probably have a pretty strong defense here in the studio phase of Hollywood.
Yeah, I guess the commitment from Thailand was just saying, you know, we want to get this right now. We want to give ourselves as much time as we can to finish this attack round and win Hollywood, but they didn't really get the time they were looking for. So yeah, now they go into it. France having an advantage. They need to have a fight to force them out. Huge EMP for Apudo. 2 health on the outside. Nico, though, has that Dragon Blade, not finding the targets he's looking for besides Mickey. Are they going to get enough here? Thailand still with the man advantage. NZNR not going to get a lot of damage done with that sound barrier. It's on both sides, though. And if he can get that pulse bomb up, maybe he can find something.
Yeah, we are going to see the tac visor maybe eventually come in here. There it is. AKM going to use that, but how much can he actually get here? So
yeah.
One man holding this angle.
Soon at the kill on NZNR, and I gotta say, NZNR's pulse bombs have not been my favorite pulse bombs ever. He kind of tends to just lob them in there as soon as he gets it, and hasn't been doing Thailand any favors. They're still gonna push that payload though. Mickey's got the tac visor, gonna go ahead and use it to try to take advantage of Soon being a little bit exposed here. Nice barrier by Nox though. That shield really kind of saving the team from that tac visor. Nico gets 1 kill so low though. Apudo looking for the kill, finds it. Now Nox possibly the next victim here, and it looks like he will be. The shield comes down for the moment. They got to get rid of it. The payload through already though. And now Titawat dropping his own Winston shield. That payload is nearly there. They have to go 2 meters to beat France. Taking a map off France would be insane, and they've nearly got it. Nico coming in, desperately trying to get that Dragon Blade, but he gets hacked by Apudo. Goes down NZNR with the 2 kill, and France on their last legs here, and they are going to not be able to stop Thailand. Thailand taking the first map of this series.
Well, again, though, we talked about it. When Thailand's been running Apudo on that Sombra, they have looked significantly stronger. That was the groove they got into yesterday, and there wasn't really an answer for France right there. They came into the final point with a big ultimate advantage, but they sort of squandered it. They dumped everything at the start of the defense, and then they ran out of gas. Apudo repeatedly getting up the EMP, and Thailand coming through with a big first win.
We're seeing a lot of support play the games lately. I cannot complain, but man, now you're Team Thailand, right? You've won the first map, and what was, well, it's probably going to be an 0-4 from the Thailand perspective. Now you're like, hey, maybe we got a chance here.
Well, absolutely, and they didn't even pick that map either. So
yeah.
playing on the map that France decided they were the ones that had that advantage, they were the ones that had the practice on, and Thailand at least taking some points. And in a situation where all of these maps really, really matter, France has to stabilize. Now, one of the complaints against Rogue has been, there are 2 main complaints that you see when we talk about Rogue on an international stage when they were playing Korea. One is they overcommit to engages and allow the other team to disengage from their particularly support ultimates when, you know, they just get nothing out of them, so you can stuff them that way. And the other one is sometimes they have some issues with their ult economy. It doesn't seem like they're communicating well and sequencing their ults properly, or they're trying to drop too many at one time. And we really did see that at the end of Hollywood.
Yeah, for sure. And now, you know, that kind of slight sloppiness that we saw from France yesterday in their match is becoming a real problem, because Thailand has stepped it up even more so than we saw yesterday. And this team that people, you know, maybe kind of wrote off at the beginning of their match yesterday is now like potentially a real threat.
Well, you also have to say that the ability to use Sombra in this meta is extremely important.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
The ability to use her well. And we're seeing some good Sombra play out of Apudo. Even though I think France did a relatively good job of making sure that their crucial members were outside of line of sight for those EMPs and could still sort of counteract it a little bit. You know, when you're getting the EMP up as much as Apudo is in some of these attacks, eventually you're going to slip up and get multiple people caught in one.
Well, you know, and let's not make more of this than it is, too, because it was still a close map at the end. France still narrowly didn't finish their attack round, and so you can't really go into this saying, you know, if either team has an advantage. I mean, France still, on paper, you'd think these guys would be better. They are rogue after all, but as we go into Nepal, one wonders, you know, what can Thailand do? Can they possibly jump out to an even bigger lead?
Yeah, absolutely. And this will be another, of course, France pick since they lost that match.
Yeah.
And what are we going to see first? Looks like we are going to be on Village first to start things off.
Okay. Now it's going to be Shrine, actually, I believe. Oh, no, wait, that's the map preview. Ah, I got trolled by the map preview. Oh, well. I'm looking at Shrine. You're looking at the actual game. The actual game is in Village.
The actual game is in Village right now. So, you know, Rogue, they came in with a lot of practice on the composition that saw them have a great deal of success over the course of their time at the last couple tournaments when they were playing at the Takeover and then once again at the Beat Invitational. But not having that much compositional flexibility besides sort of, do you play Soldier or Diva on AKM, and then do you play Diva or Genji on the side of Nico?
What do you suppose the Omnic monks use those satellite dishes to watch? Like, what shows do you think they like?
Maybe they're transmission dishes, Doa, where they trend.
Could be.
You know, you never know.
Could be too.
They're just making TV shows up there in the Himalayan mountains.
My money's on Robot Wars.
Robot Wars.
That's my guess. Here we go on to Village. We're gonna have Thailand in the red and France in the blue. Unko on that Zenyatta, as usual these days. Apudo on the other side, on the Sombra. Village is one of those maps where you do have some health pack access, but it's not something you see quite as often on this point.
You definitely don't see the Sombra very often, particularly on Village, but I guess Thailand figures that this is working so well for them.
Apudo's already got his EMP. Look at that, goes in. Did he catch a lot of people with that one? I'm not so sure.
They got enough. I mean, they got Soon right there. Kurlos able to pick up the kill, and so Thailand's going to move straight onto the point and get this early capture. France not even really having a chance to contest it as Wins has to run away right now. Nico did actually manage to get back into his...
Oh, that hurts. Yeah, Nico not able to keep Wins alive there on the retreat, and so that's going to be an even slower start for the next push from France.
Wins did get a lot of ult charge, though. Lots of Healy coming through, so a quick sound barrier for him, but that's going to be answered pretty rapidly by, of course, the ultimate from Kurlos on the Zenyatta. So support ult for support ult available, and
yeah. There we go, NZNR on that Tracer once more as France tries to go for the attack. There's the sound barrier for France as they go in. Thailand trying to hold this point. There's the Transcendence now. Soon does find the kill onto Mickey's mech with that pulse bomb. That's a big one to get out of the way. And AKM able to save that tac visor. Looks like France is going to be able to flip this one pretty easily.
Yeah, that was right after Nico went ahead, ditched the Diva, went on the Genji instead. So France coming out with the triple DPS, trying to get onto that backline quickly. And Apudo getting killed nearly instantaneously by AKM. Starts the cascade that causes France to flip the point. So
he's built the second EMP much slower too.
Well, yeah, it died.
that certainly contributes. Yep. And he's coming in. He's got the sound barrier. There's a breakdown. A Transcendence immediately from Thailand, but a little bit late as Nico does fall. AKM on the run. That's another kill for Mickey. Mickey back with the Wrath of the Diva. And soon you gotta run, man. You gotta blink. Mickey's coming for you. Thailand trying to flip that point back again.
Soon just running out of gas, though, just attempting to contest the point for as long as he can.
Yep.
Thailand, they only had to drop the Primal Rage right there. So France, AKM was killed with the Tactical Visor. Still a very decisive assault there onto the high ground by Mickey and Titawat. Thailand is going to feel very comfortable just delaying this point, probably till at least 99%. If France tries to get on it, they have to deal with the self-destruct and they have to deal with the EMP, which is a pretty dangerous combination.
Speaking of EMP, Apudo right there drops the EMP. Going to go after Nox immediately. That pulse bomb not connecting for NZNR, though. Kurlos does find the kill onto Nox in the end. Unko on the run, a little bit exposed, and AKM with that attack visor needs to go big, but oh, it's the line of sight blockers, just like every World of Warcraft StarCraft PvPers' worst nightmare. It exists in Overwatch 2, guys. Kurlos with 2 kills towards the end. Soon gets the revenge return kill. Maybe France can flip it. Wow, a bit of a brawl, but France comes out with a point in the end.
Yeah, they didn't actually catch very many of the DPS with the EMP. That's what you needed to get, but all the same, Thailand gonna run right back onto the point, see if they can flip it, and that's gonna be a punch to the face onto Soon.
That's right, and Panny's so close to that sound barrier. If he can get it, they can use this to push. They don't even need it. Wow, what an ultimate to have for this next push, and they are just going to play this point aggressively now, it looks like.
France staggered themselves horribly
at
the end of this, so their ability to even contest this is going to be really called into question.
All right. Here comes Nico, needs a big Dragon Blade. It's going to be tough, though. Oh, they can't even get to it. What?
He was hacked at the end.
I guess,
I mean, they were staggered really badly, and if you looked at what happened at the start of that, there really wasn't a way for them to get back onto the point, because Panties came in, and he did enough damage to Soon on the Tracer and booped her away that he had to rewind, so he wasn't getting onto the point, and at the end right there, the Genji tries, but at the hack at the end makes sure that he can't even contest and send it into overtime, so we're seeing a map where Thailand is all of a sudden 1 point shy of taking a shocking 2-0 in this series.
Yeah. Suddenly, if you're France, you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
We got problems, guys. If Thailand wins here on Shrine, they are going to force at least a 2-2, which is huge. And that kind of throws Group B completely out of whack at that point.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And I'm going to go on to Shrine now, and it's a new look. So AKM on the Diva, Nico going to be playing at the Genji. So no more triple DPS, a little bit more conservative style of composition. Pudo just refuses to leave the Sombra, but I think the Sombra is better on this point.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. Or if it's not hacked, hack it? I don't know how that works with Sombra. Soon, looking for some more targets. Kurlos gets a little bit low. Early strikes coming in for France, but there are kills on both sides. Point opens up, and France the first team there, but they don't have the numbers advantage. Pudo again with a really quick EMP. Unko kind of on his own right now. Soon gets hacked. Ooh, he got that recall. Ooh, he actually did get hacked, even though he did recall. So Thailand will claim the point first, it looks like.
And we've seen this before on Nepal, Doa. When you have a Sombra, you can hack the Megas on both sides of the point. And not to mention that France has to walk through this huge open area to really get anywhere. It is so easy if you control the point to get the big EMP off on this point, on Shrine.
Absolutely. Have to hope you're kind of behind a pillar or something. There's the EMP coming in right now for Thailand. They need that follow-up. Unko falls immediately, as Zenyatta's often do after that Sombra ult. Kills on both sides once again. Soon trying to get into the point, trying to just get some sort of control meter built up. Trying to flip it a little bit. He did get the pulse bomb onto Mickey, I believe. Mickey popped out of the mech by that ultimate from Tracer. NZNR has to back away. It's turned into a bit of a brawl. That EMP not working out like Thailand would have hoped. And with the cleanup coming from Nico, France will flip it.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth match on control between these two teams, and EMP came down, but most of the DPS were not actually caught in the blast. France has been pretty evasive when it comes to getting hit by the EMP. They have to get Soon and Nico down and quash their movement abilities if they really want to make the most use of this Sombra.
Time to break it down. Support ults coming out on both sides. Thailand trying to storm back in. They're chasing. They've got Nox a bit isolated. NZNR with the pulse bomb not finding any victims. Pudo does go down though. That is big, and Nico's got the Dragon Blade as soon as the opening presents itself. France with a few ultimates to use here too. They're trying to save them as long as possible because Thailand, okay, they're going to actually commit the Transcendence here. That's going to cause a sound barrier to come out from France, and Nico with that Dragon Blade pulls it out right as the Transcendence ends, but can't get a lot of kills anyway. Unko does find the kill on Kurlos, the opposing Zenyatta, and Thailand still struggling a little bit to get that control meter built up to try to flip it. Nico staying alive for a long time here. But now, now that Titoa comes in on the Winston, that's going to be about that. But Soon still back on the point. Man, this is turned in.
He's going to get hacked. Actually, no, he hits the huge pulse bomb.
Jeez.
Wow, the hack would look like it was going to complete, but instead pulse bomb into the rewind, and he catches the D-suited Mickey.
What a clutch play by Soon.
Absolutely clutch right there. That could have easily turned back in Thailand's favor. Instead, France, after a very chaotic fight, Managed to take a big lead right here. Only NZNR with that pulse bomb, and that's not a lot to work with, especially when Unko is going to get Transcendence up, a much more impactful ultimate. He's going to pop it immediately.
Wow, France getting aggressive. They know they're close to taking this one, but Nox gets booped off. Good opening for Thailand to come in. They're going to dedicate the sound barrier as well. They've nearly got the point flipped over. 98-99, right before 99%. Thailand will take it. Crucially, Nox booped off the edge by Panties right as that fight starts, and that was a big problem for France.
France thought they were going to get the drop on them by getting the early attack, but when Nox invested his jump in, he just got knocked off. No cooldown to get him back off the ledge.
And
now,
didn't have the Primal Rage.
Now you're getting to a point where Oputo's got the health pack hacks. They've got a huge advantage. They're going to have to walk across this open ground once again for the EMP.
All right, trying to come in, seeing what they can do. Thailand back on the point now as France comes in. There's the self-destruct. NZNR, unfortunately for Thailand, does get caught by that. And Nico with the Dragon Blade. Can he find another target? Got the kill on the Panties. There's the EMP though, but where's the follow-up? Immediately Unko runs for cover, or floats for cover, I guess. Aputo still looking for more hacks, dies too soon. And France looks like they might be able to flip this one back here. I don't know, Pulse Bomb coming in. There's the Transcendence. Thailand keeping people up. Aputo back to life. Now he's going to be back in the fight very quickly and soon. Really trying to put France on his back and carry it in this round here. Nico helping out though as well. Gets a couple kills and it looks like they're able to reclaim the point. Thailand needs to get there. We're into overtime already and I don't know. Okay, they get NZNR there just in time.
Trying to wait
a bit more.
AKM still picking up the kill though, and that's really going to be it for Thailand.
Yep.
Looked very good, 99-97, such a back and forth map, but France should be able to clean this up and go ahead and take Shrine.
Yeah, those are the kills they need. Thailand losing too many people, and France will tie things up here on Nepal.
Really credit to France though, they played much better against the Sombra on that point. When it came to having that EMP up, they knew exactly when it was, and they were splitting up their DPS, taking different flank routes around the side of the point, and then they were converging around that central pillar and never giving line of sight to that Sombra until she was actually, dead, or several members of the Thai team were dead, and that made Oputo's decision-making around that EMP much more difficult, and it did come out very, very late as a result. They tried to bait it out with AKM, but...
I think you got to give a lot of credit to Soon on that round as well. Those pulse bombs he had, some of the plays just staying alive on the point, really are what enabled France to kind of make a run at that one. I think without Soon, this would have already been a 2-0 for Thailand on Nepal.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really close regardless. And nobody's going to really be changing up except for Mickey. He's back on the soldier right now.
Nico checking things out. Seeing what he can see. Soon already with the kill on NZNR. I mean, in the Battle of Tracers, no doubt Soon is the best there. And yeah, Thailand already forced back to spawn pretty much.
AKM with the kill on the Budo. Actually, that's really huge as well. It's great to have Sombra if you can actually get her onto the point and hack the big health back. And if you're not going to be able to pull that off immediately, then becomes much more difficult. So Nico sneaking around right now. 2 big picks for France to get that early edge.
Well, the momentum has definitely shifted here. Thailand now looking a lot more hesitant as far as their engages coming into this point on Sanctum. Mickey on the outside, back on the Soldier 76 once more. NZNR falls to Soon yet again. Mickey gets the kill in revenge, and they're going to need a little bit more. Goodbye,
they're
Genji.
Getting a lot more, actually.
Yeah, France actually losing people. Mickey slammed against the wall. Ouch. Yeah, that is rough. And Thailand pushed back in the end.
Terrible, terrible violence right there.
No kidding. I thought this was rated T for teen. That was a mature circumstance there. Well, anything's mature with Soldier 76, I guess. Yeah, that's a given when you got that guy in there.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Well, that's another big thing. Thailand is just
pretty good.
Yeah, the France has gotten so...
Hello, I'm dead.
Yeah, many opening kills in this map so far that it's going to be very difficult for them to have really any opportunity, barring some huge EMP, but they're ready for this. You can see they're all spread out right now.
He missed, I was going to say, he missed Nox right behind him. Can't quite get the hack off. There's the, nice onto Kurlos from Soon. That pulse bomb really doing some work. France going to dedicate the Transcendence to this fight. AKM with a sick kill on the Mickey with those Helix rockets, and Thailand seems to be falling apart a little bit here. France is coming together. One of those two, any way you slice it, no pun intended. France is winning this one pretty handily.
Well, this is just what happens when you have 3 back-to-back fights on a control point where you lose somebody before the fight even begins, right? Yeah. They got delayed so much by France's opening picks that this is looking very one-sided.
Ooh, yeah. All right, Mickey's trying to find some people in his sights, but the sound barrier comes out in response for France.
Oh, he got booped off. Knox actually fell to his death.
I feel like I've seen this one before. In Thailand, with an opportunity, they flipped the point back at 99%. But if you're France, you're not super worried about this. You've got time to build some ults, come back and retake it.
Yeah, you do, but it is going to be trickier when you don't have the health back control thanks to the Sombra. That finally, Thailand has gotten some presence, and they can play a more aggressive defense on the map than what we saw from them earlier.
True enough. And Mickey getting taken out early on. That's not a good start for Thailand if they want to keep this hold going. Soon with another pulse bomb. Oh, but this time NZNR comes back with a bit of revenge. Nico returning fire for France, and they are on the point. They're flipping it back. They've got it. We're into overtime, and if France is able to hold Thailand, that's going to be Nepal. And I guess that's Nepal.
Yeah, Mickey tried to get back into the point with the Diva switch, but not enough. So after 2 very back and forth points, we do see France take the 3rd.
Yep.
And that'll be a victory for them on Nepal.
Man, play of the match for Soon. I would say player of the match as well. Yes. I mean, really on Shrine, keeping France in this one and helping kind of turn the tide to tie up this series.
It was a bit shaky. I mean, you did get worried for France after that first point on Nepal and after their loss on Hollywood, but it seems like they're playing and communicating much better around the Sombra now. So
I would say so.
I think it's now up to Thailand to see, okay, well, they've sort of figured us out on the Sombra. We're not getting the big EMP plays. We're not getting the big hacks that we were earlier. France has shifted their focus into playing a more spread out style. And what they're doing is they're winning the 1v1 duels now. They're spreading, France is spreading out this fight more around the maps and then relying on their, I think, superior mechanical skill to sort of carry them. So now Oputo, that France isn't grouping up, maybe is going to have to switch it up a little bit.
Well, I think at this point Soon has seen too that he is absolutely the superior tracer versus NZNR, and you're seeing him chase down NZNR over and over again and kind of exploit that advantage.
Even Unko picked up so many important cross-map kills, so they're playing the angles really well, and I think France definitely starting to hit their stride, but you know, it will be Thailand's map pick on Assault after the break.
Yep, true enough. So at this point, you know, one kind of wonders, you know, does Thailand have what it takes to come back? We're going to find out as soon as we're back from this really quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll return just after this.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
back to halftime here for Thailand versus France. We are knotted up 1-1. Not a sentence I thought I would be saying right now. Guys, this is unbelievable.
Why would you sell Thailand short?
Because France is, you know, they're so good. Like, they're a fantastic team coming off of a victory. You know, this is the entirety of the Rogue roster coming off of a victory with the Beat Invitational just a little while ago. They are a great squad.
Impressive. But I mean, Thailand surprised us last year. I didn't want to be caught off guard again, so I made sure I looked into these guys and talked to these guys. And they did seem, and do seem, after a game like that, a squad very capable of potentially making it to BlizzCon. You know, they're taking games off France, a team that everyone here is scared of, and they're doing it looking great. I mean, at one point, Mickey, who doesn't play a whole lot of Soldier 76, out 76 AKM on Hollywood. That was a beautiful moment. Lots of great stuff from them.
They're just playing incredibly well. It's crazy because Rogue's style is generally we're going to stop the cart as much as possible. And one by one, sometimes they'll just keep taking fights on the cart, assuming that maybe Nico or Soon are going to win the 1v1s. But when Apudo is playing Sombra, suddenly that one hero is not as good anymore. Like, there's a lot less potential for blinks. You obviously can't dash or reflect if you're hacked. So like the Sombra just kind of throws in this wrench that maybe Rogue's not used to or hadn't seen up until now. So getting that win on Hollywood actually for them is huge, because I think Group B might come down to which team can take the most maps off Rogue. And like Thailand still has the entirety of the tournament in their hands.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I'm going to say about the region for Thailand is imagine if Thailand had an Apex out there. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this region really does, you know, birth some incredible players.
Everyone was playing incredibly on Hollywood. Like, you're looking for a star player, but I think literally every single player on that team was doing incredibly, insane. Both the supports were playing well, Panties was playing well. You had Kurlos, I think, probably standing out as Anna on that Hollywood defense and offense. Everything was just crisp and clean, and they all had a plan. You could tell the comms were like well executed, and they just knew what they were doing.
But they were not able to take it on Nepal, and we saw it right there. Soon was a monster in that game. He played great. I am seeing a lot of criticism for Nico online, but I think he has been, you know, he had a couple key moments there where he was contributing greatly to the squad. You know, his Genji is still great at the end of the day. But Zoe, Sombra, this team just seems to struggle against Sombra at times.
It's been really, I mean, not just in this tournament, also in prior tournaments. It was always Sombra which managed to dismantle Team France / Rogue. It's been always the same problem, and they didn't quite figure out how to really work around it, but I really felt like on Nepal, they did spread out more. They didn't get caught in those EMPs. They stayed out of line of sight from that Sombra and really made it hard, waited for her to be killed or just avoided it. And that really worked in their favor. And then all of a sudden, we have Soon like dropping those bombs. And, like, he woke up and he delivered. Weird, but he's my favorite tracer. The whole wide world, you know. Yeah, I'm really happy to see them waking up like that. And I mean, if we're looking at the first map there on Hollywood, yeah, it was their map choice, and yeah, they really like playing on Hollywood. But it also just felt to me that the way they used their ults there was just really, I don't even know what word to use for it. Yeah, no, I mean, they didn't really, like, they didn't use them efficiently. They went in so aggressively, dropping them all almost at the same time, not really like looking how to stack them with each other and when to use it, and that just gave Thailand such an advantage, mostly in that very last fight where they dropped it all at once and then they had nothing to follow up with.
Just to like highlight something is that Soon is just so good at Nepal, and he had the same exact performance against Argentina yesterday. There were times on Nepal where we thought Argentina might take the map, and Soon just comes in, he'll take a 1v2, a 1v3 and win it. And I think it's just a testament to how good he is at the control maps in particular. I think NZNR kind of ran away with it on Hollywood. A lot of that did come down to the hacks coming out from Apudo, and they did shut down Apudo really well on Nepal. But I do think that might be like Soon's new home court, you know. It does feel like that's his map. It does give him an edge, and it does give him that ability to carry the team when he needs to.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much. We still have so much more to go through here. I mean, this is our third match of the day, and it really feels like we just have a journey in front of us here, given how these two teams are playing. Thailand versus France. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to look forward to the rest of this match and see how these two teams stack up, and also, well, we're going to theorize what Thailand is going to pick going into Game 3. Will it be Horizon one more time? We'll never know.
Full sky, full sky.
We'll see you guys after this.
enough 4-0. We still have to play 2 matches. It's gonna be Thailand today and Denmark tomorrow. I think we can win both those matches 4-0.
ก็คือสำหรับเรื่องแผนที่เราจะเตรียมมาก็คือเราจะลองทุกอย่างลองผิดลองถูกทุกอย่างผมจะใส่ทุกอย่างที่มีลองทุกคอมผมเชื่อว่าหลายๆคนหลายๆทีมเขาต้องมีจุดอ่อนกันบ้างไม่ว่าเขาจะเป็นทีมที่เก่งที่สุดณตอนนี้หรือยังไงก็ช่างเขาต้องมีจุดอ่อนสักจุดหนึ่งส่วนสำหรับเรื่องสกอร์ไม่ 3-1 ก็ 4-0 ครับประมาณนั้น
One thing is for certain, Thailand is certainly giving it everything they have. And that is what is necessary against a squad such as Team France. Welcome back, everyone, for the halftime shows. We get ready for the latter part of this match here to see who's going to come on top. Will we get a tie? Will it be 2-2 or 3-1? I mean, right now, anything is possible. It's like a Lonely Island song. So, all right, let's go ahead and just jump right into it. Flame, I'm gonna take this one over to you. Are we going to see Horizon again?
Probably. I don't think there's any reason not to pick it at this point. I think that they struggled a little bit against Argentina yesterday. It wasn't a very convincing win. They did win, though, at the end of the day. But obviously, you come in here, we talked about it. They've never scrimmed it. They've played it once. I think if you're Thailand right now, you're probably confident. It's taking that Hollywood map is huge. And if they can get a second point, that is ginormous, I think, for them. Just
ginormous.
Literally ginormous.
Wow. That's pretty big.
That's huge. Massive. Okay, so Zoe, I mean, you know, France, they're expecting this Horizon pickup more than likely. They performed here yesterday. They did get a W. It was challenging. Sombra, still an issue, but they have been doing a better job at funneling it out.
Yeah, no, I think they won't be falling into the same trap twice. And yeah, they never played on Horizon as a team, literally ever in a competitive match. But
literally ginormous.
Yeah, it's literally ginormous. It's humongous almost, I would say. But those guys are good. Their individual skills are just top-notch, and they are outplaying their opponents there.
Speaking of individual, Seltzer, I do want to talk about this, because yes, you have Soon, who is one of the best tracers, if not the best tracer out there. This guy is incredible. But then you're on the other side, this young man in NZNR, who, you know, not a lot of people know of. This is a tall order for this guy to go up against such a legendary player, such as Soon.
It's a heck of a stick to be measured against here, but all these guys have really performed excellently, you know, against their what do you call that on the other team? They're the rivals, I guess, built in hero-wise. But I do want to say, you know, whatever this map is, they better stay away from the edge, because Panny has been booping knocks off all day, and I love it.
Great boops by Pannies, making them really drop there.
Right off the edge.
I had to go for it. I just
it worked. It worked.
I'm happy you did it, not me. So
I don't know what you people are talking about. Okay.
Nope.
All right, so we're gonna see Horizon more than likely here. If we don't see Horizon, what would you like to see Thailand go with?
I mean, I believe my only other option is Volskaya, so I'll take that for 500, Alex.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, that actually fair point. Yeah, no, that should have really prepped that question ahead of time. Anyway, you know, I'm old and I'm tired, and you know,
okay.
I'm balding, so things are just going on.
Because we haven't seen Volskaya in a while. We don't know what's cool to run on it right now and what these teams are going to go with. So a lot of variety if they can pick this one time.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for them. All right, guys, so with that being said, it's time to get ready for our next two matches. Will we see Thailand get their second win, or will France continue on their dominance? Let's go ahead, send it over to your beautiful casters, the one and only Mani and Doa.
Thank you, Golden Boy. We are beautiful, aren't we?
I'm feeling particularly beautiful today.
It's true, undeniably. Well, we're in for a great series. I mean, this is already delivered. 1-1, Thailand versus France. A little bit of a surprise there. I think a lot of people expected France to kind of roll through this one, but Thailand has shown they can definitely be a threat.
Yeah, and the question is, now that France has at least shown a little bit better play against the Sombra, are we going to see any adaptation? It will be, of course, Horizon, Lunar Colony. I think it's more like the Overwatch Moon Cup as opposed to the World Cup at this stage.
That's true. We've left the world at this point, and
which is fine. You know, I'd rather watch this personally because we are only starting to get information on how this is going to be played by various professional teams, and I think we've seen a pretty good diversity of strategies on this map so far. So I think it's been an interesting ride, but especially because Thailand knows that France has not. They literally have played as 6 players together on this map one time.
Yes.
And France has also, as Rogue, shown a lot of proficiency for Volskaya, so I don't anticipate anybody in this entire tournament this weekend even daring to play Volskaya against France. So
probably not.
A pretty obvious pickup here.
It is cool to see so many games on Horizon, though. I mean, for casters like you and I, you know, we like to watch the scrims, we like to review a lot of VODs, and this is a map that just because it's been so new, we haven't gotten to see a lot of pro teams play on it yet. So for us personally, this is neat because you kind of get to digest some of the early strategies some of the teams are pulling out, and it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it definitely has. So are we going to be seeing Sombra again is the major question, especially with the
probably
dominance of Reaper that we've seen on Horizon so far, at least for the first point.
Yep. Check it out. There's the Earth.
That's so exciting for me.
Check it out. There's a computer with 8 buttons total.
And a broken Roomba. It's your favorite broken Roomba.
Roomba. See, I don't understand that Roomba because it's got these like 3 big legs on it. You know, most Roombas are about the size of just a circular part of that one. So is this just a heavy-duty space Roomba? Are there weights in there to make it heavier at low gravity?
Are we even sure it's a Roomba?
Efficient? It's true. You never know what it's for. You never know when that thing's going to crawl up the wall and then like drop on your head. Maybe that's what it's for.
Maybe that's what it's for. Death from above.
I think we figured it out. That's right. Well, here we go, guys.
Unco is actually going to be playing the Sombra this time. So finally, they're pulling something new out, and they are going to get back onto Kurlos immediately.
Yeah, Unco going for it. Gets hit with that Discord. Has to go ahead and get back with the translocator. Meanwhile, the fight continues. AKM going down. Good start for Team Thailand. Wins looking low, looking dead as well as Mickey picks that one up with the charge. Thailand with an early start in this attack round.
That was really awkward from France, actually, that they made such a concerted effort to push forward right after the translocator had been used from Unco. So he was not there to support them, and Thailand take a pretty quick advantage, even though Unco did get a lot of ult charge from that compared to Opudo. They're not even going to be able to defend the point. 7-15.
It was really close, right? Unco made a big commitment to take out Kurlos, and he nearly did. If that had happened, France would have held, no doubt, and we'd be still watching Thailand try to take point A. But it didn't work out. Thailand's got it, and now they have all the time in the world. EMP goes down for Unco. France just trying to hold. Kurlos finally does get dropped here. NZNR on the side. Unco a little bit low himself, and Thailand with a chance here to maybe push forward. Well, losing Opudo, though. They may have to back off. And the thing is, at this point, you have all the time in the world. You don't really need to get a lot done other than building ult charge for the next couple pushes.
Look, if you're Thailand, you know the only person who got ult charge on that first fight was Unco. And when you see that EMP go down and Opudo has his, you're going to be really confident. Just pull back, go ahead. You know you're going to have an ult economy advantage right here. And Unco going to come around the side, did get his EMP back up. And he's going to get EMP'd. He gets hacked before he can pull it off. That's huge.
Uh-oh. Problems for Team France as Thailand comes in with the earlier EMP. And they are going to get some percentage going.
Was so good for Thailand right there. Unco tried to sneak around. France is going to come back with an EMP and a Dragon Blade, though, so they're not done yet.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold it. There's a sound barrier. Waited for that. The hack didn't come in on the panty, so he was able to drop the support. Nico goes down very quickly. Thailand forced away from the point for the moment, but they are fighting back. NZNR with that kill onto Unco, still alive on the point right now. Nox does stop Opudo with the self-destruct coming in from Mickey. Thailand tries to gain a little bit more percentage, up to 70 already here on point B. They've got the second tick, so even as France starts to push them back here, very successful push for Thailand.
And that's the crucial part. They spent most of that push sitting just below the second tick, so they were able to push it right back up towards the end, and they leave themselves with an entire 5 minutes to get a paltry 33% left on this map. So Thailand definitely still in this one, found a nice opportunity there as Unco took the flank and got hacked in return, and that snowballed nicely for Thailand.
Well, they're not only in this one, they're in a great position to finish with a good time if they can kind of keep doing what they've been doing for these last few pushes. NZNR dying there doesn't really help. Unco's going to drop the EMP, and it looks like France going to hold this one, but again, we're in that position once more where Thailand just wants to build some ult charge.
That's right. Thailand can play this so conservatively right now. They can wait for a 6 ult push, and basically France doesn't have a choice. As Unco goes down right there, this actually could be a good opening. Mickey's going to switch to the soldier.
Interesting. All right, they're going in. Opudo again with that EMP, and all they need is that one tick, just 33%.
He doesn't want them to know he's on the soldier right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's potentially a lot of damage that France doesn't account for if he's able to sneak in.
Titawat didn't die right there somehow. There he goes.
There's the EMP, Unko. Yeah, he did get the kill onto Titawat. NZNR, though, if he can get the kill on the Nox, and it's going to be tough now that the Primal Rage has come out. But look at, they're so close, 92.9%, and they're getting the kills. There's the EMP, though, coming in from Unko. Thailand still trying to hold this one. They've got the kills to do it. Can they handle the respawns? Getting Nox might seal the deal. It does. Thailand with 3:57. Nearly 4 minutes left on the clock. A crushing attack round for Thailand.
Thailand just did so well right there. And again, it's incredibly difficult to pull that out if you're France. Once you're down, the 2 points, as you see Nico right there, not looking too happy with their performance. They know it's going to take a lot to bring back Horizon. But yeah, if you're already down those 2 points, you have to throw your ults out. And eventually, you're going to have a weaker ult economy as long as the team is patient. They have 5 minutes to get 1 tick.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You could almost kind of close your eyes and cast the rest of that one just based on the amount of time Thailand had to work with there.
It was going to take really a Herculean effort from France not to get that taken away from them, and unfortunately they couldn't even stall out for very long because of Unko's death, and then Thailand flipping over to the Soldier 76 where they took control of the high ground, and they had that longer range damage. So France has got their work cut out for them for sure. Thailand, it's like they are going to just go ahead and sit here on the Sombra some more. I'm not a big fan, I have to say, of Kurlos going to be on the Ana right here, because the only target he will have to nano boost is Titawat. So that can make things, you know, you can't get the big team wipes that you could with combinations of some other ults, and also using the Primal Rage with the nano boost is not very effective. So
you know, you could argue that this defensive comp is made to sort of exploit the fact that the climbing room, point A, is a really small area, and so you have things like Biotic Grenade that have a huge impact, and when you combine that with the option to EMP from Apudo, you've got a lot of ways to quickly clear out the enemy team when they come into that small point. So I can see the logic behind it, but you're right as far as the nano boost goes. I mean, it's going to be Titawat or bust, basically.
Yeah, really low damage overall for Thailand.
Sure.
So very defensive composition.
You got to depend on those things we talked about, like the EMP, like the Biotic Grenade, to sort of soften up the enemy team.
France moving back, though, to a triple DPS.
Yep.
Squishier, but definitely with a higher damage output. And NZNR scouting around the side right now. You can see already health packs secured along the perimeter.
Well, he's finding soon, and the duel begins yet again. Apudo already hacked the health pack, though. They're focusing him. Kurlos died so fast at the beginning, though. Rough start for Thailand. Can they maybe hold on to the point here? With a kill onto Soon, they might be able to, but already France nearly has 2/3 of point A. Yeah, Thailand might have to give this one up even quicker than they took it last round.
Yeah, very decisive. The pick early on, just a little bit too much for them to handle. Lost a lot of their healing as a result of Kurlos dying, and even though Soon did go down as a result of the hack, there wasn't really any kind of follow-up that they could do.
Wow, and Thailand barely with any time to set up for the defense here on point B. Unko does go down early, so France, you know, again, they're not trying to take it right here, right now. They're trying to build ult charge, but man, AKM with 2 kills already, they may have some time to actually get some good percentage going.
I mean, look at those Helix rockets. That's definitely what AKM is known for, nearly taking out the Tracer. Nico coming up with the Dragon Blade, and France is going to have a very strong opportunity to go ahead and take this point.
A first tick taken immediately by France, so already a great start. And again, you know, we're going to say the same thing we basically said during Thailand's attack round, where France can just pull back and play this one conservatively.
Yeah, but the fact that Thailand got 2 kills on the backside of the attack is actually crucial, because if France had been able to stabilize and come back in, against Attack Visor and against a Dragon Blade with no defensive ultimates, Panny's still very far away from a sound barrier.
Yeah.
Difficult to hold in that big open area, so at least Thailand getting some more time to get some of their crucial support ults up.
I'm surprised Kurlos is still sticking with the Ana now. He's nearly got that nano boost, so he's going to need to use it. Wondering if he's going to switch later. Soon didn't find the kills with that pulse bomb that he was looking for, and now he's got to run. Well, AKM taken out by Titawat in that Primal Rage. France just backing off once again. They're going to be able to come into this next push with a pretty huge ult advantage, though.
Problem for France, though, is that they've allowed Oputo to get his EMP once again. So AKM dying at the start of that fight, another hindrance for France, even though they do have a wealth of ultimates available to them.
Oh, Nico barely staying alive there. Unko with the finishing blow onto Titowat, and they are going to come in with the Transcendence. France storming onto the point, still plenty of ults to work with, and there is the Nano Visor coming out for Mickey. Got that Nano Boost from Kurlos, cut down though by Nico, and France in a great position to possibly close this one out with an even better time than Thailand got. They're trying to stay on the point. They are desperate now. Sound barrier for France. They want to end this round right here, right now, and they will. 5 minutes on the clock. Wow. So as good as the attack round was for Thailand, that may have actually been the fastest attack round I've ever seen on Lunar Colony.
Yeah, I think it is the fastest one we've seen so far at this Overwatch World Cup. And that is certainly impressive. So we've talked about how clutch this France team can be before. When it looks like they're down, they find a way to pull it back together. And unfortunately for Thailand, they just didn't have the defensive support ultimates to deal with the Dragon Blade and with the Tac Visor that they were up against. You run that Ana, you don't have the Transcendence, and they just didn't really have a great target for that Nano Boost up until Mickey switched to the Soldier 76.
Well, we find ourselves going into time bank. 5 minutes on the clock for France. 4 minutes, roughly, 3:57, close enough, on the clock for Thailand. So both teams with a good opportunity to set themselves up for a win. Who microwaves plants? Come on.
Is that what they are, Doha?
Maybe, I don't know, probably not.
Maybe they're probably just doing experiments on them.
Microwaves next to a photo booth, that's what I'm seeing there.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what they have in the future.
Probably. Bunch of external hard drives next to your microwave there on the right.
There's health packs lying on the ground too, just in case you need one.
Yep, edit, unread. How do you unread an email? Oh wait, I was reading that. Oh, zoom back in. Oh, come on. Oh.
Unread.
Oh,
well, France not going to be going with the Sombra this time around. They've thought better of it, as it were, compared to their first round of defense, but Budo continuing to stick with it, so.
Thailand coming back with their own Sombra, of course. On the attack once more, Translocator is in there. Aputo sneaking around the outside. Let's see what he can find.
Looking for me?
Yeah, I think people are looking for you. Yeah. Oh, we didn't need to. We were already looking at you.
Actually, Mickey gets the kill on Anox, so maybe taking a bit too deep as Thailand gets the initial kills onto Soon as well.
Yeah, AKM got the heals at the end, so he was able to survive that Diva duel. Nice kill onto Panties down on the low ground, and Thailand, they're on the point, they're gaining it. AKM forced to run in, forced to sacrifice himself, and Thailand will take a very, very quick point A.
Yeah, point A has been fast for everybody thus far, and finally, there we go. Taking it all the way to the completion. Lots of ult charge onto Kurlos, and France.
That is big.
Unko going to switch to Sombra now, so late, especially because Oputo is on the verge of getting an EMP.
Kurlos has his Transcendence, so this is a chance for Thailand. Again, you know, you just want to get as much percentage as you can. That's big as Thailand comes in. Huge pick onto the Soldier 76. There's the Transcendence. Soon with the Pulse Bomb needs to come up big, just like he did on Nepal.
He got Panties!
Great stick on that one. EMP comes in for Aputo now. Thailand not out of it just yet. NZNR with the answering kill onto Nox, but France right there with Nico's Dragon Blade. Oh, and they hold Thailand to nothing.
Dude has just been so ridiculously clutch today.
Yeah.
Hitting that pulse bomb, he really did thread the needle. Mickey was standing right next to him on the Diva, and with Oputo having the EMP as well, is managing to get in there and pick up the extremely crucial kill onto the Lucio, preventing Thailand from getting the healing and actually snowballing the point.
Well, Mickey's nearly got his ult back. Just can't die now. Oh, Kurlos goes down as Unko drops the EMP. France with the aggressive defense here jumping out. They're going to dedicate a lot to this, actually. Thailand lose a lot, but they get, well, okay. I thought maybe Thailand could backdoor a little percentage, but no. Yeah. So here's the question. Do you think France gave up too many EMPs on that?
I think that they gave away the Tac Visor a little bit. I don't think you needed that because Unko was on point, hitting Kurlos with the EMP and then taking out the Zenyatta immediately.
Mickey coming in, getting a little bit low already on that Diva.
Pudu got Unko though.
Yeah, that is big. A kill for wins on the other side as NZNR goes down. Thailand, oh, he throws in the self-destruct to try to handle the respawns. There's the self-destruct, Mickey back and then Mac again. Thailand has to deal with that sound barrier on the side of France. They've got their own as well though. Nico does get the kill onto Kurlos, and we've been talking a lot about Soon, but man, Nico's been getting a lot of crucial kills here in these recent rounds, and it looks like France may be able to hold this. Yep, they will.
And even better for France, Thailand yet again actually fails to take that first tick on the point. So
Crucial.
Thailand running out of time now, and Mickey will be prompted to switch back to the Soldier 76. That was the swap that really worked well for them in the last one, but it's going to be EMP versus EMP. And if one of these Sombras gets hacked early, could be a disaster for the team.
Well, we saw Apudo hit that early EMP before and keep Unko from answering with his own. Unko goes ahead and EMPs first, but now they need, okay, that's a follow-up. All right, 3 kills from Nico. Make it 4 with the Dragon Blade, and Thailand, at least they died quickly. At least that gives them time to reset.
At least they died quickly.
I like to look on the bright side, you know? At least they died quickly.
Yeah, not going to be too staggered.
I'm a positive guy.
Yeah, France just continues to catch them out before they can actually make it into the high ground for the point. But Thailand now going to be working with a big support ultimate with that Transcendence. Unko nearly up with another EMP, but let's see if Apudo can get the drop onto them. Thailand's got one good
excited to see France's attack round specifically. I guess we're not wrong if we call them rogue. We're just sort of wrong for this tournament.
That's right. They are still rogue players, all signed to rogue, all playing under that organization's ban, as you know.
Correct. Yeah, I've learned from you. Norway 66. Looks like we are going to have. I have no idea who's attacking, defending yet. Wait for it. Wait for it. Find out. Eventually, none of our monitors have the teams on there. In the meanwhile, enjoy the beautiful scenery of Route 66. I don't know if it really looks like that.
Route 66? I mean, parts of it did through the American Southwest.
I've never driven it.
Well, you can't drive it anymore, though, because as we discussed, it was decommissioned.
Well, you know, I could still drive where it was.
Some of it, yeah, some of it you can.
I don't know if I'd be like driving through some people's living rooms at this point or not. I don't know if that's the status of Route 66, but I could try.
Maybe it dead ends into a crash train in front of a diner.
Right in front of the Panorama Diner. Hey, you know it's old when you've got phone booths out front.
Well, it looks like we are going to see Thailand on the attack first, and Mickey is going to be playing McCree.
All right, let's see this. I'm excited, man.
Maybe
Mickey's McCree.
Maybe Taimu taught him a thing or two.
Maybe. I mean, you sit next to Taimu at Apex for long enough, some of that McCree mojo kind of like rubs off on you. So we'll see how it works out. Nico going deep already, really aggressive defense, but he's going to pay for it as Tidawat roasts him. And Mickey, yeah, I mean, you don't do well when you take a Helix rocket to the face.
No, you don't, but I think just taking the McCree here is an answer to France's dive. They want to be able to control soon. I think they realize that they're not having a lot of luck winning those duels between NZNR and Soon, so they're going to need something else to do it.
I agree. I think it's really smart. I mean, if Mickey just plays back, as most McCrees would, just get that flashbang onto Soon when he comes in.
Yeah, well, they got the health back hack, so they have enough forward movement right here onto both of the mega health backs. It will be, well, not sure where that was supposed to go, but probably wasn't supposed to bounce off the card like that.
It's okay, it's a short cooldown.
There's the flashbang, actually. Not going to get the hack, though. It would have been nice to chain the crowd control together.
Yeah. All right. Now France storming back with some kills of their own. It looks like they're going to hold the payload for the moment. Mickey swapping over to that Diva. All right. He's like, yeah, you know, it's a good idea in concept, but maybe he's a better Diva player than a McCree.
Well, it was fun for a hot minute right there. Got some movement onto the payload, got the health backs hacked, but
I enjoyed it.
That's the second McCree we've seen. It's thematically tied to Route 66, perhaps.
True. I mean, the first McCree was, you know, a bit of showboating, of course, but still.
Budo looking for the EMP opportunity, sneaking his way all the way back. He wants to get Unko right off the bat, and
yeah, didn't really find the option. He came out of invisibility a little bit too late, and oh, Nico finds him with the dash. Soon really low. It's going to go down, yeah, but France overall does certainly have the win in this fight. Thailand really stalled out. They've got a lot of ultimates to work with, but they're going to need to have a pretty big push to take point A.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dicey here for Thailand. Opudo was all the way in the back line, but was reluctant to pop the EMP without a lot of support there, even though he may have been able to one-shot Unko. It's still not a great one-for-one trade for them if they're going to be investing ultimates in that. And Thailand just slowly building up that bank, but nobody really had to use any ults whatsoever except for a pulse bomb here or there.
Speaking of pulse bombs, NZNR is not doing anything. Transcendence for Thailand as they try to get the payload moving again. AKM, though, he's got the high ground on top of Big Earls. Mickey being chased away, and there's the tac visor. He knows the defense matrix doesn't have a lot of charge left in it. Looks like the Transcendence is going to be forced out of Team France as well. Whoa, Nico actually going down before he's really able to accomplish much with the Dragon Blade. And Thailand, we talked about them needing a big push, and hey, this is it.
Well, a lot of France's crucial ultimates got shut down right there. AKM didn't have a good tac visor, couldn't find any angles as the member of Thailand scattered, and then Nico got caught in a hallway against the Winston. So quickly dealt with in the end.
Oh, Soon putting on the carry pants and kind of keeping the payload stalled long enough for the rest of France to come back. They use that sound barrier to get in close. Mickey with the kill on Nico again. Nox does fall down. And despite that last-ditch effort at a defense, it looks like Thailand will take point A pretty soon here.
Everybody mopped up in those corridors. Finally soon, the last to go down, and that'll be a point A for Thailand. Only 3 minutes, or 2:50 rather, left on the clock for them as they move forward. At least Opudo will have that EMP, but moving through the streets phase to point B is a lengthy process. And
they might be a bit tough.
Yeah, they did get stalled out for quite a long time already.
Yep, France with some good positioning on the high ground. Oh, Widowmaker getting very low. Has to be pretty careful here. AKM fires a Helix rocket into the post there, so not a lot of damage coming out with that one. But now he's got that tac visor yet again. And Thailand already forced back. There's the EMP. Where's the follow-up? Transcendence is going to let Thailand come in pretty aggressively. AKM backing away. Oh, did he get stuck? No, it was close. Went over his shoulder there. Looks like Tidawat, meanwhile, with 2 kills. And Thailand with a big fight here. They are trouncing France.
Yeah, looked like it might have been just on the edge for AKM to get hit by that EMP. He was probably hoping it was going to come out and then he could counteract it or at least force them to flee with the tac visor. Instead, this gets zoned out on the side by NZNR and forced into the inside on the upper level. So Thailand will get some movement here, and they're gonna ride this cart all the way to close to the end.
They got a lot of distance. All right, sound barrier use as France comes back in. There comes the Dragon Blade for Nico. Opudo in big trouble. He translocates. Nico tries to chase, but he ends up just not getting anything with the ultimate. Meanwhile, AKM does find panties with the Helix rocket, and Thailand probably gonna have to back up a little bit here.
Yeah, they are.
Translocator. Is he coming back? I don't think Aputo's coming back to that one, man. Trying to scare him. They're sending Nox. Oh, they did it! Oh, that was so good. They sent Nox to chase him down and force the translocate. Yeah, yep. Yeah, Nico saw that one coming.
That was very well played.
Oh, yeah.
Cute maneuver.
And
Team
that's
France.
Yeah, that's a problem for Thailand too, because that does stagger the respawn from Aputo, and that's going to slow down the push. As you can see, Thailand only now kind of getting that going.
Nicely done.
Fun times.
They are definitely playing better around the Sombra now than they were at the start of this match.
I'd say so. Oh, have a pulse swap. What? I totally thought that stuck right there. NZNR. That was a bit odd.
That was definitely.
See ya.
Goodbye.
There's the reset.
Yeah, they just have to ditch that at the end. Couldn't actually finish off any of those fights, so better to reset, get the big final push, and see if you can use that EMP. But AKM, he's been sitting on this tac visor for so very long at this point in time. Look how spread out France is. Unlikely they're going to get many people hit with this EMP.
Yeah, I mean,
look at AKM, he's just hiding. He's waiting for the EMP up there.
Here comes Curlos around the side, loading up that right click. Okay. Keeping Unco a little bit zoned. Has to use that Transcendence early on. EMP does come in, and Aputo does get the kill to AKM. Yeah, that's pretty big. Oh, NZNR can't fight the Zenyatta, though, and wins with that sound barrier. France may have enough to hold here. They're getting the kills. There's the sound barrier, like we talked about. And Thailand having to back away. Mickey needs a huge self-destruct. Doesn't get it, though. That payload was moving forward. They got a bit more distance on it, but we're into OT now. Nico with the Dragon Blade, looking for a bit more, but again, not really finding a lot of kills, having to rely on his teammates to finish this one off, and they will. France holding Thailand pretty well. That payload only getting about halfway through the second phase on Route 66.
Yeah, we do see a lot of full holds on Route 66, though, so it's not out of the question that Thailand can come back, particularly with how strong that Sombra can be on the defense.
Well, it's like what we talked about. You know, I mentioned I was really excited about Rogue's attack round coming into this one. France's attack round, sorry, because that means we get to see Apudo Sombra on defense. And like you said, we have seen a lot of those full holds here on point A. So even though Soon is giving us the eye, can he give Thailand the business?
Well, he's been giving him the business for the last few maps.
He really has
come alive, that's for sure. But really, you can see the creative play coming out of France in that last one. They totally baited Apudo into that cute little translocation.
That is fun. And the outhouse, I mean, I know a lot of the stuff on Route 66 is old, but is it really old enough that they still use an outhouse like that?
Yeah, it's a bit weird considering that they appear to have some pretty advanced facilities, and you would think with a bar there they would have indoor plumbing, right?
Maybe it's a tourist attraction. Come and see the historic outhouse on Route 66.
Yeah.
There you go.
Going back to a time before people could go to the bathroom inside.
Well, or outside. Inside and outside, sort of. Propane! Someone's very excited about that room.
A little odd sign. I mean, it is full of propane, I guess.
Yeah.
Just taping the cardboard up. No time to actually give it proper signage.
It's just an advertisement for the name of my aggressive punk rock band in high school. We called ourselves Propane.
It's pretty boring, Noah, for a...
Yeah, it's boring until like James Bond shoots it with like his gun and then it all explodes.
Yeah, but James Bond Shoots Propane is a much better name for a band.
James Bond Shoots Propane.
Yeah, I suppose. Propane's pretty boring.
You got me there, Mike. Chris. I'll give you that one. Here comes the attack for France. Apudo already 19% built up with that ultimate. Gonna need that EMP really quick. They want to stall France out here on point A.
Is trying to cover the angles right now, make sure that there's not going to be a lot of charge, see if they can catch anybody out with the right click from Unko. Soon in the back line, and they are going to trade 1-for-1.
Yeah.
But again, it's an early death for Kurlos.
Like it is many times. Trying to hack that health back, a little bit rough. All right, here comes the payload. Here Comes the Payload was also one of my bands in high school.
That sounds much better.
I had a lot of bands in high school.
We know, though. We know over the years.
As the EMP, Apudo's got it. Waiting for a chance to use it. There we go. Pops it right away. Translocating. Looking for Unko. Can't quite find him. Tries to get the kill on Wins. Wins low. And there's the kill. Crucial. NZNR gets that one. Thailand fighting back. Oh, but Nico coming in for a couple of his own. And that payload is going to keep moving.
France had already taken control of that high ground. So AKM able to dish out the damage on the Soldier 76. They were definitely expecting the play onto the support line. So did see Nox jump back on top of Unko nearly immediately to punish the dive. Wow, Nico there getting some good damage down in this little duel, and then he actually can't win it.
Yeah. Apudo shot down by AKM. Nearly has that attack visor up as Mickey tries to chase him up the high ground, but it's not a lot of health. Uh-oh, no defensive matrix means nowhere to hide for Thailand. They try to get behind the Winston shield. Ooh, nice stomp by Titowat actually, taking him down. And Thailand making a go of it here on the defense.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to hold in the end.
Yeah.
France really investing a lot into this as Nox commits to the Primal Rage. But Thailand's still a couple solid defensive ults. Looks like Kurlos is actually dropped from the game right now.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we need to pause here. There we go. Okay. Well,
that might actually be really crucial. Unfortunately,
that's a problem.
Kurlos did die early in that fight, but if he joins back in, we'll see where he's actually going to end up, because Nox was about to engage again onto the payload. So it's definitely a rough situation for Thailand. They were coming in with a pretty healthy ult advantage as well.
Mickey with the perma smile. Nothing can break this kid's spirit. On the Rogue side, yeah, really crucial push coming in. Seeing Nico on your screen right there, who really has stepped it up on this Genji. Waiting to see if we can get our Team Thailand player back in the game again.
At least they have the sound barrier from Panties. That's going to make it a bit tricky for Nico to do the work on the Dragon Blade, but he has been pretty patient over the course of the match to this point. And he's going to have a lot to carve through with the Winston ult up as well. So we're waiting to get We need to get Kurlos back in this game and see what his status is. I can't actually see where he is on the screen right now, so.
Yeah, same. I mean, you do, the character model does disappear in that category, so I don't think you'd see him anyway, so.
Well, this could be rough because they may have ended up in a 5v6 here, Thailand. This could actually be very consequential.
Yep, for sure. And they, you know, the thing is Rogue had been pushing the payload, but overall Thailand had been holding it pretty well. They had bought quite a bit of time.
And they had forced out a lot of ultimates, too.
Yeah, they had.
So it looked like Thailand might have been able to hold on here for a while longer.
Still waiting?
It's interesting. It's the same issue that we saw from Kurlos actually earlier in this match.
Okay.
When we had a delay, it was also his PC or his client that was causing the problem. So we may have to go ahead and switch the entire PC out right now.
Yep. But hey, if there's anything we know how to do in esports, Monte Cristo, it's fill time.
Is that our specialty?
No, I'm just saying it's one of our specialties.
We have many specialties.
Yep.
We're men of many talents.
Among our specialties are. Yeah. Well, Nox, of course, playing to mean Winston today. And most days.
And most days.
Most days.
Did have some problems with positioning, getting booped off kind of easily on Nepal, but
I just said he was mean. I didn't say he was good.
Fair enough. You tricked me.
Check and mate. The old English word switcheroo. I don't know.
I feel like Winston's, you know, he gets pretty angry a lot of the time.
He does. Well, you know, it's a real Jekyll and Hyde thing, a real Hulk and is it a real Hulk real Hulk thing, real Banner Hulk sort of thing. You know, mild-mannered scientist, suddenly giant raging beast.
Yeah, those really didn't. You know, they pretty much just stole the Hulk there, didn't they?
You know, I'd like to see a lore event where Winston tames the inner beast and he gets like a new ultimate. Like he just gets transcendence or something. He's like, I'm really calm now. Only he does the Donkey Kong thing where he just starts rolling around in a ball around the room with healing coming out of him.
Is that it? So
that's my plan. This is why I will never design heroes in Overwatch.
From stealing the idea of the Hulk to stealing Donkey Kong, except with healing.
Donkey Kong's way more fun, in my opinion.
Than the Hulk?
Yeah. Oh, we're back. All right, let's see what happens. Kurlos back in. There's a transcendence immediately for Munko as France jumps in. Nico with the kill onto a Pluto right away. Bad news for Thailand. Everybody inside of Big Earls, and here comes Winston with that primal rage. No Donkey Kong rolling just yet. Thailand getting the edge in this fight. NZNR falls, though, and France coming back in this brawl. That payload nearly there. And there goes Titawat. So it looks like if Nico, oh, actually, he's going to get EMP'd. Gets a couple kills anyway. And Mickey storming back on that Diva. They have really bought a lot of time. Even if France does get this point, which it looks like they probably will eventually, Thailand's bought a ton of time. Nico with the blade now. They use the sound barrier as well. They have had to commit so much to take this.
Yeah, they have. And I don't know about that Dragon Blade at the end either. That was pretty much a one-bite sound barrier coming out late. But Kurlos had to run all the way back from spawn right there. So that was actually a pretty brutal drop out of the game for Thailand.
Nico going deep, but that's a nice reflect on the Kurlos, trying to just get them at spawn and give France a little bit of time to push this payload. You can see up at the top, they need to get it to that yellow marker. If they can do it, they will win the match. If they can't, Thailand is going to tie this one up 2-2.
Yeah, it's a long, long time to set up on the map. Spread offense again from France. Very respectful of Aputo's ability to come in and try and hit that big EMP. NZNR going to flank around that backside and at least delay the payload. Try and get that sick. Doesn't get it. Actually does manage to get him, I mean, with the melee.
He gets the kill, but that was another kind of unimpressive pulse bomb from NZNR. And France able to get the edge in this fight already.
Aputo dives with
double
the
kill.
Woo.
Yeah, France looking forward to, or looking to roll this one to a victory here. They've done such a controlling the spawns for Thailand at this point. Thailand hasn't really been able to set up much of a defense at all.
Well, no, especially not having Kurlos coming back in. They do have a nano boost available to them finally.
Yep.
If they want to use it, EMP, Nico can't pull the blade, but they're not focusing him either.
Well, Unko's getting the kills. He doesn't need to pull the blade just yet. There we go. Now he wants to. Kurlos goes down almost immediately. 1.42 meters to go for France to win this one and take it 3-1, and it looks like they will do it. Thailand, a valiant effort, but France Going to come out with the win, 3-1 in this 4-map set.
Yeah, snowballing that one pretty easily, and France focusing the right targets, making sure that Thailand wasn't going to have any ability to use their ultimates throughout that Streets phase.
Right. Well, what can you say? It was a great series, actually. I think Thailand shows they really are a force to be reckoned with, but at the end of the day, I mean, France is just a force of nature. One of the best teams already in the world, and that's that.
Yeah, absolutely. So France storming back after losing that first map, but Thailand picking up that one map may be a big, big difference as this group stage continues tomorrow for
Really
both
could
of
be.
these teams.
Yeah. I mean, that may be, you know, Thailand's ticket to possibly at least taking second in the group. I mean, tomorrow's going to be very interesting as far as Group B goes.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And of course, we have our second Group B match coming up later. And we'll see. I'm very excited to see how Argentina is going to be playing again after they put on a, even though they lost all 4 maps, they still made it very neck and neck with France/Rogue yesterday.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I believe tomorrow is when we get our Argentina-Thailand match, and that is going to be, to me, that's going to be the highlight match of Group B, especially after Thailand's performance today.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. So,
yeah.
Well, France with the win, and they have gone up 2-0 in terms of overall wins so far, making it very unlikely, of course, that they are not going to be making it out of at least this group stage.
That's right, and they are 7-1 in maps, which is a pretty overwhelming advantage. I don't know, is it actually possible to knock them out of first in the group?
Probably, because you can have a 3-way 2-1 tie, but
okay,
with Thailand taking the draw already with Denmark, probably not. So.
Okay. Probably right. Well, that is our match between Thailand and France. And so we will take a quick break, and we'll be back with the deaths right after this.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
Welcome back to the post game for that matchup, Thailand versus France. And, you know, it was a little unfortunate there for Thailand. We were, you know, I always enjoy a good underdog story, right? You know, that gets the, you know, I guess the heart racing. But in the end, though, France proving why they are one of the best teams to be playing competitive Overwatch right now. And furthermore, why this team is very feared in this particular group, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, we had, I think you mentioned it beforehand, that Nico is getting a lot of flag on his Genji, but really on Horizon, that was nothing to talk about in that term. Like, he was just really bringing it to the table. His Genji plays were on spot. He did get that kill, his name onto the kill feed, and also Soon. I think Soon was a key player on Horizon. More than once, he actually saved the day, prevented the whole of Thailand from actually capturing when they were on defense. And I think that was the only reason why he managed to stall them for so long. So that was really beautiful. And of course, as we see right now, on actual Route 66, they just spread out so well, and they even had you know, time to play a little bit around and have some fun with Nico waiting on the rooftop for the Sombra to pop out of her relocator. So that was nice.
One thing I will say is France did a good job of adapting to the Sombra, which is something that they did have some trouble with. And Flame, I want to get your thoughts here, because you know it takes a lot to, you know, mid-series to just really shift your brain and be like, all right, we got to figure this out, or else we're in a really bad position here.
Well, I do think that Lunar Colony kind of brings itself to this deathmatchy style, where you saw even Thailand taking the first point when they did finish the map was on the back of a pretty lucky EMP that wound up catching Unko. I don't think Unko saw it coming. I don't think that they meant to catch Unko, but they did stop the EMP in its tracks almost accidentally. So that map in particular, definitely probably favoring Rogue at this point. I'm surprised teams are still bringing them to that. I don't think any team's really comfortable on the map. So you're kind of just banking on Rogue being bad at it, but we saw them be really good at it yesterday, so I'm not sure if that was really the play. But again, you're right. They are adapting to it really well. I think Apudo also, after the halftime pause, maybe not feeling as confident anymore for some reason. He did hold on to his EMPs really long on Route 66 in particular.
Yeah. And one thing I would say, Seltzer, I was concerned about Thailand and Horizon because, and this is a personal thing for me, was seeing Kurlos on Ana and not Zen, and his Zen has been so good. But to see him play Ana 2 times, and you know, we could debate about this, I'm sure. I saw people talking about it online as well. It just felt weird because your Zen's really good, and that sustainability with which Transcendence is really important. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, I can talk to you about that, because I think what they were trying to do was be a little tricky. And you saw times when it wasn't successful, which was maybe when they didn't get quite as much out of the Ana as they wanted, and times when it was really successful, where Mickey pulled back, switched to 76, and actually snuck up and helped them really secure that second point on the first round of Horizon. So, I mean, there are... they're really taking it to the next level. I mean, the reason they're a great opponent for France is because they're able to kind of mind the game on the same level as France, to kind of think through the same, through the match that way, the same way. So I was excited to see them meet like this. I really wish Thailand had just been able to keep it together a little bit longer. We saw that halftime, you mentioned Apudo. He's smiling still, but he's taking a sip of water and his hand is just shaking. I mean, this is really getting to them playing on the stage.
He had the performance, I think, that he needed. And there's like a little bit of criticism too, or question marks when it comes to running 2 supports and a Sombra. Generally, teams are starting to ditch. I mean, Rogue's doing it. They're ditching 1 support to play the Sombra. And you really need to pump out damage if you're playing that Sombra as a DPS character like Apudo was. And again, I do think after the half, he was a little less of an impact. He was having a harder time killing Soon, hitting the long-range tracking that he needed to. So it definitely played into that, or just the composition in general. Yeah,
another thing too I just want to talk about is NZNR really missing a couple key pulse bombs, and that was a heartbreaker for that young man, because I know it's a tall order, right? You're going against one of the best you know, tracers that's out there, and this guy's got to like step it up somehow. And Soon, man, he's not going to give it to you. He's not going to let you have it.
The thing with those duels was also that I think it was the last round we saw on Horizon, where NCNR just went out to try to find that duel and went off the point, chased Soon, not even killing him, and instead of being on the point helping his team, which was probably one of the reasons they actually lost that point there. So I think he tried a little bit too hard to force the issue against Soon. It just didn't quite work out for him. And again, like Soon and Nico both really, it's very unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
They really stepped up their game though, and I'm very happy to see Rogue kind of picking up some slack. They've been showing.
I'm happy for Rogue. I'm
Super
sad for
happy
Thailand,
for
but I'm
Rogue.
happy for Thailand as well, because at the end of the day, they showed that they can go toe-to-toe with a formidable team, and that makes this Group B that much more interesting. And speaking of Group B, we have a fantastic matchup coming up next as well, guys, as the underdog story, Argentina will be facing off against Denmark, and that is going to be a great one. We're going to break that down and so much more on the other side.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the pregame now for the 2017 Overwatch World Cup match between Denmark and Argentina. That's right, folks. This matchup, our last of the day, and it's certainly setting itself up to be a great one, as both teams have shown us quite a bit in this competition. Denmark going 2-2 against Thailand yesterday was interesting for many reasons, because many had thought that Denmark was going to be very strong against the Thai roster. Turns out, about even, you know, as much as you want.
You know, to be fair though, the two games they won, those were not just like kind of They were dominant. They were dominant in the first 2 games they showed. Like, I think the first map was King's Row, and they took Thailand apart. Fisher on Soldier had so much space. He completely tore them apart. And it was actually really, really beautiful to watch them play like that. And on the second map as well, like they just were one step ahead. On the third game, they did face a Sombra from Maputo, and I think they started struggling there a little bit, as we've seen from other teams as well so far in the competition. But still, Denmark showed a really strong performance.
Yeah, well, you know, speaking of their opponent and having to deal with that, Argentina. I mean, this is a team that many people are talking about now online, Rachel. Argentina's definitely made it.
You know what I can tell you
here.
about Argentina? They've been taking notes. They stayed up late, they were studying, and they know everything about Denmark at this point.
This team, this you know, Denmark roster here, really looking for Fisher to just continue to play amazingly. He has had some great moments there, Flame. Any players on your end from Denmark that you're particularly excited for?
Craigie, I think, had a really good performance yesterday. Kelix as well. The whole squad played really well. It's just, it's overshadowed by their struggles with the Sombra, I think, for me. And I think that they're up against one of the best in Argentina right now.
One of the best in Argentina, that's right.
6 of the best, in fact.
Yeah.
I mean, DDX performance on Sombra yesterday was really good.
I think right now DDX and Oputo are putting up a competition between themselves as to who is actually the best Sombra right now in these group stages. And I'm not sure that, like, seeing how well, I'm tongue-tied now, but I think what I'm trying to say is that the Sombra from Argentina will probably be on the level of the Sombra from Thailand. So Denmark's got it in for them right now. They have a lot to come up against, especially seeing how much they struggled yesterday.
Yeah, and let's not forget Klaus, breakout star yesterday. Everybody's talking about him online. He's got a couple great pulse bomb plays and just generally great play across the board.
Those are the players coming out right now as they set up and get ready to go. And one thing I have to say about Argentina is, even though they're down 0-4, they are as confident as ever, despite it all. It's really impressive.
Absolutely. These guys put a lot of preparation in. They feel a lot of pressure behind them to really help establish the Argentinian scene. They're passionate players. They were telling me in the room before about other teams that have gone on, and they really want to be the ones in Overwatch to make a mark here. And they think that the Overwatch World Cup is a place to do that.
And I really want to highlight how important every single match or map of this series is, because the way that the bracket's actually shaping out now is that Argentina's 0-4, but Denmark has a tie with Thailand. So if you're Argentina right now, you really want to get 3 map wins so you can kind of even out the second place seeding, and it's really, really important, I think, for both of these teams to win this particular match.
All right, folks. Well, this is going to be a good one. I can't wait personally, and there's going to be so much more to break down at halftime, but we got to get this matchup started. It's going to be Denmark facing off against Argentina, and send it over to your casters, Achilleos and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. We are back here on the casting booth. I can't really say desk. I don't really have a desk in front of us. So the casting,
imaginary desk.
The casting corner. We'll call it the casting corner. I'm Achilleos. With me yet again is Wolf, and it's time for the final matchup of the night. Argentina versus Denmark. Both of these teams, very aggressive playstyle. Argentina especially. Yeah. But at the moment, don't have any points. Denmark coming into this one do have the 2 that they were able to take away from Thailand yesterday, but then their play started to waver as Thailand's grew greater.
And that was a lot about the Sombra there. So I feel like Fisher is the strong link on the side of Denmark. And Argentina having the 16-year-old young prodigy Klaus, as was mentioned at the desk earlier. Everyone is talking about this guy. Is he going to be sticking the pulse bombs into Fisher there in the back line? That's going to be the big question, I feel like, that may answer this series. We're going to King's Row. Surprise, surprise, Achilleos, for our hybrid map. You and I haven't seen a single Hollywood yet.
No,
4 for 4 King's Row.
What a surprise, and maybe we'll get that 100% Horizon coming through as well later in the series, but for now we will be going back over to King's Row yet again. So, I mean, I know that we said that we really like this map, that it's a bit of a neutral party as far as the pool is concerned, but this is getting a little excessive, guys.
A little excessive indeed.
I'd like to see those Hollywood strats coming through, but for now we will be going back over to merry old London.
So, remember when we saw this map last time, it was
No, I don't remember the last time I've seen this map.
When we saw Denmark on this map last time, to be more specific, as Zoe said earlier, it was really dominated by Fisher on the DPS there. Denmark had full control, and in the 1v1s against Mango on the side of Thailand, really had some struggles there. It was only until Thailand figured out their roster completely and Aputo found his stripes on the Sombra that they were able to dominate. But as was mentioned before, DDX showing quite a bit of Sombra already, and kind of a battle between him and Oputo to see who's the most successful. And even though Argentina was dominated by France in terms of map score, the matches were closer than that score told. So let's go ahead and jump into this one. It will be the attack coming in for Argentina.
Going to be starting things off. We're looking for that opening pick there with the Widowmaker, but doesn't find anything, so we will just see the swap off. Everybody's going to be wrapping around the backside of the point. DDX coming out on that Sombra, no big surprise there, battling for that top Sombra spot against Oputo.
And already a kind of a change for Denmark. Fischer's on the D.Va, starting things off, not on the Soldier, so a 2-2-2 here instead of the triple DPS to try to catch Argentina's aggressive Sombra playstyle here on the attack.
They're going to be a bit of a change up. We'll see if he's going to be playing that D.Va, you know, very defensively at the moment, just sitting on top of the point alongside Nerf, keep the Winston safe. Or if he will start going a bit more aggressive. The wraparound from the backside of the point coming through now for Argentina. So we see Klaus diving into the back line, almost gets Lind, loses out on the 1v1, but Necta is there to go ahead and follow up with the kill, getting rid of that Zenyatta. So just the 1-for-1.
And not even a tick on the board here yet for Argentina, but as they do approach DDX's EMP, this could change. Battletoad very aggressively in the back lines here, perhaps trying to look for an opening. DDX does now have that EMP. They will have the tac visor soon to pair with it.
Yeah, made it back over onto the high ground there, Battletoad, but got hounded down by Craggy. Takes him out, but Craggy will fall as Leviathan comes up with that kill, and now Argentina looking pretty good. Klaus throwing out that post bomb. He's helping really to pump the mech, but Krytox coming in with the Dragon Blade, takes that Leviathan, cuts down Beast, and will be maintaining this hold at the moment. Still not a single tick coming through here for Argentina.
Felt like the EMP was just timed a little bit too early. Leviathan didn't have tac visor yet. There wasn't a self-destruct to pair with it, so he's already built it up to 80% again, so it's not the end of the world by any means for DDX, who's built these so quickly. But they have another opportunity this time now with the self-destruct, the sound barrier, and Necta already picking the kill up here to Krytox.
Yeah, going straight into that choke point underneath the archway. Comes up with that kill, but they answer back. Leviathan goes down, but Nerf has also fallen as Beast just goes ahead, picks up the 2K. They posture in onto the point. Haven't quite gotten that first tick yet, but they are very close, and it seems rather inevitable now for the side of Argentina. Still pushing forward, get rid of Lin, just eliminating those massive heals with the Orbs of Harmony, and get rid of Craggy as well, so no delay tactics from that Tracer, and Klaus is just going to try to chase down onto the Soldier. Will get Krytox in the end, smacking him in the back of the head with the help of Leviathan. They will get that kill, they will get the cap. You can minute 40 on that one, 4 on the clock now.
You can say what you want about Klaus, but you have to say that the one thing you can't really say is he has one string. His pulse bombs are strong, his tracking's incredible, his ability to know which targets to chase down and isolate there, his ability to identify Krytox was vulnerable, come and pick him off there. These are kind of star-sense things for a player who's so young, has so little competitive experience.
Oh, pulse bomb out there from Klaus, doesn't quite have the damage to go ahead and pop Fischer out of that mech. Does weaken it significantly, but now finds him on the far side away from his squad. That's going to be the EMP coming through here from DDX as they seek the kills. He can't quite get the one here onto Krytox as that orb just constantly picking him back up as far as his HP is concerned, and then he goes down rather low, will get picked off in the end. Craggy finds that pulse bomb in on the Leviathan, and it's going to be Denmark shoving Argentina all the way back over towards their spawn.
Now looks like they dove a bit too deep there, but didn't really commit much of anything for that one, so they're still in a decent position to follow up for a stronger push. But the big story here is DDX actually switching over to the Zenyatta now. It's going to try to deal with Nerfed a little bit better with the Discord Orbs, the hacks, and the EMP is not proving to be enough there for Argentina, so swapping it up. Doesn't want to run the double backside harass there.
Wants that added bit of protection here for the rest of his squad, but he goes low and will get taken down as Krytox finds that kill, just stacking up for yet another Dragon Blade. Has swapped around twice now, off the Genji initially, then to the Soldier, now back over to the Genji. Says, you know what, all right, this is what we want to work around as a squad. And DDX swapping over to the Zenyatta, you know, very much a response to that Genji coming back out as well. Wants to have that Transcendence to help mitigate the damage from the Dragon Blade, which is going to be up very soon.
Definitely, and you also you have to remember that he's not anywhere near a Transcendence because they stayed on the Sombra for so long. This does take away a lot of the mobility, the harass, and also the health packs far away now, so this is a smart choice to try to counter that Dragon Blade.
All right, now Leviathan has that high ground. We can hear that Dragon Blade coming out. He's going to have to drop right off of this one, but Krytox doesn't really have another target to go for, so the Dragon Blade very much is a scare tactic, getting Leviathan off that high ground, but he still has the tac visor to offer up some damage. Craggy going to be the only one that's gone down so far as Battletoad's HP bar is dropping pretty steadily. We'll see that Transcendence coming through here from DDX under pressure. Has to force that one out, and seems like Denmark will just go ahead and start kiting back as a squad, but whether or not they make it safely is going to be the next question. We'll see that self-destruct out here from Fischer. Can get into the remech. keeps himself alive for the moment.
Really impressive defense there by Argentina. The Transcendence coming out late, but still good enough. Battletoad staying alive, providing so much extra sustained healing, and Leviathan is really showing his stuff here on the Soldier. And Fischer doing what he can. You have to say, for someone who's been playing mostly Soldier for Denmark, he's showing us a good diva yet again. Flexed to it a few times in the last time we cast them yesterday, but definitely playing a better diva today. Still not going to be able to contest this checkpoint, or here they come. They're going to try for it one more time.
Well, that's going to be the self-destruct thrown out, just trying to zone everybody back away from the payload so they can get the completion, but it's not yet happened. And now all of Denmark going to be pushing forward, but Craggy and Nerf both go down. It's all on Fischer, really, to maintain this hold over the payload, keep it in contention, but Argentina are still picking up the kills as Krytox falls. Lind being threatened in the back line, immediately jumped on there by Klaus, will fall. Fischer has died. And that should be the completion here for Argentina.
Argentina's such an aggressive team. You know, when we spoke to them, when we had an interview with them before the group stage began, so there was a little bit of a rivalry between Klaus and Leviathan to see who could be the bigger hyper carry, who could be the player who does the most damage and who ends up carrying most. And both of them, without ultimates here, are showing up. So such aggression, such frantic attacks.
Well,
and now Beast is going to swap over, actually, to the Zarya.
A bit of a transition. Wants to be able to cut through Fischer. Can't quite do it yet. Doesn't have the power to make, you know, really get that beam going and get rid of that Diva mech. Now Krytox going for it. Has the Dragon Blade drawn out, but immediately has to get out of dodge. Goes to the back line. Looking for Klaus. Finds him with one final swipe. So does at least pick up a kill for his troubles, but big investment there to not get the most profit, but this will allow Denmark to go in and hold that pulse bomb coming through off screen for Craggy. Takes out Beast, just delaying that Zarya
Look at
further.
this.
We're going to see even more swaps coming through.
Yeah, they're going to start moving towards this weird older style now. Not going to go triple tank even, just the Reinhardt and the Zarya.
I didn't realize Norway was playing right now.
Yeah. And they're just going to be trying to push this through. Now, the big point here is going to be the Graviton Surge, but it's still not even halfway ready yet. Just Vanilla, though, picking up the kills, and Beast with high energy here, doing a lot.
All right, well, so far the 2 kills coming through there. Self-destruct not really going to gain anything for the side of Fischer. Just gets back into that mech, keeping himself alive. Beast trying to build up for that Graviton Surge. Doesn't have the bigger bang to couple that one with, but could definitely set something up here for Klaus with a pulse bomb. If they can build up for these. Still pushing forward, playing with fire, trying to get closer and closer to that mark. Klaus throws out that pulse bomb and doesn't find anything for it, so now going to be delaying that combo potentially here, as Beast is very near that Graviton Surge.
So much mobility here from Fischer, though, getting into the back line there. Nice battle, great. This forces DDX to use the Transcendence.
Throws it out, Graviton Surge coming down as well, but it's just going to be an all-out brawl here on top of the payload, but it seems like Argentina will be the ones coming in on top as Nerf and Krytox have fallen. Beast desperately trying to cut through that mech, but still just can't quite find it for the payload. Is again moving here for the Argentinian squad. 20 seconds remaining now on the time bank as they approach point C.
Look at how
a little bit longer to go, and man,
he's building it.
Energy coming through. Beast already back up to 82%. Pops Fischer out of the mech, the double pulse bomb off screen, and that is just going to be a massive dismantling of the Danish squad right in the last couple seconds there. A matter of 10 seconds, and suddenly everything explodes in Argentina. They get the completion.
And now when you look at Zarya, sometimes you think of, okay, they're going to have a big combo here. They switch to the Reinhardt as well, so maybe they're looking for Graviton Surge after a big Earth Shatter, kind of chain these combos together. Maybe we're going to see the Big Bang. Tracer uses Pulse Bomb early. You're starting to wonder, what's the idea with this Zarya comp? But realistically, what was successful here was not the ultimate. It was eaten by Fischer immediately there. But what actually occurred was he built up so much energy, had the extra protection there from Reinhardt. Once he had the energy there, it wasn't the Earth Shatter. It wasn't the Graviton Surge that completed that push. It was the extra DPS coming out. As you said, he almost built up a second one within seconds of using the first because he was so aggressively positioned, built up so much energy, and Zarya became this massive tanky DPS doing the AoE damage. So well played, using an unusual strategy here, but taking a full completion here, 10 seconds in the time bank for Argentina.
Yeah, so not the biggest that you would like to have at the finish there of that map, but they still make it all the way to point C now. Just gonna be looking to hold off Denmark for as long as humanly possible. Argentina at the moment, let's see, just gonna be playing around with this 2-2-2 yet again with DDX starting things off on the Zenyatta. Thought perhaps we would see the Sombra on the defense to try to go for that full hold, build up those EMPs rather swiftly, but just wants to play this one a bit safer, it seems.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see some more Beast Zarya, though. That was that was pretty fun. I was hoping maybe we'd see it here on the defense, maybe some old Hoon style, but not going to be the case, at least for now.
Throw the Graviton Surge into the statue as they're pushing and just draw them all in. Not quite going to happen here,
Well,
but
Craggy,
I mean, it could very well come out, you know, maybe even during the Streets phase.
Craggy has shown 2 different attack bastions, but he will go back to the normal Tracer attack here. So the triple DPS, Fisher back on that comfort pick of the Soldier. Won't be running the Diva this time. This is more of what we saw last time, yeah, from the match against Thailand.
Yeah, so going to be a very aggressive push here for Denmark. They just want to go ahead, scoop up all the Argentina players, and absolutely thrash them to get this first point. As Krytox going to go ahead, poke forward, throw out these shurikens, trying to build up for that Dragon Blade. Just now finding a couple targets, but Craggy falls, so Denmark will go ahead, peel back as a unit. Don't want to overstep their boundaries without that Tracer.
Krytox with some really nice accuracy here.
Yeah, just poking him down, but yeah, nearly dies right at the end. That's a nice deflection to keep himself alive. And I'm just going to get healed right back up now. Klaus going in onto the low ground, straight into the face of Nerf. Helps take him down alongside Beast. And without that tank, Denmark going to be that much more vulnerable. Have to rely on Nerf entirely, and this really delays that Primal Rage coming through.
You can tell Lind is hunting down Klaus, but he's just not able to get the finishing blows there. And with no Diva to protect Fisher, it's a lot tougher for Denmark to make this push happen. Lind now finds himself the receiving end of the damage will be taken out.
Yeah, great communication there, Klaus. Seeing that Discord Orb was thrown down onto Lind, goes forward, takes out the enemy Zenyatta. Did lose Battletoad at the same time, but he can rejoin rather swiftly. That increased move speed, and for now, Argentina going to be holding rather nicely. Denmark have really only tiptoed their way onto the point thus far. Haven't really had a firm stance on it yet. We saw DDX running out the Transcendence. Not sure what immediate threat he was under, but felt the need to go ahead and pop that one out, but now will not have that defensive ultimate for himself. But Craggy hunting, gets the stick. Can he find the kill? Not gonna happen. Nekta barely stays alive. Disco down to the end as Nerf goes forward, finds the kill. Now Leviathan with that attack visor takes out Krytox, but Craggy is there to pick up the pieces, gets rid of him, and now it's on to the point here for Denmark, seeking to get at least that first tick on this push. We'll see if Argentina can try and re-engage. The respawn's now coming up. Nekta doesn't have the Primal Rage to delay. So do they want to try to delay this one out, or do they just go ahead and back off? Seems like it's going to be the latter.
Yeah, they're just not near enough to contest this here on the defense for Argentina, so the payload will be given over to Denmark. The lack of Transcendence, as you said, was definitely a big problem there for Argentina. DDX definitely panicking in that last fight, so a tool not there to chain to build up Nekta and Beast's ultimates there. The delay tactics with the self-destruct,
I mean, look how far Denmark are chasing back onto Argentina. We want to just keep them contained, you know, beyond point B to get as much free distance on that payload as possible. Just have Kellic sitting back on and rolling it forward. At the same time, you know, he's not going to be building up very steadily for that sound barrier, but they will be getting a lot of profit here for Lin. Self-destruct thrown out here from the side of Beast. Not going to find anybody with that. It's back into the mech, but a couple picks have come through here for Argentina. Just trying to slow things up, but they're just now getting to the payload. So all of this distance was created for free by Denmark going forward and contesting Argentina inside their spawn.
And because they did this too, they lost a lot of picks. So they got free distance, but they gave free ult charge. So that's the trade-off for Argentina. So Argentina has now the better ult setup, and that's certainly going to be the Transcendence here. But yeah, the distance is overall more important.
Oh, Klaus almost making it onto that health pack. Can't quite get it. Does go down as Craggy finds that kill. Now Fisher wrapping around from behind, seeking to get some gains there with that attack. They're not going to find anything yet, and the sound barrier comes through here from the side of Argentina. DDX trying to get this 1v1 versus Krytox, but looks like he will just be able to remain safe. In the meantime, that will be the Dragon Blade drawn out. Now he's hunting down for the Zenyatta, but he actually falls. DDX gets it in the end, but still multiple members on the side of Argentina have gone down. Nerf going in, wins the Winston battle off screen, and the payload will keep moving forward at rapid pace. 2 minutes 45 on the clock, and they're just in front of point B.
Unfortunately, it's not able to really carry with any of the heroes they have with the double support ultimates they use there. They did overlap those a little bit as well, so couldn't get the maximum value, but that was an expensive defensive attempt for Argentina. Now Denmark has the lead, and they're about to grab this checkpoint. This is an important moment for Argentina to try to hold this vanilla without the ultimates.
Well, Beast getting knocked out of the mech, and Craggy taken down, so it's going to be a bit of an exchange on both sides so far. Sound barrier thrown out here from the side of Denmark. Lind trying to go ahead and build up for that Transcendence would be very nice for them to try to get this completion, but it will be a bit longer. But getting rid of DDX is going to be quite meaningful here for Denmark, as he almost had his Transcendence available, so they go ahead and eliminate that, but it seems like they will be staved off for the moment. Have to kite back around this corner. Wait for Nerf to come back up and then regroup. Instead, Fisher actually, he's just going to go very far forward, going full Rambo mode. Comes up with a double kill with the tag visor. Can he make it out of here from that self-destruct? The answer is going to be no. Beast does find him, but so much gain by Fisher just running up into the face of his enemies.
Yeah, I mean, he got a few kills there, but unfortunately, because everyone else was all basically dead, didn't mean much because Argentina has the faster runbacks right now, right in front of this bumper, right in front of this checkpoint. And so actually kind of cost them an ultimate. Now the Transcend's going to come down in the face of the Dragon Blade.
Oh, Crydox drawing that one out was already so very low. He's just going to fall, waste that ultimate. We'll see if he wants to swap off anything or if he's going to stick with the Genji. So far, I mean, outside of that play right there, has been doing some work for him, but it actually will be the swap over onto the Soldier.
Unfortunately, you know, the Dragon Blade just not paired with any defensive support elements because they used them earlier. And he's just continuing to swap here, but now Argentina has the ult advantage. They have the sound barrier. It was such a perfectly timed Transcendence, and time is ticking down here.
Well, so far, it's going to be the sound barrier from the side of Denmark. Battletoad now going to answer, and it's a Primal Rage coming through here from the side of Nectar, just trying to smack them all away from this payload. Keep it out of contention, pushes back forward, very close in to this point B. Pulse Bomb comes down from Klaus, doesn't find anything, has to back off and go ahead and pick up that health pack to keep himself alive. Now going in, looking for Nerf, had that Discord on him. But he pops the Primal Rage, and that will be Denmark finding the team kill, finding point B. 2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Have to make it all the way here to see him. Yet again, you can see they're just pushing forward, looking to poke them as they come out of the spawn.
Now Necta switched over to the Reinhardt. Will we see that Zarya switch perhaps after the self-destruct? A strong possibility since what we saw from Argentina, but they're going to try to take a very aggressive defensive stance here, far away from the edge of this Foundry. Necta, though, not very mobile, so he needs to be careful about going this far forward.
I think given the openness of the room, the Diva will probably gain you a bit more with that self-destruct, so I expect Beast to maybe stick with it. The Zarya ultimate could take quite some time to try to build up that Graviton Surge and try to get that Wombo combo, but for now, also going to be going down as Scraggy dashes around. That will force out that Transcendence from the side of DDX, pushing forward, trying to contest this payload. Leviathan as well with the attack visor, looking for a target, but Vent Matrix was there the entire time, and Lin just snipes him out from the back lines.
Okay, Fisher does have this self-destruct. Knocking Necta out would be the important move to make first, so they're going to get the better angle. Actually, is going to try to contain them here in the spawns. Hold on to this one. They've got 70 seconds left, so this is an insanely comfortable position right now for the Danes.
And Argentina are just really struggling to hold on to this one. Klaus dashing around, just trying to keep it out of motion, but he's going to fall. Does trade out Nerfed at the same time, so a nice little takeaway as he goes down.
We might finally get to see an Earth Shatter here. He's getting very close.
Yeah, he nearly does have it. A couple more swings of that hammer and it'll be ready to go, but can he line it up? Can he get the pick? It's gonna be the question. Pulse Bomb comes through, gets a stick onto the Diva, gets the mech down and takes out Battletoad simultaneously, so Craggy having so much profit off of that one. Necta will throw down the Earth Shatter, but it seems like there's no way to really pick up the pieces from that one. Everybody on the side of Argentina just falling. DDX on the backside, just getting hit by Craggy from behind. The payload is going to keep moving forward. 25 seconds left here on the clock. Argentina with a response. Can they get this contest? Can they run it into overtime? It's not looking very likely for them. Transcendent sound barrier now out here for the side of Argentina. Another pulse bomb coming through. His Beast will fall, knocked into the mech, and then the explosion kills him. Craggy just wreaking havoc, takes out Leviathan. As soon as we hear that ultimate start to come through, Transcendence here for DDX trying to buy time. We will be running into overtime here for the side of Denmark. Will not be finishing with the time bank if they finish at all. Folks coming through, the boops back here from Battletoad, just trying to gatekeep them. Overtime ticking down. Can they get the tag in? Looks like the answer is going to be no. And Argentina, with a very, very tough defense, will go ahead and stop Denmark from pushing to the end.
And that was basically just really careful play out of the side of Argentina there. Sorry, I lost my train of thought, but they were able to basically take that, stagger the defense there with their ultimates, the more mobile composition they ran with there. And it's important to note that when you are, let's watch this for a second.
We'll take a look at Klaus just popping up here with the Tracer.
Look at this pulse bomb.
Just throws it straight in there. Nice double kill coming through for him.
So definitely going to help them there. But going back to my point, when you have the attacking team, when you commit everything in all at once, you have to make sure that you continue to get the kills afterwards, because if you're unable to do that, then the respawn's coming faster, you eventually get worn down. If you blow all 6 ultimates into one push, and you just can't consistently get the kills after as the respawns come in, you have a defense there, but very, very close. I'd have to say, even though we've seen really good Tracer play out of Klaus, Craggy makes a really good defense for his Tracer as well.
Oh,
the plays we saw there where he nearly actually captured the point were really well played. He himself was carrying that entire fight as we saw his first person view. So 2 excellent Tracer players in this match, and our first game on Kings Row, insanely close to start things off.
Yeah, it definitely was. So nicely done there. Argentina putting a point on the board for themselves after that 0-4 loss to Rogue just yesterday, or to France, I should say, as this is the World Cup.
That's
but
right.
They finally get something on the board for themselves, so nicely done. But can they continue it is going to be the question, because that was a bit of a neck-and-neck battle between them. Argentina, we know that they like that aggressive style play, and it seems like Denmark is very keen to try and match that.
So I think with DDX playing the Sombra, which is what he's really been flashiest with going into control, I think that they might have the edge there, because unfortunately for the Danes, they're not as comfortable with the Sombra style and against it, as you saw with Oputo dominating there against them yesterday. So I think control does kind of favor Argentina a little bit, with DDX having the insanely good Sombra play. Looks like we have our map ready, though, so we're going to find out where we're headed for this control map. Oh, we're going to Nepal!
All right,
so a change of pace.
All right, we'll move away from Horizon for you and I. Very nicely done. So Nepal going to be selected. See how this one is going to play out.
Well, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of Sombra out of DDX.
Oh, yeah.
And the question is, what's Fischer going to be playing? Because he's been playing both the Diva and Soldier, but a lot more Diva today than what we saw in the previous match. And he has a lot of experience on the Diva, but when they played against Thailand, he didn't bring it out as much. It was much more Soldier dependent. So we're already showing flexibility and improvement in hero pools in day 2 of this group stage. And remember, as was said on the desk earlier, this is so important for both of these teams. This match will potentially allow them to grab second place if they can take it in dominant fashion, as every point does count.
Getting something like a 4-0 here for either squad. Well, at this point, for Argentina would be huge, and make up for that loss versus France yesterday.
Yeah. Big deficit there, but what are you going to do against such a dominant team?
I mean, give it a decent run for their money there by Thailand in the last match. So it was a very strong performance from those guys, able to take the one map off of them.
And also, you know, the match against Argentina, even though it ended up being a 4-0, was closer, like I said, than that score really showed. So DDX is going to go ahead and grab this big health pack here to start with the Sombra. That's already step 1 for DDX, who's running with the normal plan. You're going to be harassing the Soldier in the back line.
Sprinting around, kind of looking for the target there. That is Lind. Can't quite get the spray down, so the shields will be coming back through. In the meantime, just goes ahead, gets that health pack on the other side. So going to be controlling 2 out of the 3 big ones at the moment. Now pushing in point, getting ready to unlock, has that flank position. Can he get the kill is going to be the question. Spray comes through, but yet again, can't quite find it, just weakens him, but doesn't get the kill, but he nearly does have that EMP. But in the meantime, Denmark has been able to go ahead and snag that first cap.
It's an opportunity for a flip here, though, as Klaus gets the pick on the Fischer, and he will have that EMP in 10 seconds. Just called it out. Lind doing some extra damage here. It's going to help get the pick on the Necta, but will the EMP come down in this fight? Leviathan very low.
A hell of a lot of back and forth here. Lind trying to get that kill as Leviathan just goes ahead, jukes around the backside. Then pushing forward, will deny that cap. So Argentina nearly flipping it at about 15%. But with Leviathan going down, Krytox cleaning up on the backside. It's going to be some pretty rough staggers here for the Argentinians.
If Denmark can actually shut down this EMP really hard, even without Transcends, they're going to have a massive edge because they're going to have Dragon Blade and both support ultimates. So this is going to be key. If Argentina messes this up, Denmark gets a massive advantage. So here we go.
Oh, well, that's going to be the bomb coming out. Lind will go down, not yet having that Transcendence to try to nullify it. Will just fall under the pressure, but Leviathan has been answered for, as well as GDX, as Fischer scoops up that kill. Klaus now with that sound barrier, dashing around, trying to keep himself safe, trying to pick up these kills. It's a little bit of fire down onto Krytox, but he had that health pack to help him out now. Looking for Fischer, goes low, but the sound barrier right at the last second there from the side of Denmark will keep him alive for a little bit longer. Klaus is still there to scoop it up, but while he just fires away blindly, trying to get the kill onto the Soldier, the rest of his squad dies. He goes down in the end.
And this is worrisome because they saved the Transcendence here. Well, they didn't have to use it, but it wasn't ready regardless. Only the sound barrier and the tac visor really used. So Krytox is going to have that Transcendence ready for the next EMP. If there is to be one, they're only 25% away from the cap. They have the ult advantage, and Argentina really needed to make this work, but it was really only one pick after the other they could make happen. But as you said, that bought the space for Denmark to clean everything else up very cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Argentina very far behind on those initial ultimates outside of that EMP. Krytox with the Dragon Blade, draws it out, but immediately dies yet again. Necta is going to go ahead and leave on top of him, takes him down, but we're getting ready to enter overtime. Transcendence will be used from the side of Lin, trying to keep everybody topped up, but Nerf isn't there, so he will fall. That's going to be the only tank here on the side of Denmark, getting taken out. Now Leviathan pushing forward, has that tac visor, finds the kill onto Fisher. DDX also cleaning up house, gets rid of that enemy Zenyatta, and they're in this now for the cap. Can there be a delay from the side of Denmark? So looks like the answer is going to be no, but it's a flip at 99%, so Argentina has a hell of a lot of work to do if they want to win this round.
And this is always why the first cap is the most important, especially if you're a team that's good at delaying and contesting to maintain that percentage, because even if you use every ultimate, you fail at 99%, which is not the case for Denmark, but even if you do, you have the ability to build up with so much time, 6 ultimates to flip it just one time. So Argentina is going to have to play bar perfect here in order to take this map. They already used the sound barrier, that's 1 ultimate down.
Yeah. Well, while we're taking a look at Klaus, it's going to be 2 members falling. Krytox as well, getting taken out. So a nice little hold there for the side of Argentina. Did have to invest that sound barrier into it. So going to be without a support ultimate for quite some time, and Klaus is just trying to make me motion sick.
I mean, he is, when you watch this guy's tracking, it feels like he's a machine, a robot, you know, above human somehow. And just showing us some small flicks of that wrist there for a moment.
Well, that's going to be the mech coming through as Beast gets popped out. And they're finding that when the pulse bomb goes through. Yep, finds Fisher with that. Nice little pickup here for him. And you can see Argentina fearlessly pushing forward, just trying to contain Denmark all the way back towards the spawn. It's going to be another nice stagger, just getting that kill onto Kelix, delaying the potential push here from the side of Denmark, because they have to rely on that sound barrier to really get onto the point, because Lind is still a ways away from that Transcendence.
Good understanding to back off too. They don't want to feed ultimate charge here to Denmark, who's about to pop off and fly out off the chain here with 6 ultimates.
Well, they're going to go forward. Nerf leaping in, nearly has that primal rage, but he's going rather low in the meantime. Fisher going to go ahead, firing away with that tac visor, gets stuck on the pillar, can't make it out of there, will go down as Klaus chases in, but the rest of the Denmark squad is trading back as Argentina suffers a couple losses. Klaus dashing around, trying to find the kill onto Kelix, goes dangerously low, but gets the heals in the end and will stay alive, and that's going to be the flip back over to Denmark. Klaus needs to get in here, gets the retag to keep this in contention, but now ticking down yet again. Can Argentina get here as a squad? DDX starting to sprint his way over. Battletoad continuously just poking in, but has that Discord orb, can't stay for long. And Denmark right now have a foothold on the point.
Looks like this overtime is going to tick down. DDX trying to get in here and tag it. Needs to get out last second. Very well done, actually, to just buy a little bit of extra time.
He's trying to keep them confused, but he's going to die. Overtime meter now dropping very swiftly. Klaus can't do it, runs out of charges. A last-second pulse bomb won't gain much, and that is going to be Shrine.
With the 99-0 split, unfortunately, Argentina just couldn't be ult efficient enough to actually hold on to that before the 6 ultimates came down. And what's cool about Denmark's attack is they knew they had some extra time. As you said, Nerf got very low when he was at around 90%, but they knew that throughout the duration of that fight, they would get their ultimates online so they could stagger those together. By the end of the fight, Lind had Transcendence, so really well played there. And when you hold on to the point that well, that efficiently like Denmark did, you just have so much flexibility to work with. And I feel like Argentina is struggling to deal with Nerf. Nerf is actually catching these flankers, DDX and Klaus, when they're trying to get in the backline for Fisher. They're getting picked off by Nerf, who's doing really good job protecting. Even though he's the solo tank, there's no diva here for the protection. He's doing well enough.
Well, here we go, moving over to Sanctum for our second round of Nepal. Everybody's just going to be wrapping over towards that high ground away from the point at the moment. Poking out, barriers coming down from both those Winstons, just zapping each other back and forth, trying to build up for those primal rages at the moment. Trying to find those opening picks so they can spill over onto the point, and that's going to be a nice one here for the side of Argentina. Lind going down, nerfed as well, getting rid of that tanky Winston, but Beast has been knocked out of the mech, so a lot of pressure now over onto Necta. It seems like Argentina still will be able to make their way over. Denmark just looking to regroup and then take this as an assault to try to get back onto the point.
Klaus just dominating this health pack right now, building up so much for DDX. Every time he even gets shot once, he goes to grab it to make sure the ult charge is maximized right now for the Sombra. DDX is about to have that EMP, holding on to it, but be paired here with Beast.
Oh, but he just gets taken out. Lind finding him seemingly with a right click you would have to expect, just gets rid of that Sombra. Going to be delaying a bit for that EMP to come through. Krytox dashing through, finds Klaus, and that's going to be a very swift retake here for the Danes, 23%, all that Argentina was able to accrue.
And because they didn't have any ults, they didn't have any to use, but because they took it without it, and they killed DDX before he could use the EMP, this is nice for Denmark, because now they walk away with this with not a whole lot of time against them, plus the fact that they have pretty much even ults, in fact, a slight lead for them. And the double support ultimate's on the way here for Krytox to use that Dragon Blade, so very well played. And DDX's EMP no longer as useful here. It's going to drop it down now.
That throws it down. Both the Tracers have fallen on either side. Leviathan comes up with a double kills. He gets rid of Nerfed as well. Here, that attack visor thrown down from the side of Fisher, but doesn't seem to find. Oh, finds the mech there from Beast. Not much more on top of that one, but with both tanks being taken out, that's going to be a nice one here for Denmark. And Argentina will not be able to get this flip on the point. 38% ticking upward for the side of Denmark and DDX. Well, pretty much in no man's land. Tosses the translocator over to the side, and well, not in time. He'll just drop off the map.
Yeah, that's all right, but Denmark, again, not using very many ultimates there. The EMP, just nothing to pair with it. Oh, sound barrier is used here already for Denmark. They want to hold on to this one. Lind is about to have that transcendence.
Yeah, but they're looking for the retake here from the side of Argentina. Sound barrier answered out by Battletoad. Leviathan pushing forward with that attack visor. Finds Stu, gets rid of Kelix and Fisher. Now looking for a little bit more, but that bubble comes down from the side of Nerf, keeping himself safe. But still leaping into his doom. Just too many members from Argentina on top of that point. Delays it for a little bit longer, 69% for them. Argentina do get that flip, 28% now.
Leviathan
a long ways to go.
Just could do so much with this because Denmark got split into 3 different groups by Necta and Beast there. So much protection for him, free damage coming out. That one ultimate, the attack visor, got so much done after the sound barrier was placed. They have EMP here shortly.
Well, Transcendence going to be thrown down on top of the point there by Lind, now pushing forward, keeping Krytox alive as he has the Dragon Blade drawn out. Won't be able to get too much, gets rid of the enemy soldier, and helps take down the mech here from Beast. They'll finish him off, so far just going to be the 2, but Argentina still holding on to the point at the moment. Necta looking for that health pack. Couldn't jump back in, still does have quite a bit of HP, has the leap, will rejoin in onto the point, but the flip is there. They walk into the side room, and it just goes right back over to Denmark.
DDX is really making a case for Sombra on this map, though. That health pack adding so much for Klaus and him to stay alive. Necta as well. It's still not enough, though. The EMP needs to finally be used here. It's been denied so many times by Denmark. And they can try to get the self-destruct with it this time. Beast is getting into position. Here comes the EMP.
Well, double pulse bomb there from both of those Tracers, and both the soldiers will both go down, but Craggy comes out on top, comes up trumps as he takes out Klaus at the same time, but a bit more trade backs are coming through across the board. Kelix, Nerf, and Beast all taken out. Now into overtime, Argentina seeking that retake, about halfway there on it, but the overtime ticking down. Battletoad has to leap in onto the point to try to keep this going. But Klaus now rejoining will keep things alive, will keep the hope alive at least for the moment, but with this Dragon Blade drawn out, it seems like that might just be it. Denmark will take Sanctum, the 1-1, and now it's all gonna have to be settled in Village.
With the, what we saw from DDX there was actually really impressive with the Sombra, with the extra health packs, for example, but I feel like when you look at what he was able to accomplish individually, it wasn't as powerful. He wasn't able to get as much done. He wasn't able to get the backline kills, for example. And sure, he had several EMPs, but Denmark was ready for them. They denied them. Kelix getting the play of the game there, showing his amazing Lucio, which has actually become feared in Europe. So Denmark is going to bring us to that 1-1 score, but anyway.
Oh, you're right. I completely had a brain fart on that one, my bad.
No worries, but it happens. Overwatch is a fast game, but
Woo, okay.
So when you see the EMP as being your natural engagement tool, it needs to be paired with something, and unfortunately, they're on Sanctum. They just couldn't find the way to make that happen. Health packs gave a lot of extra healing to Klaus, a lot of extra healing to DDX himself, Necta, but they weren't able to ever get into the backline and get those picks in. Denmark stayed together better, and it didn't seem like we could see Argentina focus on single targets, so the picks just didn't come through.
Yeah. Well, I realized what I did. I looked at the one score line there for Argentina, but it was the win on the other map, so that's what it was. So the 1-1 does come through, so my mistake, ladies and gentlemen, but that is going to be the halftime break for us. We're going to go to a quick commercial. When we come back, we will have our desk break down those first 2 maps.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the halftime show here for Denmark versus Argentina, as we are knotted up 1-1 in this matchup. A good performance for Argentina. Kings Row held them back, the Danes, from being able to secure themselves a point there or just tie it up. But things really took a turn for the worse for Argentina in Nepal, and Denmark looked dominant, Zoe.
They did. They did, thankfully, once again. I really felt like on Nepal, they knew how to deal with the Sombra. They did shut DDX's EMP down, like, literally every time. Shortly before he had it up, they killed him, or right when he had it up, they killed him. So it just didn't allow him to actually ever get to use it. And when he got to use it, it just didn't have the same effect anymore because the moment was gone, kind of thing. And also, I just want to give a massive shout out to Krytox and the Genji. I loved watching him play. He really was one of the playmakers in the first as well as in the second game for Team Denmark.
I think a lot of Kings Row in particular was down to this Tracer battle between Craigie and Kraus. The two of them were kind of getting kills all across the scoreboard. And I think one of the biggest takeaways for me from that match was that DDX isn't actually just a one-trick Sombra. His Zenyatta was actually really, really good. And he won a lot of 1v1s. He took down some Tracers, and they had like plans. Like, they knew what they were doing on Kings Row. They made good swaps at the last point. They went to the Zarya. I think they went to Reinhardt, but it was just a lot of really clutch play from that Zen that really sealed the deal, I think, for them.
Yeah, there's a depth to Argentina that really like belies their experience competing in professional Overwatch. A lot of these players are on pro teams, and so they do have kind of this this extra strategy to reach into here. Especially we saw on Kings Row, Beast Zukin swapped out for the Zarya. Actually had his ultimate eaten, but that did not slow him down just for a second. He got his charge fully up, took out the D.Va, and had his ult right back up again.
Yeah, and I thought that was actually a really pleasant surprise. As someone who really, really enjoys playing Zarya, I was happy to see that.
Right?
You know, because that's just like some old school, like, charge up and just burn down the D.Va. That was awesome. But Nepal, though, of course, just did not go in their favor by any means whatsoever. The plan seemed to have been thrown out the window there, and it really just came down to, honestly, just Denmark.
I mean, Denmark just plays really, really well as a team. I mean, we know that nerfed Krytox and Craggy, they've been playing really well together as a unit with two flankers and a two tanks and a one tank. I mean, Winston is so big, he counts as two, right? And I think it's something Nerfed also told me. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember anymore. It doesn't matter.
The days have passed.
The days of the past.
How
Nerf
long have we been in Shanghai?
I don't know anymore.
What year is it?
It's been great. Like, where are we? No, but he did tell me that he thinks the reason they're winning so much is because if the main tank and the flankers play well together and the communication is there, then that's just a recipe for win. That do show that it's working out for them.
It's interesting too because teams keep picking Nepal when they're running the Sombra, but it's also really hard to run Sombra on Nepal, it seems. You go to Sanctum and it's indoors, there's a lot of walls, a lot of stuff to block your EMP. Same with Shrine, there's pillars, there's the stairs, there's all these like little nooks and crannies for you to hide and just dodge the EMP all out. So I think it's putting a lot of pressure on these Sombras in particular to make things happen. But the maps are also so large and so split in terms of which route you can take. You can go left, you can go right on either map. And it puts you in a weird position where there's no way you're going to EMP everyone at once, which I think is something that both of these teams really rely on.
Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see how all this unfolds as we get ready for our third and fourth matchup of our final game of the day. Who will come out on top here? Will we end 2-2 or will we have 3-1? Very similar situation to what we saw in our third matchup there between France and Thailand. So there's just a lot on the line in this group. Group B, very, very competitive. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, though, we're going to break down our upcoming games, see what we could expect. So don't go anywhere, and we'll catch you in just a few.
I think Denmark has a weak spot. They play so much triple DPS, and we know how to counter it. We think Greggy, it's a little bit squishy maybe, but we will focus him. So I think we will win.
Coming into this, we don't really know much about Argentina. We know they have Klaus, who's a really good tracer, but we didn't really know any other players, and we've seen them scrim a bit, and we watched the game yesterday. They like to play Sombra, but I think we have to take care of Klaus, and then we're good to go.
Well, you heard it from the Denmark team there. Take care of Klaus. It seems to be, you know, easier said than done. That young man is phenomenal there, Seltzer.
Well, yeah, you saw that at play on Nepal, the match we just watched, where they did take care of Klaus, and they did that by kind of closing their back line off and really protecting their supports a little bit more. So that was enough to kind of slow down Argentina, but I don't know if they're going to rally here.
Well, interesting note here is that we're going into, you know, game 3, and
what could it be?
What could it be? Well, you know.
What a surprise.
Doa's been taking jabs at me in the group chat about whether or not why I've been picking Volskaya. Like, I think this is my 3rd time. I'll just say a broken clock is right twice a day, you know? So I'm going to say I'll go Volskaya. Why would either of these teams pick Horizon?
At one point it will be true.
It's a new map.
Eventually they're going to pick Volskaya.
I'll tell you why they're going to pick it, because I talked to Argentina. They said they're going to go right back again to Lunar Colony because it's the uncertain map. It's exactly the same reason all these other teams have, right? They feel like every other team that's come to play here today has so much more experience than them, and they want to even the playing field however they can.
Yeah.
And I mean, we did see Denmark losing their first match yesterday on Horizon. It's made it place in, and the one thing which broke their backs right there was the Sombra. And yeah, it just so happened that Argentina does have a good Sombra player.
Just a little bit.
You know,
a little bit.
DDX doing pretty well. So yeah, I think Horizon.
Yeah, we're going
to the moon. We'll get over it. Volskaya will live another tournament.
Yeah, we'll be there for another day. So the teams are on stage, getting ready to go. Denmark, it's going to be the team to look out for here. I'm really interested to see how they handle this one, because this is going to be very challenging for them. Argentina, they know how to approach this map, but everyone's also getting a lot of time and experience on Horizon, though, for sure, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, now we've seen it so often, now we've played it so often, but now they should be fine on it, right? But I also I want to point out again how well Denmark did in the map we just saw, like how they got together, using their ults, like how they planned it all out, like taking those team fights shortly before they had their ults ready. Like, it was very, very calculated by them when they engaged in actual team fights and when they just like actually held back. So I just want to see that again on Horizon from them.
Do you think they're going to bring the Bastion again?
No.
No sneaky Bastion?
I don't think so. No.
Bastion's actually one of the worst heroes against Sombra, and I think that they learned that yesterday if they weren't really fully aware.
They haven't been punished enough.
Payload, that didn't work out too well for them.
No, not at all. And there's Argentina right there. Klaus, a young man, DDX, Leviathan, who, again, they mentioned it before. We talked about it here, the little competition between Leviathan and Klaus, right? Yeah. Trying to top each other.
Yeah, they're in the room back there getting ready before their matches, you know, teasing each other, getting each other a little riled up. But I love how much they sit together. They spend all their free time together. This is really a unit, and they really worked on it.
All right, guys. Well, it is time to see how this one ends. This is the match that will close out our day, and it has certainly been an exciting one. We're tied up 1-1. Who's going to come out on top? Will it be Denmark or Argentina? Achilles and Wolf, over to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. And yes, it is time to go ahead and round out the day. The final 2 maps getting ready to come in at the moment, tied up 1-1. A lot of pressure on both of these teams. I mean, it's just kind of building up more and more as this series goes on. And yeah, you know, just go ahead and say it. Horizon is going to be the next map.
Horizon is going to be the next map. Spoiler alert, Achilles dropping it here. You and Monte Cristo just don't want the cool graphic that comes up and tells what map it is. You guys are the biggest spoilers.
I'm mostly doing this for Flame's sake. I know he wans the Volskaya, but I'm sorry, buddy. It's going to be
Shattered Dreams here. Indeed. So Horizon Lunar Colony will be the map. Again, you and I have been casting it as Monty and Doa.
Everybody's been casting it.
100% unavoidable. So Horizon is a map where we saw the Sombra work out really well for multiple teams, notably Thailand, actually, with Oputo bringing the Sombra here. But Horizon, a map that's much better for Sombra, as Flame was mentioning, than what we just saw on Nepal. So I think DDX should not be discouraged from playing the Sombra, even though he struggled, especially there on Sanctum. The health packs were good, but as mentioned, there were walls in the way for the EMPs, not a whole lot of mobility for your translocator. But on this map, you have a lot more mobility, you have a lot more space to work with. Quite literally if you go out onto the moon, but you got space to work with on point B, you have high-low ground there, and I feel like it's almost a must-pick right now for Argentina if they want to regain this lead in the series to take the 2-1.
I mean, hearing from the desk, you know, they say every team wants to pick this for the surprise factor. I think that actually it'd be a lot more surprising if somebody would just pick Volskaya Industries. If you want to throw somebody for a loop, you just do that, because no one's going to expect it at this point.
Yeah. I almost forgot what the map looks like at this point.
I don't even remember what country is it in, what happens, how many points are there?
I mean, we saw it so much in Apex, and it's a map that you and I are really familiar with, but it just feels like an old memory now with so many games on Horizon.
Horizon is the future, evidently. So it's a future that I'm quite all right with. It is an interesting map. We've seen some very fast caps and also some fantastic delays coming through. We'll see what we're going to get here today.
A lot of double caps on this map as well. If you can grab point A, get the ultimate advantage, and just use those ults to take point B. We've seen that actually successful many times.
Okay, well,
5+ picks there.
That's going to be really swift. DDX setting up with a right click, just takes out Kelix right off the bat. Nicely done there. As Denmark is on the attack to start things off. Going to be running with that triple DPS.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, DDX not going to be running the Sombra. Will be on the Zenyatta to start the defense.
I could see that change up if that first cap does come through.
Sure.
For Denmark, maybe move over to the Sombra there for point B, but for now, like you said, we'll be without it. DDX trying to build up for that sentence rather quickly. Already at 42%, so he's doing a pretty darn good job, you'd have to say.
Yeah, with the solo tank on the side of Denmark, Nerf actually does have to retreat away. Picking him off early would ruin the push. There's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Tracers just so good here. Klaus and Kragi killing it. I mean, 1-for-1.
These are the two, just back and forth continuously throughout this series so far. But then going to get jumped on. He's able to kite back, keep himself alive, but Fisher doing some work here as he takes out Beast, getting rid of that Diva. Quite a nice one here for Denmark as they try to get in onto the point. First stick already accrued for them. Fisher now firing away, nearly has attack visor. Has that Winston up in his face, but it doesn't even matter. He is quite all right. We'll finish him off, and that should just be the entire cap coming in for Denmark. Very swiftly done for them, just under 7 minutes.
Yep, and they have the massive ult advantage as well. And if Argentina could buy a little bit of time, they might be able to stave it off. But DDX does have that EMP building up now. He switched over to the Sombra as we expected going into point B, but maybe Denmark just makes this happen with the first push. Craggy scouting it out here, looking for the backline attack. Actually,
saying hello at the moment.
Meeting Klaus first, not going to find the supports he was looking for.
Yeah, yet again, these guys just duking it out. Klaus is going to go down. Actually drops the pulse bomb onto Krytok, so just going to have that 1-for-1 sound barrier down here for Denmark as they try to get the entry in onto the point. DDX delaying things at the moment, just sitting in that stealth, just trying to buy time, build up for that EMP as swiftly as he can. Several kills coming through here on the side of Denmark, but they lose more than they gain, so they will go ahead and peel back for the moment, it would seem. Still have plenty of time, can just go for those eco pitches, build up for those 6 ultimates, and then try to take it all in one fell swoop.
So that's going to be the plan here, but DDX is looking to shut that down with EMPs. We'll have his first of the map here in just a moment. Beast Dukan, of course, going to have the self-destruct. The pairing of EMP usage with other ultimates was pretty poor for Argentina on Nepal, so looking to improve that here. Might just get the pick on the Lin, though. That's a start.
Okay, yeah, doesn't even have to use the EMP to get rid of the shielding there on the Zenyatta. Just fires away and finds and takes him out. So very nicely done there by DDX. That's just going to be yet another delay, buying them, you know, about 10-15 seconds off that clock yet again. But still a long ways to go if they want to hold out on point B. It's still 5 minutes on that clock there from Denmark.
Taking out the Zenyatta early makes the EMP more valuable too, because it means no transcend's even possible. And you know, another thing too is that when you lose one of the supports, is more impactful than losing a DPS for Denmark because they're triple here. They have a lot of mobility. Losing Nerf though is the most important of all. If they kill him, Denmark basically has to get out no matter what. We're gonna see Krytox looks one to drop down the Dragon Blade, but the EMP comes up before he can.
Yeah, EMP comes down. Krytox will die. Can't get that blade out, and now the hack comes through on the Nerf, so can't get away. So he's just gonna go down, and just like that. It's a bit of a bigger investment there from Argentina to use the sound barrier on top of all of it, but the EMP, the pulse bomb that were used, they will be coming back rather swiftly. So really just that one big investment from Battletoad. But they do hold on for a bit longer. They buy another minute for themselves off that clock.
Yeah, I think Denmark's going to be very happy with this, though. Look at Fischer's positioning. Once Beast runs out of that defense matrix, he's going to be able to do a lot. Has that tac visor. Here it comes.
Going to be dropping it out, but I don't know how long he can stick around. The self-destruct does come through, cuts his way back around the pillar to keep himself safe. And already going to be 2 kills picked up here for the side of Denmark, but the chase comes through from Klaus, takes out Fischer, now back over onto the point, trying to build up to that pulse bomb. Dashes back, picks up that health pack to keep himself alive, but can he get the kill onto Lin? Not going to happen, because Kelix is there. The bro support just coming in, just taking out that pesky Tracer to keep his friends safe, but now Leviathan answering back. Tac visor of his own, going dangerously low, will get zapped to death by Nerf, so can't quite have that major impact that he wanted, just getting the 1 kill in onto Craggy. But it did do enough work. It did cause Denmark to go ahead and kite back into the next room, but still 1 tick picked up for them.
Now, unfortunately, Nerf can't be everywhere at once, so when Fischer dropped down the tac visor, was jumped on and killed eventually there, whereas wasn't able to get the kills he really wanted to after Beast ran out of the defense matrix. And that's one of the weaknesses, of course, of the solo tank with the triple DPS here. Just not a whole lot of protection for Fischer, and that was the crux of their last push. Dragonblade going to be up soon, though. They still have that sound barrier.
But they've already lost Klaus, but that's going to be the EMP coming down. Leviathan finding the kill in onto Craggy, but DDX has fallen very swiftly thereafter. A 2-for-2 trade at the moment as Klaus does come back up, goes dangerously low, keeps himself safe, and Lind gets picked off in the back. So Denmark yet again going to be staved off for the moment, losing out on that Zenyatta. Very major one, but they're actually pushing back through. Kelix says, screw it, let's just go straight in onto the point, gets the boot back here onto the DDX as they try to start that climb over towards that second tick.
Kelix's survivability. Nice. Caster curse right there.
Yeah, way to curse him out there. Wolf goes down to the middle of that cast on the sound barrier, but is that enough for Denmark to go ahead and peel back? Looks like the answer is going to be no, because Nerf has gone forward. Popset Primal Rage has already killed Necta, and they're in for this one. They want to get that second tick as much as possible, as quickly as possible. As Fischer drops down, can't quite finish off Beast. Nerf will find it. But yet again, are staved off, and that was a pretty big investment from the side of Denmark, using multiple ultimates to try to get the second tick, and they come up short.
But they still have the Dragonblade, they still have the sound barrier. Kelix, just to say it again though, his survivability insane. The extra damage he's putting off in these team fights is actually why we're seeing his first-person views so often. Hitting the headshots, buying the time, having these really nice speed boosts to get his team in for the quick attacks. They are buying enough time for the double support ultimate here. Krytok should be able to, if used correctly, make a lot happen with this Dragonblade, especially if they can bait out the EMP. Looks like that's their tactic here. It's not ready yet, but if they bait it out, that's when the Dragonblade's going to come down.
All right, well, he does have it now available. Krytok's dropping down to the low ground, looking for Klaus. Can't quite get him as he dashes to the side, being quite elusive there on the Tracer. Gets the recall off as well. Now Leviathan has that tac visor firing away, but has to change targets as he does see that deflect comes through. Picks up 2, gets rid of Fischer, gets Krytox as well with the Helix Rocket flick. Nicely done here by them, and they will hold yet again, and the clock has been drained down considerably at the moment for Denmark. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, and honestly, this could just be a hold for Argentina.
It's again just the struggle of only the solo tank here for Nerf. Krytox is going to be switching over to the McCree, interestingly enough, but with only solo tank Nerf, even though the EMP didn't hit both supports there, and they had the sound barrier for the Dragonblade, the Transcendence was ready. The Dragonblade just didn't accomplish anything, so hence why the switch here, as we are going to see McCree on the high ground, trying to be the way to attack now. Argentina will have to react accordingly.
They're going to be looking to lock down DDX between he and Fischer. If they can get the flashbang, they will take him out. Actually just kills Klaus with the flashbang way too low as he pushes in. Just going to get taken out by that one, but now Krytox under fire. The Diva goes for it, tries to disrupt him on this high ground, but instead Beast will just get knocked out. And it seems like Denmark are finally trading up, maybe able to get the second tick. Beast's going to go down. Krytox yet again locking down somebody with that flashbang. And it's just safe to sit in the back. The leap forward coming out from Necta, now being threatened in the backside by DDX. Just distracts him long enough for Leviathan to pick up that kill from a distance, but Denmark, they're climbing for this one. They're still looking for it. It's going to be a last-second contest from Argentina to try to delay this, but they're suffering heavy losses, and all of Denmark is piling back in. Fischer, now with the 3K, finds Battletoad as well. The pop out there from Beast. This should just be the completion, and there we go. 11 seconds remaining on the clock for Denmark. They do take point B.
But so much time burned. Only 11 seconds on horizon for the time pool. So sure, it's very difficult to take that second capture, but you have to give credit where credit is due. DDX getting the good hacks there, the good EMPs, and unfortunately, with not a whole lot of peel with Nerf, the DPS has got scattered and shut down. I actually like the switch to McCree because when you have that stun grenade there to actually help keep yourself alive against the heavy aggression from these really slippery and slidey DPSs, the harass coming in, helped them get at least that one shutdown kill, did a massive amount of damage to Necta as well. Just in the back line there, free to find that extra damage. and eventually with the double heals there, sustain through. But I do feel like the one weakness of how Denmark is playing is just inability to switch off of the solo tank triple DPS, and going further into this tournament, as we were saying yesterday, that's something that could be concerning. But as I say it, we are going to see, it looks like Fischer running the D.Va, so we'll be running the 2-2-2 here on the defense, and I like to see that flexibility. We saw it a few times. We saw it on King's Row, and Lind will actually be unusually here on the Sombra.
Yeah, so yet again, there's going to be a solo heal coming out now, as Kellex will be operating on that Lucio. So a bit odd. They're going to be going for this one. I mean, obviously the Soldier going to be able to sit back alongside Lucio, but Lind going forward, going to have to be very careful, snap back with the translocator, make sure it's very close to his healer, Craggy as well. Can't go as deep as he might want to, because they don't have those range heals from the likes of an Ana or a Zenyatta, so they have to be very careful in the way that they approach this one.
Kind of fighting fire with fire. This is kind of the same approach we've been seeing from Argentina, so as soon as the words come out, Denmark's not switching it up. They do immediately, so running something we haven't really seen from them just yet, so excited to see how well Lind performs here on the Sombra.
I mean, this is going to be mirrored comps coming through from Argentina. They're running the exact same thing. So the positioning of Battletoad and Kellex is going to be a major one to watch, as these guys go ahead and start pushing in, looking for that point A take. It was a very swift one by Denmark and a massive time bank. Well, they were delayed heavily on that point B assault. We'll see if Argentina can fare any better this time around. Krytox getting dropped off that high ground. Let's get a lot of damage down in onto Beast's mech, but can't quite pop him out. But that's going to be Craggy coming up the first blood as Klaus does go down, and Battletoad will follow very swiftly after. Some nice crucial picks coming through from Denmark.
Yeah, no one really pressuring Krytox here. It looks like they didn't even know where he was positioned, so got a lot of extra DPS done there for Nerf to actually chase down and kill them. So he's going to be going right back up there to the high ground, going to be using this position as his main post of defense, if you will.
I fell right back off it, I believe, so won't quite be able to posture up there.
Just kind of swapping between high ground and low ground, I suppose.
Yeah, but this is going to be the wrapper on the left side of the point here from Argentina, as they look to get onto it for the first time. Push forward coming through by field thrown down by Leviathan, trying to keep everybody topped up, and they can hide behind this pillar, try to get around and dodge a lot of that damage that Krytox is trying to offer up from the high ground. Leviathan will go quite low. Can't pick up that health pack, hacked out. Just has to kite back, keep himself safe. Does have this one over here.
Gonna grab that there, build up that extra EMP charge. Klaus actually gets taken out here by Krytox.
That's the second time. And he just goes way too far forward, gets taken out. And now Denmark, you see, they're just gonna go ahead, spill off the point, go straight in, try to take the fight right to Argentina. EMP does come through from the side of DDX, but it's not a whole lot of capitalization. Just the 2 kills coming through, but they will be traded back here by Denmark. Fischer popped into the mech, but Lind will finish off DDX. So there's an EMP on each of those Sombras exchanged. And still that first tick, just now getting ready to come through for Argentina. Seems like Lind doesn't want to go in solo to try to stop this one out. We'll get the pop there onto Beast, just at least knocking him into that Baby D.Va form.
All right, gonna look to come around for this angle here again. No one noticing where he is, Lind, right now. Just continue to harass, get those health packs.
Yeah, sound barrier used there by Denmark. Kellex throwing that one out as they try to get back in and take control over the point. But the second tick getting ready to come through. They nearly have it, I believe. And that's going to be it. Going through now for the side of Argentina, but they need so much more than that. Necta and DDX, the only 2 really remaining members. And Necta will go down, so
and this
Denmark
is
will hold.
An unheard of, really, hold on Horizon's first point. So Argentina is going to have an abysmal time bank to work with when they do eventually cap it, assuming they do. Only 90 seconds left now. Not a whole lot of tools here either. Denmark has basically 4 of 6, including that EMP. So the next attack is probably going to have to be a bait one for Argentina. A little bit of a dry push to try to build those ultimates.
And even if they do get this, you have to be concerned about the time bank. Unless they can get a massive snowball cap on point B, which isn't something that really anybody's been able to do so far, then they might not have enough time really to finish this one out. Leviathan's going to fall right off the bat as Fischer finds that kill. Krytox as well, getting rid of Beast. So nicely done here by Denmark as they seek to just go ahead and hold this one out. Second tick not there either. They almost had it coming through, but it's 50 seconds remaining, and Argentina still suffering losses. Denmark chasing them all the way back towards the spawn. They would go ahead, retreat, regroup, and maintain their hold over this point.
Denmark showing so much flexibility, finally running something a little bit different. The 2-2-2, if you will, with, I guess you could argue, triple DPS. Lind on the semi-support since he is on defense here. Really working out for them. They only used the EMP there. And Argentina, this is going to be the last push they ever have. They have an EMP of their own, but not much else. Gonna have to be an amazing fight for them. The EMP is gonna have to get value, and there it is.
All right, DDX has dropped this one in, but can they capitalize on top of it? It's gonna be the question. Already Leviathan taken out by that pulse bomb, but it seems like this is gonna be the fight here for Argentina, scooping up all of these kills from Denmark. Just gonna be a few remaining members. Kelix running along the ceiling, trying to delay this one as much as humanly possible so the rest of his squad can get in to stop this cap from coming through, but it seems like they're not gonna be able to do so. In overtime, just about right at the end there. The cap will happen. It's 4 minutes now on the clock for Argentina. 11 seconds, the time to beat if they can go ahead and finish off on B. We saw how much trouble Denmark had. Argentina, is it going to be the same story?
DDX tried to get an aggressive health pack steal as well there towards the B side. Denmark totally shut that down though. Wasn't able to find it. And Argentina had the miracle fight they needed there. They didn't use everything that they had because they didn't have that much to use, right? So what I'm trying to say is Necta's going to have Primal Rage soon. This could be the double cap they need. Still, not a huge time bank for Denmark, so any cap is a good cap.
It certainly is. They'll take just about anything they can.
Yeah.
They try to keep themselves in this game at the moment. See Cracky coming around the side, trying to win out on these tracer battles yet again against Klaus. High ground advantage here for Leviathan. Has that attack visor ready to go, but Lin does throw out the EMP, but that's going to be a double kill off that self-destruct from Beast. Just finds Linden Fisher. Leviathan will go down before he can use the ultimate. But still some nice picks here for the side of Argentina as they try to get in onto the point. Primal Rage is used out here by Nectar, just trying to smack them off, trying to get something. Need to get at least that first tick on this push for the amount of ultimates that Argentina are trying to invest, but it's still just being so well delayed by Denmark. They try to retreat. They will go ahead, cut Nectar down. And they pour quite a bit into that one. The double kill, while nice from Beast, is not enough to open up for that first tick.
It's not enough, and this is without Nerf using the Primal Rage, without the Dragon Blade that's likely to come down here. Beast is going to make that Zarya swap here yet again. It was something that allowed them to take the last point on King's Row. Feels like desperation, though, here for Argentina. They don't have a massive time bank. It's going to take a long time to get that Graviton Surge, and this is an insanely open area. Getting a big Graviton Surge is going to be nigh impossible on the second point.
Oh, a Pulse Bomb coming down doesn't have that stick, so not going to be getting that massive explosion that Argentina so desperately needs. Beast going to be trying to build up for that Graviton Surge, as you said, Leviathan popping that attack visor, just going to get smacked around by Fisher, and Nerf going forward. Now Nerf with that Primal Rage, finding Klaus, Cryduck to the Dragon Blade, cuts down Battletoad, getting rid of one of those supports. The only support, really, at the moment here for Argentina, and with him going down, that is going to be a stop yet again on the push. Minute 50 seconds remaining. And Argentina really struggling to even enter onto the point. That first tick still eluding them, and they have to go to the distance.
Important for Denmark to make sure that if they can, they use this EMP to make sure Kelix doesn't have to use a sound barrier, so they can have that for the Dragon Blade next time. I don't think they're too concerned about the Graviton Surge. They may position themselves better as a result, but otherwise they're probably just going to be ignoring the Zarya, given they have mobile heroes here. Here comes the EMP already, actually, on the side of Argentina. Can they make this happen?
PDX goes in, drops it down, but Linda's there to answer, finding multiple members, and that is just going to be Beast falling before he can even complete that Graviton Surge build up here with his ultimate. In Denmark, the kills just coming through, only losing out on Lin, nearly having that team-wide. Battletoad trying to retreat as best as possible, but Kelix going to hound him down. Frankie chasing in as well. They will let him go.
This
is looking so dire.
There's just no follow-up for the EMP. I'm feeling reminiscent of Sanctum we just watched. The EMP has come in, but there's no picks, there's no kills, there's not enough to follow up with it. Unfortunately, it feels forced. Lind has the second one, which gains value for Denmark. It's efficient, and they still don't have that Graviton Surge. They need to get it right now for this push.
I mean, he's trying to get it, but he's just going to get taken out yet again. Beast, the first one to die on his team, and Klaus is going to follow suit very swiftly thereafter. Battletoad does go forward, finds the kill in onto Nerf, but that's about as good as it gets for the Argentinian team at the moment, because Denmark are cleaning house. They chase forward, they get rid of Necta, getting those staggers coming through. 25 seconds remaining. There's going to be one last-ditch effort from Argentina. Beast should have this Graviton Surge, and it better be a damn good one if they want to get this count.
But EMP is available here. Fisher's going to be looking to eat that Graviton Surge. She's hungry, so Fisher is looking for it right now. They eat it. It's going to be elusive. Going the call out here, the wave directly at the Zarya, just saying, toss that Graviton Surge in. I'm waiting for it. Here comes Beast. Will he be able to make it happen here?
He's pushing in, doesn't have much energy, so he's just tickling the Diva.
He's taken out.
Loses out on all of those shields, and it is just going to be cleaning house here for Denmark, sweeping through Crydox. Double kill with the Dragon Blade of Leviathan, able to answer too with his own tack visor as they try to keep this in overtime, but it's not going to happen. The team kill is there, and the Danes will take Lunar Colony.
Very well played. The cool thing about that last fight too is Fisher comes in, holds down the defense matrix, so the Graviton Surge can't be placed. If he does, it's eaten immediately. The second the defense matrix runs out, the hack comes in, the EMP placed there, just cannot get value from the Zarya. And it feels like a reminder as to why overall Zarya is a relic of the past, an old meta. We saw it work on King's Row because it was able to build the energy in the enclosed space, something we've seen a lot in the past on King's Row, but not so much on Horizon.
Yeah, definitely not. Fisher here with the play of the game, coming up with that triple kill right at the end, and then popping Beast out. Nicely done by him, but rough times for Argentina. Unable to get that cap, and Denmark, I mean, backs against the wall there really with just the 11 seconds remaining, but they are able to complete that hold, and now move to 2-1, 4 points overall for them. Argentina still just sitting with a single one on the second day of the competition. Could make it a 2-2 here.
Yeah, and it's going to shake your mentality when the crux of most strategies for Argentina has been that backline harass, the Tracer, the Sombra. They're finding basically an even Tracer on the side of Denmark here with Krytok, so having trouble dealing with him. Craggy as well, the Tracers actually kind of being evenly matched here. Your Sombra EMPs aren't getting value, so you're struggling to make that Sombra pick work, and then you get into the situation where you're just desperately tossing out the Zarya. It feels like there's no cards left in the hand of Argentina, and that's what's got to be really scary going into Escort.
Yep. Well, just now that final map here for Argentina trying to pick up another point. But the 2-1 lead at the moment, looking quite good for the Danes. They want to go ahead, put another point on the board. The question is going to be, what map is going to be selected here from Argentina? Yeah,
that's the big question. I mean, Route 66 has been kind of the map we've been seeing the most of. We did see Dorado quite a bit. If Fisher wants to play the Soldier, I think we'll probably, if that's something that Argentina is thinking about. They probably want to avoid Dorado, though. I feel like that's one of Fisher's better maps on the Soldier specifically. And it's really cool to see that even though it took them a long time to do it, perhaps Denmark was hiding this all along, that they can play the Sombra, they can bring the Div out and buy a lot of time there. And even though we didn't see it from them and it looked like perhaps they were one-track minded into the triple DPS, they show flexibility. And I think that's what's getting them this extra momentum in the series, and that's what giving the trouble to the side of Argentina.
All right, well, let's go ahead and figure out what our final map of the night of this set is going to be. And it will be Route 66.
Kind of like this choice because I feel like it plays into both DDX's Sombra playstyle and also against Fisher's Soldier, if that's what he's going to be running, right? And even though he's been playing a lot more Diva today, on Dorado, I think he has a great time. There's so much high ground, so difficult to punish. And Fisher's been getting better and better at getting away from those harasses, and Nerf has been punishing the backline dives from DDX coming in from Klaus. So let's head to Route 66 to see if they can make this a 2-2.
I mean, this is another one of those maps where the Sombra play can really be very important for both, I mean, attacking and defending. We've seen it all
and we saw
on either side. So, I mean, could still see Lin flexing over to that.
Yeah, we saw the attack Bastion used here. A little bit tricky, a little bit wonky coming out from Craggy. Last time we saw Denmark play on this map, it ended up backfiring for them. I don't think we'll see it here, especially with the proclivity that DDX plays so much Sombra, and that can be a deal breaker for the attack Bastion, amongst many other things. But the surprise factor was what they were going for last time.
I just like to pretend that the attack Bastion never happened. On Horizon, sure, we'll go with that one. That one was interesting. But here on Route 66, I'd like to think that it was just a figment of our imagination.
Yeah, sure, we can go with that. What attack Bastion? I never saw that.
Will we see it again? Is going to be the question, and we're about to find out here as we do get Route 66 underway. And the answer is going to be a resounding yes. It's going to be the Reinhardt.
Okay,
and that
here we go.
Coming through yet again. They're just going to pile up onto that payload.
This is something that obviously Argentina has seen before. They've studied, and they're going to look for the dive here immediately. Craggy trying to get that self-repair off. Actually being healed up quite a bit by the Ana. He's making it happen so far.
He's keeping himself topped off and actually finds the kill on the Battletoad, and DDX getting rid of the Sombra, finds Necta, and he is just cleaning up house, but that is still just the first push. So a very nice start here for Craggy, 74%.
But he got so much, yeah. Last time he didn't get to use configuration tank. This time it looks like he very likely will.
I mean,
here's a shot of the man himself.
He could. DDX is still a ways away from the EMP that can shatter this Bastion. They can build it up very quickly if it can get into a flank position, if it can stay alive. But for now, it's looking pretty good here for Craggy. They want to go with this one again. Nerfed obviously going to be a ways away from something like the Earth Shatter as he's playing full defense. But now Craggy, he's got it ready to go.
Okay, here we go.
Configuration tank, looking for a couple kills, already gets rid of Necta. Can he get more? Jump away on the translocator, just go ahead and keep DDX in the fight, but the rest of them can't say the same. Battletoad will go down. Craggy now back over into that sentry mode. He's going to be looking for the kill in onto Beast, helps find it alongside Nerfed, and this payload just keeps on moving. Denmark not able to make it work yesterday versus Thailand, but today it's looking pretty darn good versus Argentina.
They're just going to soar through this first checkpoint, and the differences here is they were able to do it by getting consistent picks, getting it before the EMP was available, so we didn't get to see that shutdown attempt. Now, on top of the fact that we saw configuration take, we're going to have Earth Shatter, going to have Nano Boost, and the Graviton Surge, and eventually, of course, that second configuration take. So much extra protection here. Argentina just doesn't seem ready. Here's the EMP, though. Can they clear this?
The DDX goes in, drops it down, but it's going to be Battletoad, the first one that Paul Craggy does get taken out by Klaus at the same time, and Leviathan able to get rid of Kellic, so a bit of an even exchange back and forth. Beast will fall. About a 2 for 2 thus far for the payload. For now, just going to be halted a little bit, but it's not the, you know, the 6-man, the team wipe that you really wanted from Argentina. DDX will be able to go ahead and build up for yet another EMP rather swiftly, but they're not dissuading Craggy from sticking to the Bastion. He's still on it at the moment.
And he's got the Nano now.
And Nano coming through. Everybody's just going to have to run for the hills. You can see Leviathan barely making it around that corner to keep himself safe.
DDX is the target here, does escape for the time being, is about to have that EMP taken out though before he can use it.
It has to drop down off the payload with that self-destruct coming through. Graviton Surge thrown down, just firing away straight into all of them. Beast doing his damnedest to try to block with the defense matrix, but it's just not going to work out. Fisher has the bigger bang, gets rid of Battletoad, knocks Beast out of that suit. The payload keeps on moving. 3:45 left on that clock, and Denmark already halfway through the streets.
This feels like any Bastion player's dream to watch this right now, to see how much he's able to do. The Graviton Surge, sure, really well-placed defense matrix there for Beast, but it doesn't last forever. Gets through there, and Craggy just keeps repositioning. It's difficult for DDX to actually find the best EMP here. We'll use the sound barrier to try to set it up, but configuration tank is available. The EP doesn't even hit the Bastion.
It goes ahead, just flicks over to the side, finds Leviathan, takes him out. Necta gonna fall as well. And things are looking really good here for Denmark as they just go ahead and continue to clean up. Craggy here on the staircase, looking for that kill onto the Tracer. Not going to find it. Will get taken out in the end as Klaus is able to pick one up. That's going to be a bit of a alleviated pressure here for the side of Argentina as they are finally able to really contest on top of the payload. But Krydog's coming back in. Does go ahead and pick up 2 for himself, getting rid of Battletoad, getting rid of the enemy Zarya.
And now the Bastion time has ended. The run back is way too long here for Denmark, so they're going to have him switch over to the Tracer. And it is actually Beast switching back again to the Zarya, to the Diva, so losing all that ult charge, and this is not looking good for Argentina.
Oh, that's the Earth Shatter thrown down here from Nerf, just locking him in, and Necta will go down. They'll go ahead and pick up Beast as well as Lin finds the kill. Battletoad going down, and this is just Denmark sweeping Argentina under the rug.
It feels like Argentina is trying to freestyle this so much. This is now another swap for Beast onto the Zarya. They're freestyling the defense. They're not entirely sure how to deal with this, and even though this is no longer a Bastion push, they just can't come up with a consistent composition here. And we're seeing Zarya Reinhardt's on both sides. It's a bit weird, Achilles, but it's happening.
I mean, Argentina are so concerned about what picks they need that what they really need is ultimates, and with Beast constantly switching back and forth, they're just never going to have those available. So they're really just kind of digging themselves a deeper grave at the moment. Krydox will get jumped on. Nerf going straight up into the air. Can't quite find that pin. It's going to be duking out here with Necta, smacking him around as best as possible, but he is able to retreat back around the corner. There's a couple kills picked up here for Argentina, so should dissuade Denmark, force them to regroup, then push back in onto this payload. For now, they're going to try to hold this choke point here with the Reinhardt, it seems.
Ult's fairly even, but again, Beast not having his so important. Krytox is actually holding it right now, and there's no Diva to actually deny this, so Krytox is going to look for it right now, tossing it in.
Drops it in, Pulse Bomb coming through, getting by the kill. That's going to be that sound barrier coming through to help mitigate a lot of that damage. Charged through here from Nerf. Just go in as we hear the hammer come down from Necta. Just a wild chain of events coming through.
Gets a double kill.
Action. Yeah, Kellick's coming up with a double. Everything's going a bit wonky right now. Last match of the night, these guys are out for blood, but right now, Denmark, they do have their Earth Shatter. They have that Self-destruct ready to go.
That's right, and that could be paired together. Fisher's going to use it here to remag. Nerf gets hacked before he can drop down that Earth Shatter, unfortunately, but they still pick up Battletoad. Beast has this available now. His Graviton Surge, we'll see it drop down now. The Earth Shatter, will he be able to use it? Doesn't look like it.
Right now, he's just maintaining the shield, but they still are able to go forward. Necta just swinging his way to victory. Comes up with the triple kill, and Denmark seems to be halted in their tracks at the moment. 2 minutes still remaining on the clock, and they're just shy of point C at the moment. See a little bit of a stagger there onto Fisher, delaying that Diva coming back in.
So finally, for Denmark, the gig is up. It's time to switch back to the Soldier. Time to bring in, well, I say that, Fisher switches back again to the Zarya. It's going to be sticking with the Zarya. I thought we were going to see the switch back to something more normal, the Diva. So Krytox is on the Soldier. They want to continue to try to make this happen. I can't even take this game seriously right now.
I mean, it's going all over the place at the moment, but for now, Nerf is going to be the recipient of that nano boost going forward, looking for the kills, helps take down Necta. They get Battletoad in the end. 4 kills coming through for Denmark, looking for a little bit more. It's just Klaus and DDX as those respawns start to come in. Beast, yet again, moving over onto that Diva, and the payload keeps moving forward. Just a few meters away is Denmark for closing out this attack here on Route 66, and just now, will be stopped up. Craggy going all the way back towards their spawn to get rid of Klaus. Buys them a lot of time. Leviathan switching over onto that Bastion.
But he's
will
taking
be
a nap.
left. Now, because of the EMP coming through here from DDX, just trying to pick up some of these kills. He's able to get rid of Craggy. Fisher goes down as well, seemingly killing himself with the right click. Will go down. As Kellex finds the kill, but Leviathan, he's woken up from his nap. He made it into his sentry form, and now he's building up for that tank mode of his own.
Well, now,
I don't know what's happening anymore.
Denmark has to respond now to the switch to Bastion for Leviathan, who is building up that configuration tank very quickly. The EMPs have been good for DDX. He's on fire, as you can see. And they do have the sound barrier here. Denmark's got one last push in them, but they don't really have that many ultimates to make this happen. It's going to have to be just vanilla play out of them, ultless, to make this happen. Krytox with a...
that's going to be a stick. He's going to go down, finds Lin. Very nicely done there from Klaus. But is that going to be enough? We hear the sound barrier coming through here from Argentina. Leviathan trying to get closer towards that tank configuration, but he cannot do it. Craggy has the pulse buff to take him out, but still the trades are in favor of Argentina maintaining control over this payload. Stop it from pushing forward. Now we are over into overtime, and it's really down to Craggy and to Kellex to try to just hop around and keep us in contention. They go dangerously low. They get the amp to go ahead and keep everybody topped off, and now Nerf arrives. Sound barrier coming through, and Battletoad has fallen. This could be the big opening for the side of Denmark because the Bastion gets absolutely nothing done. Nano boost in onto Craggy. Self-destruct thrown down by Beast. Can he get the remake? Will be able to do so, but it goes dangerously low. Will get popped out yet again, but it's just an all-out brawl on top of the payload to try to get this completion. Denmark holding on by a thread as Lin falls. It's all on Kellex now to keep everybody topped off. Fisher with the Dragon Blade gets EMP'd, but already had the ultimate out. Comes up with a double kill, but Leviathan has come back. Klaus, or Craggy, doing his damnedest to try to get rid of the Bastion. Cannot do so, loses his life, but Nerf is there to pick up the pieces. And it is just going to keep on going here. The overtime will plummet at this point if they step away from the payload for just a second. That will be it. Same thing here for Argentina. They're so close to this completion, they have to stick to this one like glue. Fisher going through yet again, trying to build up for another Dragon Blade. A couple more dashes through several members. Will have it for him. Has the nice deflect. Gets rid of Klaus. Both members dead on the side of Argentina. It's just Leviathan left alive. He is going to die. And Denmark in overtime. One of the longest fights. One of the craziest pushes I have ever seen on Route 66 in Overwatch is completed, and that's just the first half of the map.
There's a term in esports, and I think it originated from chess. The term is cheese, and this attack Bastion, cheese if you will, worked out very well for Denmark. When you have a strategy that you practice like this, that you're so good at, it's much easier to execute than it is to defend. Started to fall by the wayside there through the streets phase, but at the end, the Graviton surges were good. The usage of the Earth Shatter was better on the side of Denmark, but they found themselves surprised there by the sudden Leviathan Bastion coming out. And the EMPs for DDX were really the MVP on the side of Argentina, shutting those pushes down, making it an overtime push there. But what a crazy game we just watched. Hard to break down every last piece of it, but you have to give credit to Argentina for being able to flex on the fly against the adversity they faced, struggling in that early push, struggling in the street space. But at the end of the day, DDX consistently building that EMP to try to shut that down. What a game. Possibly the craziest of the World Cup 2017 so far.
I mean, it's one of the craziest that I think I've ever seen in my career casting Overwatch thus far, and I cannot wait to hear Flame's expert analysis to break this one down when we do go back over to the desk after everything is concluded. But for now, Denmark make it all the way to the end in overtime. Argentina going to be on the attack. We'll see how they are going to fare, because right now they're not showing a bastion of their own.
No, they're certainly not, and I don't think that they will. But anything could happen here. Unfortunately for Argentina, too, I feel like Beast's constant swaps really cost them there.
Oh, yes.
And he swapped, like, I don't know, maybe 27 times? No, probably more like 6 or 7, but still, just never really having the ult there. And still, I mean, I have to give them credit anyways. It was DDX who had the hacks. I'm a bit exasperated as we go into this attack now for Argentina. They need completion in order to get an edge here. Will be DDX actually on the Zenyatta and not the Sombra.
Just gotta be careful because Lind is over onto that Sombra yet again. Makes him a very juicy target once that EMP comes down. If not even before then, you can see already Lind jumping in. Gets that Discord orb though. Will snap back and only get about 10% on that ulti charge. So still a ways to go for the EMPs to come through. For now, Argentina is going to be contested here on the payload. Denmark are playing very far forward, but that comes with a cost because Kelix has to play up for the team as a sole healer, and he gets taken out. Nekta leaping in. Is able to zap in the net. Now Craggy just firing away into this choke point. Will get taken out as he tries to dash through to get that health back. 3 members have died now for Denmark, and the payload should be moving relatively unhindered here for Argentina for a while as the team gets ready to regroup.
So not quite as strong of a push as what we saw from Denmark, but pretty close.
Yeah, pretty good.
And Lind is just not able to find the EMP early, which is part of the reason why this is getting so dangerously close to checkpoint. Needs to be aggressive here now to look for it, otherwise the Sombra pick is just gaining no value so far.
Needs to pick off, needs to be threatening DDX constantly in the back line, and actually, well, Craggy says, you know what, if you're not going to do it, I'll do it for you. Goes in, finds the Zenyatta, takes him out, Battletoad's going to go down as well, so that's both supports now. Leviathan following suit, a double kill coming through here for Craggy, and it seems like Denmark have finally found some ground to stand on. They will go for it, they will take out Argentina, pretty much that team kill delayed coming through, as they'll just let Beast go for a little while, get that maximum stagger there on the Baby Diva.
And now this is going to be Denmark holding on to the big 6 themselves here. Finally, the EMP, a scary prospect for Argentina to go against because of the long run back now. As the cart rolls back, they're very close to the checkpoint, but every time they lose a member, it's so valuable for Denmark to try to stagger these ults. Lind already waiting for this, looking at a position here. Drops it down mid-air. We'll get a multi-man EMP.
Throws it in, but still the kill's not really spilling through. It's going to be Lind actually falling. Just Klaus the one that gets picked up, but now with the attack visor, Krydox is able to find DDX, but he is threatened. Has to go ahead and peel back at the sound barrier to help keep him alive for a little bit longer. Helix rockets will not connect. Payload still going to be in the possession of Denmark at the moment.
Yeah, very well done. Very good stagger here for Denmark to buy time. And even though it was expensive ult-wise, it buys so much time because of the long run back I was talking about.
Going to be zipping their way back in here. Sound barrier coming through from Battletoad. Just trying to keep everybody topped off. Self-destruct, not going to find anything, but Lind is going to be the first one to fall. Can't build up for that EMP here in that fight. Would have had it very swiftly if he was able to stay alive, and Nerf will also go down. Leviathan just ripping through the members of Denmark. Has Craggy with the Helix rockets, and this could just be the completion here on point A for Argentina. Very well delayed by Denmark, but seems like it's a bit inevitable at this point. Unless Kelix can keep this up alive, but as I say that, he will go down. Leviathan scooping up most of those kills here for his team. Has the attack visor ready to go, as well as they go ahead and enter the street space. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to make it to be.
So Denmark used a lot there, and had they actually gotten the wipe with all their ultimates, it would have been so valuable. They didn't, but I think it's still okay because they've baited a lot of Argentina's ults out. They forced them to use a lot of resources too, and they have a much smaller time bank than Denmark did in the same situation, crosswise of course, with the attack bastion push. So I feel like this is already a pretty big win for Denmark. And they actually have this nice control of the high ground. They have the EMP ready. They've got a nice setup here.
Yeah, that's going to be the EMP coming down here from Lind, but the Transcendence does come through there from DDX in time. And it's actually going to be Argentina coming up with the majority of those kills. 2-for-1 exchange. So Leviathan has that attack visor burned out. They'll go ahead, get rid of Kelix. Fisher popped out of the back as well as Lind going down. So Argentina very much winning out off that engage of Lind. And they should be able to go ahead and keep this payload moving. So very nicely turned around here by Argentina.
Leviathan just so good on this soldier. So well protected as well, you have to say, by Beast, who now has the self-destruct. He's holding on to that one. But the biggest challenge is yet to come as they do get close to halfway point, to the halfway point across this checkpoint. That's where it's going to be difficult to get the second one. Lind is actually switching off the Sombra. Not as much value at this part of the Streets phase with the health pack hack, so just wants to have the Discord to knock Necht out, who's been doing some serious work, Achilleos.
Well, Beast just going to go ahead and toss up that self-destruct. Doesn't really gain anything.
Yeah, weird one there.
Yeah, in the meantime, Fisher will get knocked out of his mech by DDX, so there's a little bit of a reprieve here for the side of Argentina, but Krytox with that attack visor will find a kill here on the Battletoad. Necht going down as well as Leviathan with those Helix rockets, so nice accuracy coming through here from Krytox, and you can see they're going to chase very far forward, all the way back towards Big Earls to just keep Argentina contained, keep them away from that payload as long as humanly possible.
I suppose there was a plan with that self-destruct, but it just didn't really come to fruition, and Krytox just immediately there to snap up, punish the D.Va for being out of position. They're having to remac in an odd spot, getting a really valuable attack visor off, and that's all they used here. They have basically everything else, soon to have the Transcendence as well.
Yeah, well, that's getting the sound barrier here from Argentina. Want to make their way back over onto this payload, try to get some distance in because the clock is running down, but it's answered by Denmark with one of their own, so no one dying quite yet, but several health bars going low. Pulse bomb out from Klaus, not going to be finding that stick, not going to be finding a kill, has to dash back up over to the high ground, try to stay alive, will drop down here alongside DDX to get top back up from that Transcendence. The rest of his team is suffering losses. DDX coming out of that ultimate will get taken out. Necta as well falling yet again. So the tanky front line being cut in half here for Argentina. And Denmark looking very strong on the defenses. 50 seconds is all that is left on the clock.
Klaus just did so much damage, but unfortunately no executions, no kills there. Really well-placed recalls there as well. Kind of tricky how long he was able to stay alive there, but the time is really ticking down now, and it seems like Krytox is maybe taking Fisher's spot here on the soldier now.
Oh, Krytox, a big botch there. Tries to make it over the roof, but can't do it. Instead, just damages himself and sets up for that kill. Lind is going to fall as well, so now down 2 members is Denmark, and the payload is yet again moving forward here for Argentina. Could just get the cap, perhaps in overtime, if not just running it all the way into the station before that even happens.
Well, they have the self-destruct to deal with, so I feel like it'd be wise for Denmark to actually contest this. Here comes Fisher. He's going to be coming in first. Gets on top of that point, setting up for that self-destruct. Here it comes for the first to be used.
We'll go ahead, drop this one out. Doesn't find any kills, but Krytox does find DDX there with the attack visor. Can he pick up more is going to be the question. It seems like the answer is going to be no. In the meantime, Craggy comes up with a double kill. Leviathan and Battletoad both go down, and that will be the hold from Denmark. They will be closing this series out yet again with another win.
I think the weaknesses of Denmark and their stubbornness in compositions, all of that is shattered after this series. Making the attack bastion work very well, showing a lot of different flexibilities of comps there. Showing the Sombra for Lind finally. Fisher back on the D.Va. Krytox showing an amazing soldier. Let's just watch some configuration tank. Oh, I guess not. We're going to watch these players.
We're going to watch the players being good sports, so instead it's just Craggy on the beginning of that attack, where he just fired away, picked up the 4K. But I mean, then they continued, they started off their push on the payload. So just firing away with the left clicks really was what that play of the game was.
Very pleasant Krytox soldier, to be honest, makes a big argument for Fisher to play the D.Va, for them to play a more 2-2-2 oriented composition. That hasn't really been Denmark's playstyle throughout this Group B, but I feel like they show that moving forward, they absolutely can run it. And it's not an Achilles heel of them that they don't have that flexibility to bring out the Sombra, which is one of the things that everyone is saying was the weakness of Denmark. But now they have the attack bastion. They've shown it consistently, getting value. The Sombra play. This team looks a lot stronger after today than what they showed us yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be in that second place spot at the moment, just underneath of France. So very nicely done there by Denmark, picking up the wins. Argentina, unfortunately, just going to be resting with the 1 point. That's going to do it from you and I here today. We'll be back tomorrow with more games, but for now, we're going to throw over to a quick break. And then we'll have the desk break down those final maps of the day.
The 2017 Overwatch World Cup is brought to you by Omen by HP, T-Mobile, Union Pay, and Blizzard Entertainment.
was a girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their hearts never beat. But I know the truth. At the moment of the kill, they are never more alive. I am in position.
Attention, insects and maniacs! True warriors are born in fire, and so is the hottest festival the realm has ever seen! The Midsummer Fire Festival! Come experience the heat of my magnificence in this 2-week inferno of paint entertainment! Synchronized fire breathing, burning bouncy house, mandatory bar brawl, and demon Kazitsu! Plus, you'll be earning double gold all festival long! Starting today, come lose to me if you dare. And I dare you to dare. So there, Ragnaros rules! Brought to you by Genzo's Payday Loads, because you're gonna need a load to pay for all that fire damage. Will only cost an arm and a leg.
Welcome back to the post-game wrap here for that game. It was a game, all right. Argentina versus Denmark. This is it, the arrival of the Bastion meta. Flame, thoughts?
It worked, and it didn't work. I mean, there were times where it looked really strong, and other times you're like, get off it, you know? It's weird to me, though, that they brought them there. Argentina actually took them to Route 66, I guess thinking that since they struggled on it yesterday, they'd be able to take them today. But obviously they went back and figured out what went wrong, and they had a plan today. That said, though, the Bastion attack into the Sombra defense, you really just need to play a little bit more patient than Argentina did. Just kind of wait till you get your EMP and just take fights around that EMP. If you do manage to hack the Bastion, you do pull him out of his turret mode, and then he's pretty much a free kill. But they weren't really able to do that for a very large portion of that map.
Yeah, I talked to them ahead of time, and I asked them straight up, are you expecting the Bastion again? And they laughed, and they said no, and I was like, all right, well, on the off chance it happens, what would you do? And I got 3 answers, and none of them were what was true. They were like, maybe we'll do a Maywall. Maybe I'll be a Roadhog and pull it down. Maybe we'll be back. I guess they
were
counter Bastioned.
Well, they didn't really counter the Bastion, and then like there's just
no, they counter Bastioned in that they added their own Bastion to the mix.
So,
yeah, I mean that was like the desperation Bastion at the very end, and that one didn't really do too much anyway, because I was really excited to see Fisher on his actual main. He went Genji at the very end after we've been through literally every other hero you can possibly pick. It really felt like Christmas came early. Saw them Reinhardts, them Zaryas.
Yeah. Somewhere Jeff Kaplan is very happy right now.
This was just so much insanity, and I enjoyed it just to the fullest. Amazing.
One thing I will say, taking a temperature check from the community, everyone was saying it was actually really refreshing to see.
Yeah.
And, just speaking of the community, by the way, I also just want to, let everyone know, friends over in the United States, only T-Mobile brings you unlimited access to the Overwatch World Cup this year on America's best unlimited network. And one other thing to talk about is who will be the MVP? There have been so many standout players here. Who knows? Maybe it could be Bastion. Maybe it could be, maybe it could be the Bastion mains. We don't know. But for this time, one player we got to talk about here, Flame, is Apudo, because Sombra has actually been very effective here, and it's been awesome to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was very instrumental in taking down Rogue, at least on the maps that they did win. I think it was actually just Hollywood, but he had such an individual performance that I think was above and beyond what anybody could have expected. It's also pretty funny, right? Because we came here last year, Envious wound up finding Mickey, and I think the only player I've seen with a bigger smile than Mickey this year is actually Apudo.
Yeah, Apudo has been fantastic. It's been great to see a player like him really, put his name out there. And once again, Thailand doing it, for the, you know, for their folks, for their home country back home.
Little
just really surprising people.
Little known fact, he was actually, people were trying to recruit him to North America actually before this event, Apudo. So he's already on everyone's radar apparently. I found that out actually during the break, but yeah, he's been putting in work. It's very apparent here. Playing a Sombra at that caliber is actually not an easy feat, and
yeah,
I mean, he deserves it.
Well, apparently, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if we end up seeing a player like Apudo on a top North American or EU team, maybe even an Overwatch League team. You never know. That's what a lot of these players are trying to do. We saw Miro really break out and really become a star and succeed, getting that MVP. So we'll see how this all breaks down. That was your T-Mobile Unlimited Gaming break. We'll be sure to keep track of more players as this event continues to roll on. But now we're going to shift our focus to what we saw today. We started off with China going 4-0 against Norway, a matchup many people were hyping up, many were excited for, but the home team came out on top, dominating fashion. Hong Kong versus Romania was a 2-2 split, a very intense game between two equally matched squads. And then France versus Thailand brought us a lot of action. I mean, you know, you look at that scoreline and you think, man, anything is possible there, because if you go back and watch the games, really, it was a nail-biter. And then Denmark versus Argentina, 3-1 there in favor of Denmark. Really mixes things up here in the group. Denmark looking strong, but it's all going to come down to that matchup in Group B between Thailand and Denmark.
It puts a really, I mean, you have to feel bad a little bit for the Argentinian fans. They had a really good showing against Rogue. This match wasn't that one-sided, you know, they put up a really good fight, but now they're in a really tough spot in terms of how they have to get out of this group. Group B has been pretty competitive, probably the most competitive of the two, and now they're in a, I don't think their fate is in their hands anymore. It really comes down to how that Rogue match goes, how they play themselves against Thailand tomorrow, so.
Yeah, that's good. The Denmark-France match will be very exciting. Zoe, that is, you've been cheering on Denmark, you've been cheering on France. This is a tough one for you.
I guess I have to take sides here, and I probably go with France. I'm really sorry, Denmark. I love you all.
Wow.
Unscrewed, Denmark. Unscrewed.
Oh, and there you see the schedule. We're going to kick off tomorrow with China versus Hong Kong. That's going to be interesting. Norway, Romania, France, Denmark, and then Thailand, Argentina. And then from there, we will determine who will make it to BlizzCon 2017 and represent their country in the 2017 Overwatch World Cup. What a weekend it's been, guys. Seltzer, want to get your thoughts there. You know, it's been insane.
It's really been an incredible week. I mean, as I've said before, we've done Overwatch World Cup now. This is our second year, and it is such a big opportunity for these players. It's such a privilege to get to sit on this desk and kind of tell their stories, because these are players that some of them are known, as we've seen with France, a lot of them completely unknown, but this is their world stage opportunity. And as we just found out with Apudo now, perhaps making a global debut.
Maybe, right? That's what's so enjoyable about this event, because like you said, we get to tell the story, right? Not a lot of people really think about that. And, you know, you look at the game, you look at what you see in the game, but you oftentimes forget about the player behind the keyboard and mouse. And I really feel like this has been fun for me, because I've learned so much about these players over the course of this week.
Definitely. We got to sit down with so many of them and pick their brains. And it wasn't just about the games, it's also about the characters which showed up here. And darn, are there a lot of them. Like, they're just so likable, and it's so hard to even pick a side, honestly. And I'm just so excited that we do see those clutch plays and matches, and we do see those big games on that stage, and so many unexpected things as well. I'm as happy as you can get, and that was only day 2.
I know. It's pretty awesome there, folks. Well, that's going to do it for our coverage of day 2 of the 2017 Overwatch World Cup Shanghai group stage. But tomorrow, we will determine which 2 teams will make it to BlizzCon. That's right, folks. It all comes down to this, and I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. So you don't want to miss the action. We'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.